Superior Spider, Addition to the Web by Juubi. No Shinju link in the description. Chapter 1, Everything's Going to Be Okay. Richard Parker gave a tired and sad sigh, looking out the window of the plane. His brown eyes held loss, sadness, and mental age of a man who looked ready to give up on the world. In his hand he held a nearly empty glass of champagne, the bottle held tightly in his other hand. Another bottle in the seat next to him, ready to be drunk when he finished the one he had. The last 3 months had been worse than hell could ever be. On him and his wife. They were going to have a child. A boy. They had decorated his nursery and everything. They had the blue walls lined up with many stuffed animals and toys. A crib and everything needed for the years they would have in taking care of a baby. Unfortunately, fate had other plan. Their happiness at having another Parker in the family was shattered when the child came in that hospital room. The child, to which they were to name Peter, was born preborn. His small, fragile body not able to withstand birth. He died before he could even take a breath. It wrecked Richard and Mary immensely. Even with the support of their friends and family, the two could never come back from their tragedy. His wife, who looked to be twice her age from her depression, would be seen nearly always in the nursery, dried tears in her face as she looked at a stuffed bear. If not that, she would walk the halls like a lost spirit, her eyes blank with loss and showing a broken woman. He, like his wife, had been in a depressed state. But unlike Mary, Richard used his pain on his work. He would nearly be in his office 24/7, much to the disapproval of his brother and sister-in-law, scolding him for not comforting his wife. However, what he was working on, he needed to finish. He was mad. Pissed to hell. His son, before he even got to know him, was gone. Why? Why was fate so cruel? And he was not blind. How many others in the world had suffered the same fate? To lose their children at birth, or lose loved ones from disease and plague. He wanted to change that. To give people the happiness he couldn't have. So, with the help of his colleague and friend, Eddie Brock Sr., they set off on a tough journey to create something that would revolutionize the world forever. They called it, the suit. A project based on something they discovered many years ago. It was to be the cure and means of healing humanity and putting an end to disease and illness. The initial project was deemed too dangerous to use, so they worked on a fresh start. Many years ago, Richard and a few of his colleagues discovered an amazing specimen. It was some sort of symbiotic organism. A goo, which bounded itself to one of the men. It wrapped around him, covering him completely. It granted him immense strength, speed, and agility. It amazed them all. However, there was a problem. It seemed that the symbiote drained the wearing of their energy, and once completely drained, kills them. They had managed to contain the symbiote for study, telling no one of what they found. Richard and Eddie had hoped to create a byproduct of the symbiote, one that would not kill its wearers, but instead helped them by giving them life. And with the task at hand, Richard was on his way to Asia to meet up with Eddie, who had told him over the phone he might had found something to help with their project. He knew the risk of what he was doing, as he had been pushing away his family. The image of the disappointing glare Ben sent him at the airport popping into his mind, but if he could do this, make something that would save lives, then it would all be worth it. When his plane touched down on the ground, Richard got off. He spotted Eddie waiting for him, leaning against his truck. Greeting him, he got in and the two left the lot. "So, you said over the phone that you found something?" Richard asked, his tone tired and holding a bit of longing. Hoping to be one step forward in finishing the suit. Eddie looking at his friend in pity, knowing full well what had caused his such sorrow. To lose a child was no doubt the worst pain a parent could get. If anything had happened to his son, Eddie Brock Jr., he didn't know what he would do. Nodding, Eddie reached behind his seat and took out a device. He handed it to Richard. "Yeah, strange reading coming from the jungle a few miles from here. The reading are like nothing we've seen before. It could be like when we found that," he hinted, recalling to when they discovered the symbiote. Richard nodded as he looked at the reading, finding them strange indeed. Not of this world strange. Worth checking out. "Anyone else know about this?" he asked, cautious of any other groups or organizations showing up. Last thing they needed was SHIELD or some similar organizations showing up. Eddie shook his head. Doubt it. The reading were small, and seemed to pulse in random order. "I've barely caught it myself if I wasn't here to meet an old friend and was close by." "Anyone joining us?" Again Eddie shook his head. "Decided it would be safer to keep this on the down low. So it's just you, me, and a couple of guides I got." Richard nodded and sat back to enjoy the ride as much as he could, hoping to calm his troubled thoughts. Grunting, Richard chopped through the large leaves and vines of the jungle as he trudged through, Eddie and the guides behind him. He looked down at the device in his grasp, following the directions of where the source of the energy was. He shook the device when the screen fluctuated a bit, making him sigh in annoyance. He was mentally tired, but forced himself to continue. He would not give up until he finished the suit. Until he freed the world from pain and loss. He whacked the device lightly when the screen static again, before going blank, making him groan as he stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Eddie asked. Richard raised the device, showing that it was off. "The thing's dead. You forget to charge the battery of something?" The brunette joked, making Eddie's eye twitch. "It doesn't use batteries. You sure you didn't just break it?" He shot back. He made the device himself, and if Richard broke it. Rolling his eyes, Richard just put the device in his coat pocket. "No, I didn't break it. Thing just turned off. Luckily, I was able to see that we're close before it turned off." He looked around. "They're somewhere in the middle of the jungle if he had to guess." Eddie looked around as well, before turning to the guides, telling them if there was anything they needed to know about the area. As he did that, Richard began walking around, looking at all the trees and ground. He came here to find something, and by the Parker luck, in which unexpected things happen, he was going to damn well find it. Speaking of the Parker luck. Arg! Richard gave a yell when he suddenly fell down a covered hole in the ground. He barely heard Eddie scream his name as he fell into the deep darkness below. He counted at least a minute as he fell, panic spreading to him, fearing he was going to die. To him his fall seemed to go on forever, before he came to a stop as he crashed hard into the ground. He groaned, falling on his back and behind. Oh, typical Parker luck. Moaning a bit, as he felt his bones shaking from the impact, Richard, painfully, got up from the ground. His heart beating hard against his chest like a drum. "Though I was going to die there," he muttered as he rubbed the back of his head, flinching when he felt a growing bump from when he hit his head. Looking around, he raised a brow when he saw that he was in a barely lit cave of earth. The only light coming from the hole he fell through. Speaking of the hole, he looked up and sighed when he saw just how far he fell. It was a miracle he was alive. He could faintly hear Eddie call for him. "Great, just great." Sighing, he looked around, hoping to find a way out. Walking forward, he used the wall as a guide in the darkness. Walking around for a few minutes, he was surprised when he saw a faint light ahead of him. Hopeful that it was a way out, he walked toward it. Once reaching it, his eyes widened when he saw that the light came some kind of inner cavern. Looking around, he saw pieces of the wall and ceiling cracked and pieces fallen off, letting some light in. It was big, not too big, but enough to fit in a wide group. However, what truly caught his attention was the people that seemed to be floating over the ground, encased in some kind of bubble of energy. It was a man, blonde hair wearing a white coat with red flames at the bottom, and a woman with long red hair. They were in an embrace, and getting closer, he could see that they were holding something in a secure grasp. Taking a step forward, his eyes widened when suddenly, strange symbols, to which his history of science and master degrees could never be able to recognize and read, appear all over the floor, shining brightly, forcing reaching to cover his eyes to not be blinded. The light illuminating the cavern, he waited for it to end, and when it did and the light vanished, to his surprise, he heard a sharp intake of breath and the sound of a baby's cry. Putting his arm down, his eyes widened when he saw that the bubble around the two had vanished, putting them on the ground. The man laid still, pulled away from the woman when hitting the ground, and Richard could see a hole in the man's abdomen. He just knew the man was dead, giving the dull eyes. Hearing gasping, Richard looked at the woman, and saw that she too had a hole in her stomach. However, she seemed to be holding on tightly to her vanishing life as she held on gently to the bundle in her arms, to which Richard knew was the baby where the cries were coming from. Sorwa Naruto-chan, Daijibu Disu. Sabit ga Daijobu and I Narudara. It's okay, Naruto. Everything's going to be okay. The woman, the mother, whispered gently and lovingly to her son. Her voice weak, but she tried to be strong for her crying son. Hearing movement, she tensed and looked up, holding Naruto tighter to protect him. When she saw Richard, she threw him a glare, daring him to hurt her son. Seeing this, Richard put his hands up. "Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you," he said softly, not moving an inch. The woman narrowed her eyes in confusion, not understanding what the man had said, but before she could do anything, she began coughing up blood, making Richard worry. "Hey, don't move. You need help. I'll see if I can get help," he said, curing the fact that his walkie-talkie broke at the fall. Sure, he studies medical for a few years, but nothing in his brain could help right now. The woman needed a hospital, and fast. He turned to run back to where the hole was, hoping to get Eddie, when... "Mate, wait." Stopping in his track, Richard turned his head to the panting woman, who looked at him with cautious, but pleading eyes. She looked at his eyes for a few more seconds, before nodding softly. She looked at her whimpering son, a smile full of love aimed at him. "I Shidoru, Naruto-chan. I love you, Naruto." She whispered softly at him, planting a soft kiss on the top of his head. She then looked at Richard, her eyes sad and pleading. Naruto no sua o shite kudasai, care ni shite kudasai hogo shite kudasai. Please take care of Naruto. Please protect him, please. She told him, her voice and eyes growing weaker. Onegai shimesu, please. Soon her eyes grew blank, showing that she had passed on. Richard quickly went to her, hoping that there was something he could do. Placing a finger on her neck, he sighed when he saw it was too late. He lowered his head in a soft prayer for the two dead parents, leaving the cavern quiet, with only the cries of the baby to echo around. Running a hand through his hair, Richard took a shaky breath as he looked at the parentless toddler. His eyes softening at the boy, he gently held him in his hand. Just like how he and Mary lost their son, this boy lost his parents. And from what he could see, this boy was barely a day old. If this was the work of fate, then fate was a sick bastard. SHHHH. It's okay now. Naruto, right? Everything's going to be okay. He said gently to the baby. Slowly, the toddler began to calm down, his whimpers softening. When he was calmed, he opened his eyes, showing a deep ocean blue, to which Richard could say he had never seen such a deep blue before. Taking a better look at the boy, he saw that he already had a head of growing blonde hair, and taking a glance at the man, he saw that he inherited from his father. Strangely enough, on the boy's cheeks were whisker-like markings, 3 lines on either cheek. It could have been a trick of the light, but Richard could have sworn that for a split second, he saw the boy's blue eyes flash red. Shaking his head, he put it off as it being the light. I'm so sorry that this had to happen to you, Naruto. However, it seems that your mother entrusted me, a complete stranger, to take care of you. He smiled when Naruto reached up to his face in curiosity. Leaning forward, he gently placed his forehead on the child's, feeling Naruto feel his cheeks. We both lost someone very special to us. But I promise, we won't go through this world alone. He carefully stood up, keeping a firm grasp on the blonde boy. The scientist looked at the dead couple in pity, but had a determined look in his eyes. I promise, I will take good care of your son, and make sure nothing happens to him. I swear on it. He said. He would need to get men down here to pick up the bodies. They deserved a proper burial. Looking around, he spotted a small hole at the wall, but big enough for him to squeeze through. He smiled down at the giggling boy. Let's go home, Naruto Parker. Won't your new mom be surprised? Naruto just giggled. And he was right. Mary was surprised, as were Ben and May, when he showed up with a baby after his trip. He explained to them what had happened, and while they were skeptic at some parts, they acknowledged it, feeling sorry for boy, and saw a connection between him and the childless parents. Richard smiled as he looked at his happy wife from the kitchen as she played with a giggling Naruto at the living room. The instant Mary picked the boy up, her depression instantly left her, granting her new energy and life, and was holding on to Naruto, as if fearing he would vanish if she let go. She was still sad at the loss of her unborn son, but the second she saw Naruto, something just clicked. Like she was given a second change at being a mother. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Richard looked up and smiled when he saw Ben, a glass of wine in his hand. Grabbing the offered glass, he sat back, his posture more relaxed than what it has been in the few months. Ben sat down next to him as the two Parker brothers looked at the giggling Naruto and gushing Mary. Ben looked at his brother. How are you doing, Richard? Ben asked, curious of the soft look in his brother's face. Without looking at him, Richard smiled. A true smile not seen since that day. I'm happy, Ben. After so long, I'm happy. Yes, his heart would always ache for Peter, but he knew that Naruto wasn't a replacement. No, he had promised his parents, and himself, that he would raise and take care of the blonde like he was his own son. No matter what, Naruto was now his son, now and forever. Ben smiled at his brother, truly happy for him. Things were looking up for the Parkers. 4 years later, Parker residence. A giggling 4-year-old Naruto Parker walked down the hallway of his home, wearing his red long-sleeve shirt and dark blue pajama pants with faces of Bugs Bunny on them. He and his father were playing hide-and-seek, but had to stop for a minute when he got a call. His mother was cooking so he couldn't disturb her. He was promised cookies later on if he was good, and he wanted them. His mischief-filled blue eyes looked around for a place to hide for when his daddy was done. Opening the closet door, he looked inside to see if he could hide in there, but pouted when he saw it was filled with clothes and boxes. Looking around, he saw that the door to his dad's workroom was slightly opened. He wasn't allowed in his daddy's special room, in fear of having his sweets taken from him. He might break something. And if he broke something, his mom wouldn't let him eat cookies. Naruto was a good boy. Good boys followed their mommy's rules. Good boys get cookies. However, he titled his head lightly to the side, similar to a fox. His dad's door was always closed. Always. He never left it open, not even by mistake. Being the curious boy he was, he slowly began to approach the door, looking behind him to make sure his dad didn't see him and he didn't get in trouble. His small hands placed on the wooden door, he gently pushed, the door opening easily. Peeking inside, his eyes widened when he saw that the office was a mess. Papers were spilled on the floor, chairs tumbled over, and there was a shattered hole on the window which was slightly opened. His breath caught in his throat at the scary sight. Naruto turned his head out the room. "Dad? Dad?" Richard, who after finishing his call, was the dinner room alone, Haven just finished his daily video log when he heard his son calling to him. Hearing the slight panic in the boy's voice, Richard quickly got up and ran to him to make sure he was okay. Hearing the call coming from his office, he entered and his eyes widened in shock and panic when he saw the mess, Naruto standing at the side with a worried look in his face. Richard didn't say anything, he knew it wasn't Naruto's fault. No, it was much worse. He quickly ran to his desk. Just as Mary entered, Haven also heard Naruto's voice. Gasping at the sight, she quickly picked Naruto up, making sure he wasn't hurt. She looked at her husband, hearing him curse under his breath. "It's gone," he said, looking at the table. "The USB for the formula is gone," he said, making Mary's eyes widen. He quickly moved and pulled out the drawer in the desk. Dumping all the contents carelessly on the floor, he carefully opened up a hidden compartment at the inner base. With a switch, he opened it, showing a file inside. Picking it up, he looked through it to make sure everything was there. It was. Sharing a worried glance with his wife, he went around the room, cleaning his chalkboards filled with formulas, and packing all the necessary files, books, and items in his bag. As he did that, Mary with Naruto in her arms quickly went to pack his things. When everything that was needed was packed, the three quickly got in the car. Driving toward his Aunt May and Uncle Ben, Naruto sat in the back, holding his favorite stuffed fox with a worried look as his parents whispered amongst themselves. It was raining, making him flinch when he heard the loud bang of thunder. Seeing this, Mary had a loving look as she looked at her sweet boy. "It's okay, my little sunshine. Everything's going to be okay," she gently told him, making Naruto nod. Reaching his aunt and uncles, Naruto watched from the doorway as the adults talked. Seeing him, Aunt May tried to give him a soft smile. He tried to smile back, but couldn't when he saw his mother had tears going down her cheeks. "What do you mean you're leaving?" Naruto cried after hearing his parents say that they had to leave. "I don't want you to leave. Why can't I go with you?" he cried, tears falling heavy from his eyes. Mary was the same as her son, her eyes puffy and tears falling nonstop. It hurt her heart so much to have to do this. She tried to be brave, but just couldn't. Kneeling down to his level, she held her arms open to him. She was barely able to keep herself from falling back as Naruto crashed into her. She wrapped her arms around him tightly in an embrace, feeling her shirt get wet as Naruto cried against her. She took a shaking breath as she tried to hold her cries, running a hand softly through her baby boy's bright sun-kissed blonde hair. Oh, how she loved his hair, it was a bright blonde, like a small sun. Which is why she called him her little sunshine. "I'm so sorry, my little sunshine. I'm so sorry." Pulling back a bit, she choked as she looked at the teary Naruto. Barely managing to put on a smile, she placed her hands on his whiskered cheeks, wiping his tears away. Memories of the times she would dress him up in fox outfits, always finding his whiskers beyond adorable, hit her, making her struggle to not cry even harder. But you father and we have some very important things to do. I'm sorry, but we can't take you with us." Placing her forehead against his, she choked as she looked into his sad eyes. "Naruto, her sweet Naruto. Her baby boy. We need you to be brave, okay?" she asked. Choking back his own tears, Naruto nodded. Smiling, Mary placed a kiss on his forehead. "I love you. Always remember that." Naruto nodded again, muttering a small, "I love you too. Now, we need you to stay for your Uncle Ben and Aunt May in the meantime, okay?" Naruto nodded. Watching his wife and son give their final goodbyes, Richard felt the already there pit in his stomach grow. He had failed. He had promised his son's biological mother that he would take care of Naruto forever. Her final wish. And he failed, all because of the decisions he had made. He was a terrible father. And now, his choices were going to be the death of him and his wife, and leaving Naruto with another set of parents gone. Fate was a bitch. Moving forward, he knelt down next to his wife and son, and pulled them into a tight group hug. He struggled to hold in his tears. Why was life so cruel? Ben and May watched with frowns at the sad family. The addition of Naruto in the Parker family was the best thing that had ever happened to them. He had unknowingly pulled Richard and Mary out of their depression, and even though he didn't have his parents' looks, they knew that blood or not, Naruto was their son, Haven been seen with the familiar spark in his eyes when he looked at his school books, unknowingly having the same growing interest in science as his parents. Genetics or not, Ben and May counted Naruto as a true Parker. They themselves see Naruto as their real nephew who they loved immensely. Pulling back a bit, Mary gulped down a sob as she unconsciously moved a stray bang from her son's face. Her fingers trimmed through the untamable mess that was her son's hair, recalling back to the weeks she spent trying to fix it, but later gave up. Haven grown to love his wild hair. And his blue eyes were like looking into the ocean. She chuckled sadly, knowing she would never get to see her son get chased by girls, as she knew he would grow up to be very handsome. He likes to read stories before bed. And likes to sleep with the door a bit open. Don't let him stay up past 10, or eat candy before dinner. She told Ben and May, her voice breaking up as she kept playing with Naruto's hair. Richard frowned sadly as he reluctantly pulled his wife up, feeling her begin to shake. Ben stepped forward and held his hand out to Naruto, smiling a bit at him. With a sad look, Naruto wiped his tears and grabbed his uncle's hand. He watched as his parents began to leave, sending him one last sad smile, before they got in the car and left. It would be the last time Naruto Parker saw his parents, as a week later, two men appeared at the door. The plan Richard and Mary Parker were in, crashed, killing everyone on board. 12 years later. Blue eyes blinking, Naruto Parker shook his head as he snapped out of old memories. Sighing, he posted the latest picture he took by being the photographer for the school's news club on the bulletin board. Closing the glass case, he grabbed his skateboard which leaned against the wall. He walked off toward his locker, pulling his hand in the pocket of his black and orange jacket, his red backpack slung over his shoulder. He wore black pants and red and black sneakers, with a camera hanging on his chest. At the age of 16, he stood at 5 feet 7 inches, and his blonde hair had reached down to his shoulders. It was still as wild as usual, but a bit more tamed. He had a bang falling over his forehead in between his eyes, and if he narrowed his eyes, it would give him a sexy look according to the female students, even more due to his whisker-like marks that women found wild and sexy. Around his neck were black and orange headphones, while on top of his head were familiar glasses. His father's glasses, that when he put them on, his eyes suddenly adjust to see through them for some reason. Same as when he takes them off. He likes to wear them when he's doing homework or working on home projects. According to his Uncle Ben and Aunt May, it makes him look a lot like his father. Naruto, after much studying, not only became one of the most handsome students in the school, but one of, if not, the smartest student there was. Though he likes to keep his grades average, given that his smarts led to bullying at his past grades, and according to a few of his friends, was very dense when it came to women, which he had no idea what they were talking about. Moving through the crowded halls, he made it to his locker. Putting in the combination, he opened it up and exchanged his books for the next class. The door of the locker was stamped with pictures of him and his friends. Hey Naruto. Speaking of friends. Leaning his head back, he spotted his best friend walking towards him. Mary Jane Watson, though Naruto likes to call her MJ, a cute girl he would secretly admit, having long dark red hair that reached down to her back, had soft green eyes, and a few freckles on her nose and cheeks, which Naruto found really cute. He had known her since first grade, when the two became great friends. It helped that their aunts were friends, and lived close to each other by a few blocks, and since then, were practically inseparable. Whenever there was one, the other was always nearby. They were so close, people would often joke of them one day getting married, much to the two's first embarrassment, which later became annoyance as they always hear that. Naruto always argued that they were just friends, with MJ agreeing, though a bit reluctantly with a small blush at first, much to Naruto's confusion. Currently MJ was the reporter for the school's paper, which given her love for finding out juicy secrets, she took as her honorary mission. Sup MJ? He greeted as he stuffed the books in his bag. MJ leaned on the lockers next to his, looking at her best friend in amusement. So tell me, how goes the life of one Naruto Parker? She asked with a smirk. Naruto glanced at her and scoffed in amusement, closing his locker and leaned on it. Oh you know. Going to school where the status of one's popularity could mean life or death. Going to boring classes, eating disgusting cafeteria food, and having to deal with a best friend who looks at you like you're tomorrow's latest gossip story. Other than that, I'm good. He said with a shrug, chuckling when Mary Jane elbowed him on the side. She pouted at him, crossing her arms with a huff. I'll have you know that you aren't tomorrow's gossip issue, you're next week's. Rumor has it that one of the married teachers is having an affair with a student. She said with a grin. Naruto rolled his eyes at that. Drama. No thanks. MJ, you promised that you wouldn't use gossip to ruin people's lives. Remember when you wrote about that cheerleader cheating on her boyfriend with the guy from the soccer team? he reminded, giving her a deadpan look. MJ pouted, crossing her arms childishly. People deserve to know the truth, she argued. Not at the expense of hurting other. He shot back. Mary Jane grumbled as she was forced to agree with Naruto. Fine. I'll just write about the mystery meat that's being served at the cafeteria, she muttered. Naruto chuckled at her. Look, Kong. Princess is getting along with her pet kitty cat. The two cringed when they heard a dreadful voice. Turning, they groaned when they spotted Flash Thompson, quarterback for the Midtown High football team, as well as the local high school bully. It was safe to say that Flash had picked Naruto as his daily target of insults and mockery, mostly due to the blonde's strange markings. Flash was a tall, muscular teen with blonde, spiked-up hair and green eyes. His well-chiseled jaw and looks made him a handsome teen to the girls, putting in him a tie with Naruto, much to the former's annoyance. Naruto and Mary Jane had the dishonest pleasure of saying that they were once friends with Flash in elementary and middle school, back when he was actually nice to hang out with, before he let popularity swell his head. When high school come, he figured popularity was more important than friendship. Luckily, Flash never tried to physically pick on Naruto. A glare from the whiskered blonde would make Flash pale and back off. So he settled for insults and mockery. At his side was Elizabeth Liz Allen, Flash's girlfriend, sending Naruto and Mary Jane an apologetic look. Liz was a cute girl with long dark brown hair, brown eyes, and a tan skin tone. She was a cheerleader and had been dating Flash for a few months. Liz had been friends with Naruto and Mary Jane since middle school, when she had first moved into New York. Even though her boyfriend was a jerk to the two at times, Liz still hanged out with them. Next was Kenneth Kong, Flash's sidekick. Kong, like his name, was a big large guy, shaved head, and could be seen at least 75% of the time eating. Kong was also in the football team and was Flash's lackey, and like the blonde, helps him bully students smaller and weaker than him. However, Naruto and MJ knew that Kong was actually a sweetheart, and only acted mean so he didn't get bullied himself due to his weight. Ah, the life of high school drama. Naruto rolled his eyes at the jock. Every day it was the same old joke. Seriously, his whiskers weren't that strange, and even if it was, the county and area code was used to them. All the way from his childhood everyone and their mother commented on his marking, the latter on how cute and adorable they made him. Flash's mocking was getting old very fast. Flash. Still with the same routine as usual, I see. You've got to change your material, or you'll see your future wind up as a one-class act. Being the starter for the funny clown. Naruto said, making Liz, MJ, and a few close students giggle and laugh. Flash glared at Naruto. Watch it, Parker, or I'll dash. What? Stuff me in a locker? Dunk my head in the toilet? Steal my lunch money? Naruto asked rhetorically, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Oh Flash. If you keep going like this, you'll be seeing your life as nothing more than a janitor. That is, if you pass your finals without having me help you study for a whole week straight. He mocked, making all the students around the laugh. Flash's face turned red in embarrassment. It grew even deeper when Mary Jane and Liz laughed as well. He stuttered, trying to come back with a comment, but felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking back, he saw Randolph Robertson, a tall and muscular dark-skinned man with dark brown hair and eyes. Like Flash and Kong, he was wearing a school football jacket and a Midtown High hat. Randolph was a cool guy, nice to everyone and barely ever got mad. He was able to make fast friends just about everyone. Randolph sent Flash an amused grin. Wow Flash, that's got to burn. He joked, chuckling as well. Face burning red, Flash decided to not embarrass himself anymore, and left, Kong behind him. Laughing, Mary Jane shook her head and looked at Naruto. Oh man. Nice one, Whiskers. Naruto shrugged. Flash is a bully, nothing less. Once he's out of high school, if he gets out, he's in for a high dose of reality. Randolph nodded. True that, man. Flash was his friend and all, but the guy needed to learn that in the real world, his personality would only get him into trouble. I see that I missed the show. Let me guess. Naruto put Flash in his place again. Turning his head, Naruto smiled when he saw his other best friend, and the school's local, rich boy, Harry Osborn. Harry was a good-looking guy, as well as one rich, making him the eye candy of nearly the whole female student body. His father was Norman Osborn, the president of Oscorp, a multinational corporation, making hundreds of dollars in investments. Harry was popular in school for both his money and looks. He had swept back brown hair, and stood at the same height as Naruto. Naruto raised a hand in greeting at him. Yo, Harry. How's my favorite money bag? He said with a wide grin. Harry rolled his eyes with a grin at his friend's antics, knowing he was just joking. One of the reasons Harry liked hanging out with Naruto is because the blonde didn't give a damn about his rich status. Naruto just liked to hang out with him because they were friends. True friends. Unlike other people, Naruto didn't try and get friendly favors out of him, or ask for a few bucks. To Naruto, if you wanted something, you had to earn it through hard work, and not from other people. Exchanging high fives, he nodded in greeting to Mary Jane, getting a nod back. The three made their way to their next class, which Naruto and MJ shared, as Randolph left with his girlfriend, Sally Avril. "So, you guys excited about tomorrow?" Naruto asked with a wide grin. MJ and Harry looked at him in confusion. "What's so special about tomorrow?" MJ asked, raising a brow when Naruto sent her a shocked look. "You're kidding me, right?" he asked, looking at her and Harry. His look increased when the two shook their heads. "How could you guys forget? Tomorrow we're going on a class trip to the Oscorp Science Center," he said in excitement, his eyes practically having stars in them. Now knowing what had him so excited, MJ and Harry rolled their eyes fondly. Naruto had inherited his parents' love for science, and was always excited to learn more on the subjects, often getting caught up in a trance when talking about things no one but people at his level would be able to understand. While not as much of a prodigy on their fields like them, Naruto had determination and will, and always read books numerous times until he memorized the whole thing word for word. Hell, there was once a time where he would be so deep in his studies, he would ignore his friends and family. It nearly ruined his friendship with Mary Jane, if his uncle didn't knock him out of it. Now, more than a few times, if he ever showed signs of unconsciously distancing himself again, MJ would whack him at the back of his head to pull him out. Harry chuckled in amusement at his best friend, while Mary Jane rolled her eyes. Even knowing Naruto for as long as she did, she still didn't understand his love for science. Well, she did, but she just couldn't keep up with him. "Man, Naruto, still the geek as ever, huh?" Harry teased, making Naruto pout childishly, making MJ turn her head to the side, hiding her burning cheeks at the cute look. "I'll have you know, this geek helped you pass your finals last year," he pointed out. "And of course I love science. Not only are there so much great discoveries from it, but it's also an honor of my parents." He finished silently, a sad frown appearing on him as he recalled the last time he ever saw his parents again. A flick to the forehead made him stagger back with a yelp. Running his mark, he looked at Mary Jane, who sent him a disapproving glare. She pointed a finger at him like a scolding mother. "What did I tell you, Naruto Parker? You do not go into a depression again. It took me and your aunt and uncle a long time to pull you out of the last one when we were kids, and we're not going through that again. I know you miss them, but it's no excuse to keep mopping around, okay? I swear, if you go emo again, I'll take away all of your ramen," she threatened, making Naruto pale at the fear of his precious ramen being taken. It was the food of the god. Heaven on earth. She wouldn't dare. However, seeing the look in her eyes, he knew she wasn't bluffing. He rapidly nodded in agreement, making MJ put her hands on her hips with a satisfied smile. Behind them, Harry chuckled in amusement at the two friends. They're like a married couple. They can deny it all they want, but nearly everyone knows that they hold feeling for the other. Shaking his head at the two, he spoke up. "So Naruto, your excitement for tomorrow aside, you want to come over? I just got that new Call of Duty game," he offered. Grinning widely at the news, Naruto looked like he was about to accept it, but remembered something, and shook his head with an apologetic smile. "Sorry man, but I promised Aunt May that I get some stuff from the grocery store for her. She's cooking meatloaf tonight, and I definitely can't miss that." He didn't know why his uncle complained about Aunt May's meatloaf was great. "You want to come?" he offered. Harry shook his head. "No thanks, don't want to intrude. Family dinner isn't my thing," he said, making Naruto frown. He knew Harry's family wasn't as tight as his. Harry's father was a strict man and was always working, ever since Harry's mother passed away. Harry was always invented to have dinner with the Parkers for years, soon becoming a part of the family. "If you say so man," Naruto said, knowing he wouldn't be able to change the Osborn's mind. Just them, the class bell rang, and the three went to their classes. Later that day, Parker residence. "Aunt May. Please," Naruto begged, his face slightly red in embarrassment. Aunt May was a nice old lady. But Naruto, he knew she had a mischievous side to her, mostly targeted at him. He sent a pleading look at his uncle, but received no help as the man just chuckled. Smiling at her nephew, May shrugged. "I'm just saying, Naruto. You and Mary Jane had been friends for a long time, and she has grown into such a beautiful young lady. You better make a move on her, before someone else does," she said as she cut another piece of meatloaf and put it on the blonde Parker's plate, whose face was burning red. "Aunt May, how many times do I have to tell you? Mary Jane and I are just friends." He tried to argue. But Mei just waved him off. And I'm telling you that things can change. You never know, Naruto. The future is not yet written. She told him, making Naruto groan and hide his face in his hands. He sent a look at his uncle, asking for his help. Ben laughed at the blonde boy's situation. I'm sorry, Naruto, but your aunt's right. He smiled lovingly at his wife, grabbing her hands gently. Believe me, back when we were around your age, Mei had lots of men chasing her. I was lucky when I did, and asked her out. We later got married, and spent nearly 25 years together. He smiled at her, making her smile back with as much love in her eyes. Naruto smiled at the two, loving them both very much and happy that they were together. He shook his head. Me and MJ? I'm just not seeing it. He denied. Ben chuckled in amusement. We'll just have to see. Rolling his eyes, Naruto finished his meatloaf and washed his plate before making his leave. I'm going down to the lab. He told them. Make sure you don't stay up too long down there. I don't want you falling asleep on that old couch again. Mei told him. Okay. Mei sighed. That boy. Ben chuckled, nodding in agreement. Like father, like son. He said as he took a bit out of his meatloaf, holding in a cringe at the taste. He didn't understand how Naruto could eat this. He loved his wife dearly, but her meatloaf was her biggest failure. With the approval of his aunt and uncle, Naruto had turned their basement into his own personal lab. Old boxes were either thrown out, sold in a garage sale, or put in a personal storage. With the big space, he put in several old computer monitors that belonged to his parents and his uncles that he no longer used. Naruto bought the latest Stark Industry server for fast processing. He also had a work shelf at the side for when he wanted to invent something, 2 wide chalkboards which had formulas his father worked on but next got to fix, and had brought the old couch down for when he wanted to relax. There were a few boxes kept down here, holding his father's old books, journals, and equipment. And a few photo albums of his mother's. He also had a radio for music, a small TV for news watching, and even a projector for videos or movies. Sitting down on his rolling chair, he rolled over to his computer. Grabbing an earpiece, he put it on. Main server, online. He commanded, his voice-controlled server turning on. System on. Password code, pouting MJ looks like a chipmunk. Instantly, his monitor turned on, displaying a wallpaper of his parents in their wedding day, smiling at the camera. Smiling at the picture, Naruto silently gave his prayer. I miss you guys. I love you. Shaking his head from the sad thought, he stood up. Play Richard Parker's record where we left off. He commanded. Instantly, a recording played, the sound coming off the speakers placed at the corners of the room. This is Richard Parker. This is entry number 15. It is 6:36 p.m., October 5th. I have lately been studying the camouflage mechanism of chameleons. Naruto put on his father's glasses, the blurry vision instantly vanishing and showing clear vision like a camera. He stepped in front of the board, looking at the formulas. Alright Dad, show me what you need fixing. With his headphones over his ears, Naruto stepped off the bus, MJ right behind him. Blue eyes rolling up, Naruto stared in awe at the tall and big building in front of him. It felt like a dream come true for him. He was actually in an advanced science center, home of technology so advanced, they were not seen anywhere else. Even Tony Stark didn't have some of the tech here. MJ chuckled at the look on her friend's face. She knew he was having a nerd moment. This was heaven for him. Somebody pinch me, 'cause I must be dreaming, OW. He immediately regretted his statement as he sent Mary Jane a soft glare, to which she replied with an innocent look. He grumbled something along the lines of minx as he rubbed his elbow where she pinched him. Naruto, you're drooling. She pointed out the slight drool on the corner of his mouth. As the blonde cleaned his lips, MJ looked around, seeing all the students get off the bus and gather around, the instructor up front. Her eyes also took in the large building they stood in front of. She could now see what had made Naruto days. The building was epically tall as the Empire State Building. It reached all the way up to the clouds. She could barely see the roof edge. Seeing how big it was, she knew it would have taken decades to build such a thing. All right people. Gather around. The teacher called out. Naruto and MJ moved up to the front. The teacher waited until everyone was gathered. All right, we will head inside and meet with our guide. I want everyone to be on their best behavior. At that, she sent Flash and Kong a warning look. She did not forget what they did on their last field trip. Said teens tried to look innocent. And failed. Stick together, and don't wander off. Follow all the rules and don't touch anything. Giving the students one last stern look, they headed inside. When in the met the guide, a cheerful Asian woman wearing a lab coat. Welcome to Oscorp Science Center. This is where Oscorp makes great discovering which work to improve how people live their lives. Beginning the tour, the guide led the group into the building. Naruto and MJ were in awe at how massive the inside was. As the tour went, the guide talked about the history of the center and all the genetic and medical breakthroughs. However, only Naruto, and Mary Jane to an extent, were paying attention. Everyone else was finding it too boring, and were just happy to not be in class. Eventi Teach was barely holding on to staying away. They went up to one of the upper floors, into a workstation. Currently, our lab is studying a new experiment. One helped begin by a Dr. Kurt Connors. Cross-species genetics. Naruto muttered, making Mary Jane look at him. What? She asked him. Making sure no one was hearing them, Naruto looked at her, his voice low. Dr. Connors studies cross-species genetics. To, be able to transfer animal or any other species' DNA into another life form. Intentionally creating a new species. It's kind of like a hybrid, or that old chimera story. A being with the DNA of other species. Mary raised a brow at her best friend. How do you know all of that? She asked, a bit weirded out. I read it online. It was also in my dad's journal. He used to work with Dr. Connors in the cross-species project before he died. Though it said that he stopped the project before it got too far. It didn't say why. He finished, looking at the display monitors on the walls as the tour guide explained a bit on the cross-species project. He had been following Dr. Connors' work for a long time, being one of his heroes. At the top of the list was, of course, his father, followed by Kurt Connors, Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Otto Octavius. So what? You're trying to make freaks? Like those mutants? Flash said, causing some muttering amongst the students at the thought of Oscorp creating mutants. Naruto shot him a glare. Unlike others, Naruto didn't see a problem with mutants. And neither did Mary Jane. To Naruto, mutants were just as human as anyone else. The guide shook her head. No, you misunderstand. We are looking to discover the secrets hidden in the animal kingdom, and reproduce certain genetic attributes. Naruto raised his hand. The woman nodded to him. You mean, like when a woman gets Parkinson's when the brain cells that produce dopamine start to disappear. However, there is a species, the zebrafish, which has the ability to regenerate cells on command. If you are able to somehow pass that ability to the woman, she will insentiently cure herself. The woman smiled in surprise and impressed at the teen's intellect. Very observing. Yes, something like that is the goal of our cross-species project. Very good, Mr. Parker. The teacher answered, a proud smile on her face. One of our school's best and brightest. Asterisk cough asterisk nerd asterisk cough asterisk, Flash muttered, making some students chuckle. MJ shot them a glare. Naruto didn't care. He was proud to be smart like his parents. The guide nodded, still smiling at Naruto. Well, it is the nerds, as you put it, that help out race advance. She then turned to the group. Now then, there is something I must check. Please feel free to look around. But do not disturb the workers, or mess with anything. With permission to move around, the group separated into groups and went their own way. Naruto, Mary Jane, and Harry, who had been in the back, looking bored, were looking at the cases that held some spiders. Wow, creepy. Mary Jane muttered as she kneeled closer to take a look. She jumped when she felt something tickle the back of her neck. She glared at the chuckling Naruto. So not funny, Whiskers. She hissed at him. Shrugging, Naruto pulled her back a bit. Careful, Red. You don't want to accidentally tumble the cages down and release the spiders. Do you? Shivering at the horrifying thought of spiders crawling all over her, Mary Jane nodded and stepped back. Still chuckling, Naruto looked around the place. I definitely want to work in a place like this one day. He said, looking at all the high-tech equipment at the back and corners, protected behind glass. Harry chuckled at his buddy. I'm sure you will one day, Naruto. I'm pretty sure you'll be getting scholarships and invites with your big brain. Mary Jane nodded in agreement. Her friend was really smart, and no doubt would get into high colleges with his grades and smarts. Shrugging, Naruto looked at a monitor next to the spider cases. Says here that the spiders are also part of the cross-species project. They've been injected with some kind of formula, making them radioactive in a sense, and it could be dangerous if bitten by one. MJ shivered as she looked cautiously at the caged spiders as they jumped or crawled on the glass. Naruto saw this, and put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Red. These people would be crazy to put experimental subjects out in public. In fact, there's a note here that says that these are just regular spiders. No doubt the experimental spiders are kept in a storage, or something. He said, making the redhead sigh in relief. Seeing her calm, he nudged her. Looking at him, she saw him hold up the camera he brought, having gotten permission from the guide. How about some pictures? Or are you still camera shy? He teased. She rolled her eyes. She hasn't been shy since she was a kid. Nodding, she smiled at the camera as Naruto stepped back while she posed in front next to the cages. Meanwhile, moving through the scattered students, two men in suits, one carrying a briefcase cuffed to his wrist, made their way to the restricted area. Entering a hall, they stopped in front of a locked steel door, with an electronic pad key on the side. Putting in the entry code, the door slid open. Entering, there were two doors, one at the other end leading into a chamber in blue lighting, and another one at the side. The men entered the side door, where inside was a hall with a wide display window into the other room. Walking down, they glanced at the window, where men in hazmat suits monitored the machines which were stretching web-like substances. The previous door had been the entry into the chamber to where the experimented spiders were kept. Ignoring the work, they entered the room at the end of the hallway. It was an office to the leader of the project they were here to receive the progress of. The man saw then as he stood in front of his computer, and stood up, nodding and greeting at them with a nervous smile. Without a response, they stood in front of him. "We're here for progress report." The one at the left, without the briefcase, spoke, his voice stern. Gulping nervously, the man nodded. He gestured out the side window, to where it displayed the machine stretching the web. "Well, as you can see, the webbing from the genetically enhanced spiders are showing great progress. They are as durable and strong as cables, yet as light as ordinary webbing." The man cut him off. "We are not here for that, Professor. What is the progress in gene splicing?" The professor stuttered. "We were successfully able to add in the DNA of different arachnid species to 3 out of the 10 spiders picked. Progress is good. And is it compatible with the cross-species project?" the man in the suit asked. Here the prof gulped, fixing his collar nervously. "Unfortunately, as you know, we have chosen the spider class, because it would make it easier to crossbreed. However, when we tried it, the test subjects have all died. As you know, the formula had been taken from Kurt Connor's and Richard Parker's work. However, we have only received the first half of the formula, and Kurt Connors has shown to not know the second half. All of Richard Parker's work has vanished after his death. Without the second half, it is impossible to correct the errors." "Mr. Lee," the man said, his voice hard and threatening, making the professor tense. "May I remind you that Mr. Osborne is demanding for the project to be finished within a month's time?" he said, making the man nod in understanding. Looking at the man at his side, the first suit nodded. The second man put the briefcase on the desk. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a small key and uncuffed his wrist. Putting in the combination to the lock, he opened it and turned the case around, displaying what was inside to the scientist. The man's eyes widened at what he saw inside. Reaching in, he pulled out a file. Opening it up, he looked through the papers, his eyes widening more as he looked on. "Is this? If you require a substitute, you will use this," the man said. Lee looked at the two in shock. But, how did you get this?" "That is none of your concern, Professor. Just finish the cross-species project. Or you're fired," the man said, before the two suits left the office, leaving behind the shocked professor. Back outside, Naruto continued to take pictures of MJ, who posed next to a large machine, pointing at it with a smile. "Come on, MJ. The camera loves you." Mary Jane laughed in amusement. "Okay, Naruto. I think that's enough pictures of me," she said with a smile. The blonde Parker shrugged. "Okay then, now you take pictures of me while I pose sexy," he said with a joking grin, making her roll her eyes at him. Harry laughed at that. "I'm pretty sure a lot of girls would pay a lot to have a picture of you, Naruto," he stated, with the blonde nodding. However, behind them, Mary Jane narrowed her eyes in annoyance. She knew full well that Naruto was one of the most sought-after boys in school, his handsome looks and kind nature attracting women like flies. Hell, she even saw a few of the female teachers eyed him a couple of times. And she hated it. She won't lie. She herself had a crush on the blonde back when they were kids. She still does. However, any hint she gave Naruto went right over his head. So she stopped trying for a bit. Doesn't mean she was going to let some sluts pin after him. She even knew that Liz had a thing for Naruto, before and even after she began dating Flash. But like always, Naruto didn't notice. Which was a good thing for Mary Jane. Arg. Not only was Naruto so oblivious to a girl's feelings, but his kind personality will no doubt keep pilling in competition, until someone actually gets him. And heaven or hell, that's going to be me. She mentally swore. She just needed to find the right time to tell him. Naruto and Harry looked at Mary Jane as she grinned in an eerie way. Sharing a glance, they shrugged. "Girls? So Naruto, how's that job hunting thing going?" Harry asked as the three moved to check out the other displays. Naruto sighed. "Not good. My only options are pizza delivery, or working as a photographer for the Daily Bugle. Snapping out of her daydream, Mary Jane looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with the second choice? The Daily Bugle covers some great news, she said. In fact, she herself wished to work there one day as they were one of the top 5 news businesses in Manhattan. Naruto nodded. That's true. However, it would mean that I would have to work for J. Jonah Jameson, he said, scoffing as he crossed his arms. He's nothing but an egotistical jerk who only wants to make people look bad. I mean, have you seen his last headline? Orphans cluttering the streets. No room in society. That guy likes writing false news more than he likes hearing the sound of his own voice, he argued. MJ raised a brow at his heated comments. Wow. He must really not like Jameson. Then again, the guy did try and force a comment from him when his parents died. That was not a good day for either Naruto or Jameson. For a 4-year, Naruto sure did had a strong right hook. A painful one, especially when struck in the balls. It was a bad day for Jameson. And it was a bad then turned alright day for Naruto. Nothing like punching a jerk in the balls to make someone happy. Then what are you going to do? You said it yourself you wanted to earn enough money to buy a motorcycle, or something. Still don't know why, she said, muttering at the end, but Naruto heard her. I told you, I hate taking the bus. I either find myself sitting next to a fat guy, or a crying baby whose mother ignores it. I just can't deal with it, he said with a sigh, making Harry roll his eyes. Meanwhile, at the back restricted area, one of the workers in the hazmat suit came out of the room. However, the man had forgotten a strict rule when in the lab: always get disinfected. And because he didn't, he had an extra guest. On his shoulder, a small spider crawled down his back and jumped down to the ground. It scurried off, moving quickly around the giant feet of the many people and made it to the wall. It began climbing the wall and headed to the ceiling. Naruto sighed as he leaned against a ceiling post as he watched Flash and his buddies messing around with each other. Idiots were going to break something in science lab with chemicals and other fragile and dangerous equipment. I'd be surprised if the idiot lives to his 30s, or doesn't wind up in jail. Mary Jane and met up with Liz and the two went somewhere else. Harry went to get him and Naruto a soda from a vending machine he spotted out in the lobby. Laying his head back, he let his mind wander. His life was good. Sure, his parents were dead, but he still had his aunt and uncle. He had Mary Jane and Harry. Sure, it was tough growing up, being smarter than others often led to some bullying moments, but he pushed through them. He often wondered if his parents were proud of the man he was becoming, but knew that no doubt would be. He was going to honor their memories by becoming a great scientist like them. Still, he wouldn't mind some excitement in his life. Some adventure. He remembered when his father would tell him stories of the times he would travel around the world, learning new things, meeting people, and all. Though as the saying goes, there's no place like home. As his father always says, family and friends are forever, as home is where they are. Harry approached him, carrying 2 cans of Coke. Here you go, man, he said, getting the blonde's attention. Nodding in thanks, he grabbed his can. Popping it open, he took a sip. Hey Naru. Looking up, he smiled when he saw Mary Jane and Liz walking toward them. Hey girls, he greeted. How you doing, Liz? Okay. This place is pretty boring though, she said. Naruto chuckled at that. Hey, science wasn't for everyone. Well, at least we aren't in school, Mary Jane said, making Liz agree with a giggle. Rolling his eyes, Naruto took a sip of his soda. Unknown to the group, above them, the escaped spider hovered over them from a metal bar. Its 8 eyes looked down at them, in particular, the young blonde. Its primal instincts were drawn to him for some reason. Slowly and carefully, it created a web line and began to lower itself down to them. All right, everyone. Looking up, the 4 teens saw the teacher. Gather around. We'll be heading up to the top levels to see more. A few students groaned at that. Rolling his eyes, Naruto took another sip. Pushing off the wall, he and his friends approached the gathering group of students. He grunted as Flash pushed past him roughly. He glared at the back of the taller blonde's head. Asshole. He felt an arm wrap around his shoulder. Turning his head, he smiled when he saw Harry. Chuckling, he wrapped an arm around his pal's shoulder too. The students were soon gathered in front of the teacher. All right then, let's get going. Mary glanced at Naruto as the group began walking. So Naruto, you enjoying the trip? Naruto chuckled, nodding as he raised his can up to his lips. You know it is, he said with a grin. Well, enjoy it while you can, Whiskers. MJ replied with a chuckle. Naruto scoffed a bit. Damn well I will, he said, and was about to take a sip, when, Aya! Everyone jumped at the scream and snapped their heads back. Mary Jane gave a cry of shock and surprise, jumping back. Harry's eyes widened as a gasp left his lips. Many of the students shouted in surprise while some nearby employees jumped, objects in hands falling and crashing into the ground. The cause? Naruto screamed loudly, his can falling to the ground, spilling the leftover soda as he held his right hand up, showing a spider which was biting the back of the hand. He screamed as pain began to course through his body. Gritting his teeth, he swiped his hand around, trying desperately to get the spider off. With his other hand, he swiped at the spider, successfully pushing it off and sending it flying somewhere, he didn't care where. All he focused on was the great amount of pain coursing through his body. He gritted his teeth hard, his vision blurring. His eyes dilated as his head pounded. He swayed in his step as the room span. Eyes rolling, he could barely hear the worry-filled voice of Mary Jane, before he fell backwards to the ground, his vision turning black. Naruto. Chapter 2, Along came an itsy-bitsy spider. Naruto groaned as his senses came back to him. He raised a hand to his head, which felt like it was pounding like a drum. Damn, what the hell happened? He thought, waiting for the pounding in his head to clear. Last thing he remembered was a spider biting him on the hand, an incredible pain, and then darkness. Grunting, he sat up, holding his head. Damn spider. It better had not been poisonous. That would suck. He then remembered hearing Mary Jane's voice before he blacked out. Crap. She must be scared to death. Not to mention Aunt May and Uncle Ben if they were told. Better find them and let them know that I'm okay. It was weird, other than the headache, he didn't feel any pain. Maybe an antidote? Massaging his head, he blinked when he felt a strange wetness on his butt and back. And moving his hand, he heard a distinctive swish of water. Looking up, his blurry eyes soon cleared, before widening. Last he recalled, he was in the Oscorp Science Center, so where the hell was he? Looking around, he saw that he was in what looked like a large dark sewer. Oh my god. Did they think I was dead and dumped my body down the sewer to cover their tracks like in the movies? He thought in horror, before shaking his head. No way would they do that, he hoped. Looking down at the water he was sitting in, he was disgusted when he realized that he was sitting in sewer water. Quickly getting up, he brushed the back of his pants to try and dry them a bit. Only to blink in surprise when he felt the back of his pants and shirt completely dry. Not a wet spot to be found. Blinking in confusion, Naruto looked. Is this a dream? He muttered, rubbing the back of his head. The sewer was big and wide, as big as his room. There were large pipes lining the walls, and looking at them, he saw that they had a strange glow to them. There were two sets, pipes that glowed yellow, and another, larger pipe that glowed a deep red. They ran the walls, heading into the dark shadows in front of him. Where am I? He asked, hoping to find a way out as he looked around. Looking up, all he saw was a seemingly endless darkness, not ceiling to be spotted. He closed his eyes. If this was a dream, then he should be able to wake up. Scrunching his eyes, he then opened them. Still in the sewer. Sighing, he tried to figure out what to do now. Grrrrrrr. The blonde Parker jumped at the inhuman growl that echoed all around him. Looking around nervously, he tried to figure out where it came from. No such luck. Gulping, he cautiously began walking forward. It was best not to stay in one spot with whatever was making that noise around. As he walked, hoping he wasn't accidentally heading into the direction of the beast, he kept an eye out for any signs of exits. Walking in the darkness, down what looked to be an endless hallway, Naruto only got more and more nervous. Just where was he? This was a dream, right? Right? If so, then why wasn't he waking up? It felt like one, as he felt like he was walking for hours. He was beginning to fear that he would be lost forever, as he wandered the darkness. Suddenly, squinting his eyes, they widened when he could faintly see a small speck of light. Relief feeling him, he began running fast to the light, hoping it was a way out of here. Once he reached the light, his relief left him when he saw it wasn't a way out. Disappointment feeling him, he walked cautiously into a large chamber, at least that's what it looked like. It was as big as the inside of the science center, very spacious. It was a bit brighter, the room shined in a dull pale yellow light. He looked around in confusion. There were walls made of smooth stone, yet as he looked at them, he saw that the room was covered a bit in spider webbing on the walls and corners. A lot of small spiders crawling around, making his shiver as he unconsciously rubbed his hand. Great, just what he needed. More spiders. He halted in his step when a large spider, as big as his hand, crawled in his path. It didn't even look at him as it moved on, making him raise a brow. He looked at all the spider, wondering where he was for there to be so many. Maybe an abandoned sewer plant? Or if this was a dream, it was a weird one. Shaking his head, he kept looking around. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Looking straight ahead, he blinked in surprise when he saw a humongous cage, bigger than even the science center. Holy shit. I think I just found Godzilla's cage. Naruto said. He jumped when he heard the low and dead growl. The same growl he heard before. Crap. Keeping a wary eye in the large cage, the inside filled black with shadows, Naruto slowly began to walk backwards. There was no way he was messing with whatever was inside that cage. I am not going to be lunch for the steroid sewer gator, he thought. Just as he was about to reach the chamber entrance, just as he was about to be in the safe zone, he suddenly screamed. Ayaha! Screaming in pain, Naruto fell to his knees, grabbing his head as he felt a massive migraine appear. It felt like he was having a sonic emitter activate inside his skull, while at the same time his head felt like it was being assaulted by sledgehammers. Gah! He tried to fight through the pain, but it was too much. Ruhuaerer. Eyes widening, Naruto struggled through the pain enough to raise his head. It was then that he saw something that would no doubt haunt his dreams. An eye. A massive eye, as big as a full-grown man. Red as blood with a vertical slit pupil, piercing through the darkness of the cage, glaring at him with so much hate and anger, it nearly drowned him. Boy! I will rip you to shreds and escape this prison. Naruto gasped, his breath caught in his throat, when a heavy and dreadful felling smashed down on him. He fell to his hands as he felt like he was being crushed hard by gravity. His stomach acid struggled to crawl up his throat at the force. Even still, Naruto never looked away from the large eye. What was this thing? What was this monster? Just where the hell was he? The beast gave an earth-shaking roar, making the blonde teen cover his ears. You cannot keep me here forever, Yondaime. I will break free and destroy this pathetic human. Mark my words. Suddenly, Naruto's vision turned dark. New York Hospital. Snapping his eyes opened, Naruto gasped hard for air. His heart raced and forehead sweated as his mind stilled on the frozen image he last saw. That large eyes glaring at him, and the heavy feeling of death washing over him. Gasping for breath, he slowly began to calm down. As his senses awoke, he now realized his location. The white walls and medical equipment let him know he was in a hospital room. Please let this be real. Naruto thought hopefully, not wanting to face something like that monster again. With a grunt, he sat up. His muscles hurt and were stiff. He smacked his dry lips. God, he was thirsty. Just then, the door opened, making him turn to it, and saw a young nurse walk in to do her checkup. Looking up, she stopped in her tracks when her eyes connected with him. The two stood silently, looking at one another. Blinking, Naruto cautiously raised a hand at her. Hi. Gasping, the nurse dropped her clipboard and ran out the room, making Naruto sweat drop. Was it something I said? Minutes later, the nurse returned with a few doctors. Naruto tried to ask something, but was ignored as the doctors checked his vitals. They kept poking him and flashing lights in his eyes. All in all, it was really annoying. Luckily, the soon finished, and silently left the room. Raising a brow after then, he sat alone in confusion. What the hell was that all about? The door then opened again, making him dread another thorough checkup, but smiled when he saw it was his Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and Mary Jane, the females having tears in their eyes as they looked at him. Hey guy. Naruto said, smiling at them. He then oofed when his aunt and best friend tackled him in a tight hug, making him groan. Though he softened when he heard them sobbing. He wrapped the two in an embrace. He smiled at his uncle, who smiled happily at him, glad that he was okay as he ruffled his blonde locks. Once May and Mary Jane got a hold of themselves, they sat in chairs beside his bed, Aunt May sitting on the bed beside him, holding him like a mother as she ran fingers through his hair. So, what happened? Naruto asked. Mary Jane frowned, her eyes glittering in tears. Well, after you got bitten by that spider, you passed out. Your body was twitching and spazzing like you were having a seizure. The teacher and workers called the hospital and you were rushed over her. You were unconscious for 3 weeks. A lot of the time you spazzed out. I thought that she stopped, biting her lip. The image of a spazzing Naruto on the floor, eyes rolled up would haunt her dreams for many nights. Naruto's eyes widened. 3 weeks. Looking at the side, he blinked when he saw a large assortment of gifts gathered at the front of the room. Aunt May saw where he was looking at and explained. Your friends from school always appear to wish you well. She said, making Naruto nod. He saw get well cards, balloons, even a giant teddy bear, much to his embarrassment, from Liz as said in the card on it. To his surprise, he saw a gift basket, and from the card, it was for Flash. Ah. So the big idiot does care. He thought humorously at the thought of his ex-friend and bully. You have everyone worried sick, Naruto. Ben said. When he and Mary got the call from the hospital about their nephew, they literally dropped what they were doing and rushed over. When they say Naruto in the hospital bed, twitching like crazy with doctors all around him struggling to hold him down, they feared the worst. It was bad enough they lost Richard and May, they didn't know if they could last losing the boy they loved like their own son. Naruto frowned and rubbed the back of his head. He didn't mean to worry his aunt and uncle, especially his Aunt May. Sure, he didn't have much of a choice in getting bitten by a spider, but he hated worrying the people who practically raised him since he was 4. Sorry, he muttered. May smiled at her nephew, glad he was okay. Tightening her hold in him, she placed a kiss on the top of his head. All that mattered was that he was okay. When we get home I'll make you some oatmeal, she told him, making him nod. Once Naruto was given a few more checkups from the doctor to make sure everything was working all right, he was free to leave. Other than a big appetite, Naruto felt good. Better even. He felt completely healthy and fit. Once he got home, Naruto ate 3 bowls of oatmeal, 3 pounds of meatloaf, and 5 bowls of ramen, much to his aunt and uncle's shock. Even though he was given a clean bill, Aunt May forbid Naruto from going to school or his lab for the next few days. She would have made it a week, but Ben made her change her mind. So being forced to rest by his aunt, Naruto laid in his bed, reading a bit from his dad's journal. However, he found it hard to concentrate as his mind kept wandering back to the strange dream of the monster. Just what was that about? With a sigh, he shook his head. He's been reading too many comics. He turned over on his back. Laying an arm over his eyes, he decided to take a nap to ease his slight headache. Oscorp. Norman Osborn was a man of business. To him, maintaining his company was top priority. Don't get him wrong, he still loved his wife and son, to an extent, but the company had to come first. After all, he spent his life bringing himself to where he was now, and had to make sure nothing ruined his hard work. The techs in the lab are showing better progress in the cross-species project with the addition of the new formula. Sitting behind his desk, Norman listened to the report one of his men gave. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, make sure they finish testing within a month. Let them know it is crucial that the project be 100% productable. Let them know I want it finished. Norman ordered. The man nodded. Of course, sir. There is one more thing to report. Norman nodded. I'm not sure if you read the report, but 3 weeks ago in the Science Center, one of the students taking a tour had accident with one of the specimen. Norman raised an eyebrow, gesturing for the man to continue. He was bitten by presumably one of the spiders on display. A Mr. Parker. Norman blinked in surprise at that. Parker, Naruto Parker? He asked, receiving a nod. He knew Naruto, he was Harry's best friend. He had met Naruto himself the same day Harry did. The kid was on his way home on a rainy day when his bike broke. It just so happened that he and Harry were on their way home in a limo when they spotted him. Harry made the drive stop and decided to help Naruto out by giving him a ride, recognizing him from school. Norman could say he liked Naruto. He was very smart, not as smart as his father, Richard Parker, who Norman knew very well, but the boy had much potential. Yes, sir. The spider bit him and made Mr. Parker have a seizure. Calls for medical assistance were made and he was transported to the hospital. I've taken the liberty of assigning men to watch his recovery progress. He was signed out with a healthy bill this morning. Norman frowned. This event could be bad publicity for his company. He would need to fix this before it got bad. Have all the medical bills covered and some money transferred into the Parker's account. Also, no doubt the news would approach me about this. Have a press conference schedule. We need to keep our image good. Understood, sir. And keep an eye on Mr. Parker. This may be an accident, maybe not. Any incidents with the Science Center cannot be taken too lightly. 3 days later, Midtown High. With the aunt-issued home imprisonment over, Naruto returned to school. However, his day back was one that was uncomfortable. As he walked down the hall, he was given a wide space by the other students. The rumor of his accidents had spread like fire to the whole school, everyone giving him weird or concerned looks. Hey, you hear what happened to Naruto? Yeah. People said that he was poisoned by a spider and was taken to the hospital. It was pretty bad. I heard he almost died. You think he's got a disease from the bite? I'm surprised he actually got better and came back to school. He's been in a coma for 3 weeks. Naruto sighed at all the talk happening around him. Making it to his locker, he slammed his head against it. As if his school life wasn't bad enough. In middle school he got into a fight with some bullies who were picking on Mary Jane. It made him very angry and he attacked the boys, who were a few years older than him. End result, he got a few bruises, while the 3 guys were bleeding and had broken arms. He was called a freak and a berserker as he showed a lot of anger. It was worse as it was his dead parents' anniversary and he was in a bad mood. His Uncle Ben had helped him with his anger by putting him in boxing classes and martial arts to help calm him down. He would never forget the words Uncle Ben spoke to him. Naruto, I know that life is hard. I also know that you miss your parents very much. But know that they wouldn't want you to cry their loss forever. You know, that they would want you to keep moving forward. They will never truly be gone, as long as you remember them and cherish your memories of them. You also can't let your anger get to you. You have a great mind and heart. I've seen you. You have a power to love and protect. Like your father, you will one day be able to help a lot of people. Always remember, your heart and mind are your greatest power. And always remember, with great power, comes great responsibility. Naruto would never forget his uncle's words. From then on, Naruto would always keep control over his sadness and anger, knowing it wouldn't be something his parents would want. It worked, but he was still avoided in school. It only changed when he hit puberty and grew his looks, as well as began studying serious to increase his grade. Naruto felt a nudge in his side. Looking up, he saw Mary Jane smiling comfortably at him. Behind her was Harry, also smiling at him. "Glad to see you're back on your feet, Whiskers," MJ said. "Glad you're okay, Naruto. You sure had everyone worried," Harry said. Naruto smiled, glad to see his best friends weren't avoiding him. "Yeah, well, other than a slight headache, I'll totally fine," he said, grinning at them. However, Mary Jane frowned when she heard about the headache. "Really? Maybe you should take the day off too. Get some more sleep," she suggested, not wanting the blonde to stress himself out. Naruto shook his head. "Don't worry, Red. I'm fine," he said, but it didn't make MJ feel any better as she looked worriedly at him. Rolling his eyes, Naruto wrapped an arm around her in comfort. "Listen, if I begin to feel worse, I'll go home. Okay?" he offered. While not much better, Mary Jane nodded, knowing Naruto was too stubborn to take a sick day for his health. Chuckling, Harry moved to Naruto's other side, with the blonde wrapping an arm around his shoulder too. The three sharing a laugh, they moved out to head to class. However, Naruto suddenly felt a strange sensation. It felt like a buzz at the back of his head. Eyes widening, his body seemed to react before his brain did, and pulled Mary Jane and Harry down a bit with him, making them yelp in surprise. Over them, a football sailed over, and hit a teacher in the back of the head. "AH!" the teacher shouted in surprise. Turning over as Naruto, Harry, and Mary Jane stood up, the latter two looking at Naruto in confusion. The three turned around as well, and saw Flash with his arm held out at them, a surprised look in his face. "Mr. Thompson!" the teacher shouted at the quarterback as he marched toward the blonde. While Flash was being scolded, Harry and Mary Jane looked at Naruto. "Wow, Naruto, nice move," Harry said, surprised at Naruto's lucky move. Naruto just blinked, still surprised and confused at what just happened. Mary Jane nodded. "Talk about luck. It's like you knew Flash was about to hit us. How'd you do that?" she asked the blonde. Naruto looked at her, eyes slightly wide. I don't know," he muttered. Deciding to put the strange event behind them, the three went to class. Sitting in the class for nearly an hour, listening to the teacher drone on, was a struggle not to fall asleep or get distracted easily. However, for Naruto, it was much harder for him. Leaning his head on his hand, Naruto groaned quietly as he massaged his aching head. It felt like an earthquake was rumbling in his skull. And was it just him, or was the teacher talking very loud, even though he was in the back of the classroom? From where he was sitting, it was like the teacher was talking right next to him. Not only him. Eye-twitching, Naruto looked at the clock on the wall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was listening to a mega speaker. Bzzzzz. Eyes moving, he saw a fly flying at the corner, yet it was like it was buzzing right near his ear. What was happening? Blinking, he stared at the fly, which suddenly began moving in slow motion. His sight was also very strange, as from his place, his vision was similar to that of a magnifying glass. As to his sight, the fly enlarged in size. His eyes tracked the slow pattern of its flapping wings, the twitch of its legs, and the slow, echoing buzz. Grunting, he grabbed his head as he was assaulted with another round of pain. His ears began having an agonizing ringing, very loud and painful in his eardrums. Everything was so loud. The ticking of the cloud, the teacher's voice, the tapping of a student's pencil against her desk, and the screeching of the chalk against the board. Gritting his teeth, Naruto tried to drown all the noise off. It was easier said than done. "Naruto, Naruto, Naruto." Eyes widening, the blonde shot his head up. All the noise just disappeared, just like that. Blinking, he looked up and saw the whole class looking at him. He saw Mary Jane looking at him in concern, Flash struggling to hold back his laughter, and the teacher looking at him in disappointment, with a bit of concern. "Mr. Parker, while you may be one of the smartest students in school, it does not give you the right to daydream in class," the teacher scolded. Naruto chuckled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, Mrs. Parkson. May I be excused to the restroom for a bit? I need to clear my head a bit," he asked. The teacher nodded, knowing about the accident on the field trip. Okay. But if you're not feeling good, go to the nurse's office. She told him. Nodding, Naruto stood up, gave Mary Jane a soft smile, and left. Walking the empty halls, Naruto massaged his temple. He then let out a gasp as a jolt of fiery pain coursed through his body. Gritting his teeth, he caught himself from falling by leaning against the lockers. Hissing, he held up his right hand. On the back of the hand was the wart where the spider bit him. Moaning, he cradled his hand, feeling pins and needles in his arm. Gasping, he tried to keep his balance as his vision blurred. Keeping a hand on the lockers, he tried to take steps. Today was just not his day. He blinked when he suddenly heard a noise. It sounded like growling. Eyes widening, he snapped around, the memory of his dream coming back to him. Looking around in caution, he narrowed his eyes when he didn't see anything. He gasped when another jolt of pain stuck him. Again, he heard a dark growl. Pathetic virus. What? He muttered, thinking he heard a voice. Eyes widening when another strike pulsed, he fell to his knees. He groaned as he wrapped an arm around his stomach, feeling a deep burning coming from it. What's happening? He gasped out. Unknown to him, his blue eyes flashed crimson red for a split second. As well as his whisker marks growing bolder for a few seconds before returning to normal. His fingernails grew and sharpened into claws like a beast, looking to tear through skin and metal easily, then shrinking. Interesting. This may prove to be amusing. Let's see if you can live through this, boy. If so, this should prove entertaining. Who are you? He demanded, but didn't get an answer. Feeling another jolt, the blonde Parker tried to get up to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he put his hand on the lockers and tried to push himself up. It proved difficult and exhausting, but he made it to his feet. His vision blurry from the pain, his eyes watery, but Naruto could faintly make out the exit. With one arm holding the lockers and the other wrapped around his burning abdomen, Naruto walked on wobbly feet toward the exit. A part of him told him to get to the nurse's office to get help, but another part wanted to get out of there. The walls felt too close, making him too boxed in. He could barely breathe. He needed air. Making it to the doors, he pushed out, grunting when the sun hit him. He staggered across the courtyard, his head, his hand, his stomach, his everything was burning. He could barely see where he was going, his vision watered. Honk! Honk! His head turning to the side, his eyes widened when he saw a car about to hit him. He barely registered a familiar tingling in his head from the shock, before again, his body acted subconsciously. To Naruto, everything that happened next was like a blur. 1 second, he stared at the approaching cars, eyes wide like a deer. The next he took a step back and... What the hell? Naruto yelled in shock, looking after the car from where he was at. And where was he? Sticking against the wall of a building across the street, Wada. How did I? What the hell is going on? Naruto shouted in fear, his mind and heart racing. To find yourself sticking to a wall like glue on his hands and feet wasn't normal. Was he a mutant? Was that how he was able to do this? No. That can't be. Could it? Hissing, he looked at his right hand, as the bite burned. Glaring at the wart, his eyes then softened and widened. He recalled the event. How that spider bit him. Not just that. Cross-species genetics. Naruto muttered, making Mary Jane look at him. What? She asked him. Making sure no one was hearing them, Naruto looked at her, his voice low. Dr. Connors studies cross-species genetics. To, be able to transfer animal or any other species' DNA into another life form. Intentionally creating a new species. It's kind of like a hybrid, or that old chimera story. A being with the DNA of other species. That spider, it must have been part of the cross-species project. Naruto said in realization. He needed to get to his lab and fast. Now if he just knew how to get down. At the subconscious command, Naruto yelped as he became unstuck. Yelling as he fell to the ground, he moved quick and grabbed onto a fire escape. Sighing in relief, he climbed up and took the stairs down. Making it to the ground, he made his way quickly. Making it to his house, he said a quick, merely wasn't feeling good. He'll paint the lab. To his blinking aunt and uncle, Naruto sat in his lab in front of his microscope. He had taken a sample of his blood and was looking at it. What he saw shocked him. His DNA was changed. It was as if the bite from the spider added something to it. His molecules were different with new cells. Even with his experience in science and biology, he didn't think something like this was possible. Sure, he knew Oscorp, Dr. Connors, and his father worked on this, but it sounded like it was something that would take years to accomplish. So then, how am I different? He thought to himself. Taking the sample out from under the scope, Naruto put his hand under the lens. Looking, he gasped when he saw small hairs growing from his fingertips. Spider hair. Similar to the hairs on a spider's legs that helped them climb walls, he had them too. Narrowing his eyes, he walked to the wall. Looking down at his hands, he gently pressed his fingers on it. Giving a gentle tug, he felt a slight suction. Pressing his other hand, pulled himself up. He gasped when he began crawling up the wall like a spider. He was actually defying gravity and his weight and climbing up the vertical surface with just his hands and feet. Making all the way to the ceiling, he was amazed at what he was able to do. Only one thought went through his head. I've got to tell MJ. Mary Jane Watson was Naruto Parker's best friend in the whole world. Since first grade, they have been inseparable. They would always be there for one another, even signing up for the same clubs and activities together. They had long ago made a promise to never keep a secret from the other, no matter how embarrassing. Hell, they even gave the other their first kiss. Sitting in a bench at the park, a young 12-year-old Naruto and Mary Jane sat uncomfortably. Looking at the other, they closed their eyes tightly and puckered their lips. Leaning in, they pecked the other's lips. Eyes widening, they quickly separated and gagged. The two would always worry about one another, such as this case as MJ was walking to Naruto's house with a frown. She was really worried when Naruto suddenly grabbed his head in pain in class. And he didn't come back after being allowed to go to the restroom. She feared something happened to him when she and Harry went to the restroom to see if he was still there. Harry went in, and came back out, saying he wasn't there. They checked the nurse's office, only to be told that Naruto didn't show up. With Naruto's bag in her hand to return to him, she hoped he had instead went home. Along with his Aunt May and Uncle Ben, MJ has always been there for the blonde. She had hoped that when he left the hospital, he would be back to his annoying, silly, fun-loving, and cute self. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Taking it out. Her eyes widened when she saw it was Naruto. She quickly answers. Naruto? Are you okay? You didn't come back dash. She was cut off. MJ, get to my lab as fast as you can. Hurry, was all she heard before she was hung up. Now she was really worried, so she began running toward the Parker house as fast as she could. Getting there, she knocked loudly on the door. Hello? Anyone there? She called out. After a few seconds of no answer, she tried the knob. It was unlocked. Gulping nervously, she opened the door and walked in. Hello? Naruto? Aunt May? Uncle Ben? She called. The living room was empty, and it was dark. Shivering in fear, she cautiously walked it. Luckily she was a 3-year black belt in karate. Looking around, she entered the kitchen. There was a plate of food in the table. Stepping forward, she placed a hand over the plate. It was still warm. Getting scared, she gulped. She jumped when she heard a loud thud. It came from Naruto's lab downstairs. Reaching out, she grabbed a rolling pin and held it tightly in her hands. She slowly began moving toward the open door to the basement. Looking down, she saw that the lights were on. She swallowed hard. And Naruto? MJ? Down here. She heard him call to her. She didn't hear a panic in his voice, calming her down a bit, but still remained cautious. She slowly began walking down the steps, the creaking of boards not helping her mood. When she made it down, she looked around the lab. She saw all his equipment, but didn't see any sign of her blonde crush. Still holding her makeshift weapon, she walked further in slowly. Naruto? She said. MJ, up here. Cautiously looking up, Mary Jane let out a shriek when she spotted Naruto, laying upside down on the ceiling. Ah! Naruto flinched at the loud scream. He should have expected this. Mary Jane dropped the pin, and fell back on the floor. She crawled back as Naruto fell down and landed on his feet. He held his hands up to the scared redhead. Whoa. MJ, calm down. No. Get away. MJ begged as she crawled all the way back to the wall. Naruto moved toward her and grabbed her by the shoulders, making her struggle. No. Don't hurt me. MJ. Calm down. It's me. Naruto. Naruto shouted at her, hoping to calm her down. MJ still struggled against his grasp for a minute, before she slowly began to calm down, making him sigh in relief. Once she stopped fighting, she slowly looked at Naruto's blue eyes. Panting, she stared at him as he slowly let go of her shoulders. And Naruto? She muttered, to which he nodded. She pointed a shaking finger at him, then at the ceiling. Why, you were just, the ceiling, you just dash. She tried to respond to what she just saw. Kneeling down, Naruto cupped her face, staring into her green eyes as he helped her calm herself. MJ, deep breaths. I need you to calm down so I can explain. Nodding, the redhead took deep breaths, and once she was calm, he explained his discovery, demonstrating as he climbed the walls. By the end, she was sitting on the chair, trying to make sense of all that she heard, while Naruto sat vertically on the wall on his back and feet, hands on his knees. Okay. MJ began slowly, trying to understand everything. So that spider that bit you wasn't an ordinary spider. Naruto shook his head. No doubt it was a test subject for the cross-species project. It must have escaped from its cage somehow, and found me. He theorized. MJ nodded slowly, looking at him and how he was sticking to the wall. So, you became some kind of human spider? She asked. Naruto scoffed as he gave her a deadpan look. Do you see me having hair covering my body? He asked, gesturing to himself. MJ shivered at the disgusting though of Naruto being some kind of hairy creature. The best I can get is that the radioactive spider somehow gave me spider-like abilities. It was what Oscorp was going for. Pass on the abilities of animals into humans. So I have spider-like abilities. Mary Jane raised a brow at him. Spider powers? Well, that would explain the whole wall climbing thing. She said, before a smirk grew on her face. So, does that mean you'll be able to shoot webbing out of your ass? She couldn't help herself, and laughed at the glare he sent her. Very funny. He muttered, not finding the joke as funny as she thought. MJ laughed, shaking her head. Sorry. Couldn't help myself. She apologized as she finished laughing. Her look then softened. That reminds me, where are Aunt May and Uncle Ben? Naruto stepped down from the wall, getting better at figuring out how to stick and unstick surprisingly quickly. He walked to his computer, typing in somethings. Said they were going to the store to get groceries. Mary Jane had brought down the food Aunt May left for him, the empty plate on the table. MJ nodded as she joined him. So, what now? She asked. Looking at her, Naruto shrugged. Don't know. I mean, what am I supposed to do with these abilities? Study them? Maybe become famous. I have no idea how this happened. I mean, I know how it happened. But Oscorp is still testing the cross-species experiments. How am I able to do this? MJ shrugged. Maybe you're just lucky. You do have some amazing luck. She reminded, recalling all the games he won when they went to the fair. Naruto never lost once. He was also great at card games. Naruto shook his head as he moved to another table, this one cluttered in papers and files. You know I don't believe in luck. No, it's something else. He picked up a folder and a journal. Walking back, he handed MJ the folder. Check this out. It's the information my dad had when he was working on the C.S project. He was almost able to finish the project, but died before he could test the final product. MJ flipped through the file, reading the information on it. While she couldn't understand some of it, she got the gist. Well, maybe Oscorp finished it. I mean, they do have some of the best scientists apart from Reed Richards, Bruce Banner, and Philip Urich working for them. She suggested, but Naruto shook his head negatively as he opened the journal. I very much doubt it. In my father's journal, he spoke of how the formula held a special compound. One only he knew. He never told anyone what it was, not even Kurt Connors. And nothing else could be used as a replacement. Even if Oscorp found something that the formula could use, it would turn out incomplete, an error. Without the secret ingredient, the current formula shouldn't work. In fact, I should be dead. He said, making Mary Jane gasp. Naruto sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. It just doesn't make sense. If Oscorp didn't have my dad's complete formula, how am I a, successful test subject? He asked rhetorically. Mary Jane bit her lip, not knowing how to answer it. The two stood in silence for a bit. MJ then spoke. Well, let's look on the bright side. She said, getting Naruto to look at her. I mean, you feel fine, right? Naruto nodded. He did feel fine. Great, in fact. The pain was gone, his head was cleared up, and he felt energized. He chalked it up to his body getting used to the cross-species formula. True, while the whole spider abilities are shocking, at least I'm not some giant spider thing. He said with a smirk, making Mary Jane smile, glad he was okay. So, what now? You gonna peep in the girls' changing room from the ceiling? MJ asked with a teasing grin. She was joking, of course. She would kill Naruto if he did that. Giving the redhead a look, Naruto scoffed at that. Sure, a small part of this though on the idea for a second, he decided to ignore it. Sighing, he sat down on his chair, putting the journal on the desk. Or at least he tried to. Curing, he tried to get the journal to unstick from his hand. MJ watched with a raised brow as Naruto pulled as hard as he could to get it off. Once he did, he tried to maintain his posture. Ahem, anyway. No, I don't know what I'm going to do. In fact, the only thing I can come up with is experiment on my blood, see what makes me so special, and see what I can come up with. He stated. Mary Jane grabbed another chair, and sat down next to him. Naruto raised a brow when he saw something spark in her eyes. Wheeliel, maybe you can use your new powers and that big brain of yours for a certain job. She offered. Naruto looked at her in suspicion. Mary Jane grabbed another chair and sat down next to him. Naruto raised a brow when he saw something spark in her eyes. "Wheelio, maybe you can use your new powers and that big brain of yours for a certain job," she offered. Naruto looked at her in suspicion. "What sort of job?" he asked. Grinning at him, MJ took his laptop and began typing. Naruto watched her with a raised eyebrow, mentally questioning what she was doing. When she was done, she turned the laptop to him. Seeing what was on the screen, Naruto's eyes widened before she looked at the grinning MJ like she was crazy. On the screen were images of Iron Man, Captain America, the Avengers, and other superheroes. MJ wanted him to be a superhero. "Are you crazy?" he asked her. There was no way he was going to become a superhero and go on such a life-risking job. "Oh, come on. You have any idea how cool it would be if my best friend was a superhero? Not to mention the publicity I could give you if I worked for the Daily Bugle?" she begged, but Naruto was not having it. "Nah, no way. Ain't doing it. I'm not risking my life on some insane plan. If there's one thing I know about superhero business, is that their lives are always on the line," he said, making MJ pout. She was about to keep trying, but soon the two heard the door open and the voices of Mei and Ben. Standing up, Naruto went to greet them, with MJ behind him, still trying to convince him. A few weeks have passed since Naruto gained his spider powers. In those weeks, he's been testing the attributes and limits of his new powers. For one thing, his strength has increased more than what it was already. Even when he was a kid, he was stronger than a normal boy. He could punch a man in the stomach at 10 and bring them to his knees, coughing. Now, he is able to lift up weights at 300 pounds like they were nothing but feathers. Hell, using the old abandoned junkyard, he was able to lift up a freaking car with only a little strain. His speed and agility was also incredible. In school, he held the top spot for fastest runner, even being given the option of joining the track team. He was able to steal a few cookies from the kitchen and make it back to his room without Aunt May, who was in the kitchen, even knowing. In 3 seconds. Using the school track on the weekend, he could run 20 miles in just under 3 minutes. And using a tennis ball launcher, he was able to dodge them all easily. It was as if time just slowed down while he moved normally. His durability was also enhanced. As shown when he got caught in a fight with a couple of college teens, he got punched in the face, and barely even felt it, much less leave a mark. Hell, one time when he was studying on the roof, he accidentally fell off thanks to a stupid squirrel, don't ask, and got up easily. Not a damn thing broken. His balance was inhuman, as he was able to lift and hold up his whole body with just a finger, while standing up top of the old building in the junkyard. And when he wall-crawled/walked, be it a pole, a fence, or anything narrow, he had complete and total balance that would make a yoga instructor turn green with envy. Hell, one time, just for kicks, he stood on top of the school's flagpole. Luckily no one saw him. In an unrelated topic, with his new balance and agility, he totally gets high air on his skateboard. You're looking at the next Tony Hawk. He was also very flexible. Proven when he joined one of Aunt May's yoga classes, and was able to bend his body in impossible ways without years of training. He was a human pretzel. He could bend backwards, and touch his toes without even breaking his spine. Needless to say, the whole class was impressed. Added with his improved agility, speed, new reflexes, and experience in boxing and martial arts, and he could be a deadly fighter. Another thing he figured out was what was the tingling he had felt when he was about to get hit by that car. Doing some studying on human psychology and the brain, he found out it was like a sixth sense, like an early warning sign in his brain that let him know there was trouble heading his way before it happened. It was like a primal instinct. MJ joked and called it a spider sense. All in all, these new powers made him even more than the above-average human he was before. Something else he discovered was that his brain power had also been affected. He was smarter now. Way smarter than he was before. He was able to take apart the toaster, tweak a little, and put it all back in minutes. It now burned toast in seconds and it comes out golden brown. He was able to dismantle his server, and actually boost up its processing network to light speed. He could also read a whole 2 pages in seconds, and remember every word, finishing the whole book in under 2 minutes. If he kept studying at this speed, he would be almost as smart and knowledgeable in science and chemistry as his parents. He also took up inventing. Much more than he had before. While he wasn't going to go with MJ's idea of being a superhero, he decided to use his spider theme to his creativity. With the money he saved up from doing chores and odd jobs over the years, he bought Oscorp specialized spider silk cartridges that held webbing as strong as steel and sticky like glue. He also bought some Stark Enterprise gadgets online. With some free time on his hands, he spent many days in his lab, tinkering around, and after many web blasts to the face, as well as MJ when she helped him, he was able to create customized small gauntlets using a high-pressure system that when a trigger is pressed, launches a line of strong webbing. The webbing is made out of shear thinning liquid, that when in contact with the air, the long-chain polymer knits and forms an extremely tough, flexible fiber with extraordinary adhesive properties. Though the web fluid's adhesive quality diminishes rapidly with exposure to air, and so the webbing dissolved an hour after use. The webbing was strong enough to lift up his desk and hold up a large cement block. Even more, Naruto even came up with the ingenious idea of using the webbing as a form of travel like a spider, from point to point. The first test trial proves painful, as well as the second and third. So he decided to start small and used the rusty chain hanging from the ceiling in the old junk building to practice swinging. "Hey, at least the webs hold weight. Check this out," MJ said as she shoved a sheet of paper into Naruto's face. It was the middle of the school day, and the two were in their 5th period, last class of the day. Naruto blinked as he took the paper. Raising a brow at her, Naruto looked at the paper. It was a flyer. Wrestle Night. Match Showdown. Crusher vs. Bonesaw. Addition to an exhibition match. Last 5 minutes in the ring with Crusher, and win $5,000. Blinking at the news, he looked up at the smiling face of Mary Jane. "Oh, please don't tell me. With your abilities, we can totally win the prize money," she said, leaning closer to him in a mutter as the other students chatted around them. Naruto groaned as he held his head. "This girl's goanna kill me," he though in exhaustion. Yet another one of MJ's insane idea. "However, I do need more money. I can only get so much from paper delivery, and I need more equipment for my lab. Can't believe I'm doing this." He sighed. "Fine, I'll do it." He resigned to his fate. MJ pouted. "Oh come on. You can totally. Why did you say yes?" she asked, eyes wide that he actually agreed. Naruto rarely agrees to her ideas. Was this actually happening? Naruto sighed again and nodded. He gasped when Mary Jane launched at him and hugged him tightly. His cheeks burned red, while everyone around them gasped and began muttering to one another. "Great, I can hear the rumors now," he thought as he tried to pull MJ off him. According to the flyer, the match was in 2 weeks, which according to MJ, was enough time to make you your wrestling costume. He was really dreading seeing his costume. He sure hoped it wasn't silly. In the meantime, he would need to prepare himself for the fight. While he was experienced in combat with his martial arts classes and boxing, it was nothing compared to the experience of wrestling champions. Luckily, he had math on his side. So, he watched and replayed several of Crusher's matches, and the matches of other wrestlers. As he watched, he would calculate and theorize the various weights, speed, and mass used by the wrestlers. He already came up with several solutions against wrestlers. First, nearly all wrestlers focus mostly on their strength, durability, and stamina. They train mostly on their arms and chest to grapple and punch as well as push down their opponents. They also train to take many hits and stay up. If he wanted to stand a chance on lasting against Crusher, with his slim and small structure compared to an 7-foot-tall building of muscle, he would need to focus on speed, agility, and overpowering his stamina with his own. As the saying goes, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Besides, the flyer said he just needed to last 5 minutes against Crusher. He didn't necessarily needed to beat the guy. So he would just have to focus on dodging and slipping from his grasps. As a scientist, or future scientist, collecting all the data was very important. Every theory, every formula, every variable needed to be calculated in order to work the experiment correctly. Though he had to work in secret, as he didn't want Aunt May or Uncle Ben to find out, especially his aunt, as she didn't like such violent events and would ground him for a month if she found out. Thank God for his lab and private time. In the meantime, he continued practicing with his spider powers and new web shooter. He had gotten better at web swinging, and with his enhanced agility, he was swinging throughout the building tops like Tarzan. He could also shoot web out in bullets for fast strikes. And thanks to some persuasion, he got Flash and Kong to help him practice for when he wanted to try out for football, like dodging bulls in a bullfight. The 2 weeks have gone by, and the fight was tomorrow night. He got a text from MJ, saying that his new suit was done, and would be coming by later to show him. Currently, Naruto was sitting on the dinner table with Ben and May, eating while he talked about his day. So Flash and Kong decided to be idiots, and plugged all the bathroom toilets on the 2nd floor, before flushing them all at once. Needless to say, the school will be closed for a few days while they fix the sewer mess in the hall. He recapped, making Ben laugh while May rolled her eyes with a sigh. "Oh man. Now that's rich," Ben said, Naruto agreeing with a nod. Please, you kids keep doing dangerous things. Why, I'll never know. She muttered. Ben shot her an amused look. Now. Doing stupid and dangerous things is what makes things fun. Remember when we were stupid and dangerous? He said, remembering when he was Naruto's age, he, Richard, and their friends would get in all sorts of trouble. Mei scoffed as he went back to her food. No. Ben looked at the amused Naruto. Trust me, we're. Naruto chuckled. Finishing up their food and cleaning their plates, Ben turned to leave. It was then that Naruto noticed his uncle had his pants rolled up and was barefoot. Where's the flood? He joked. Without looking back, Ben motioned him to follow him. Follow me, I'll show you. Naruto raised a brow. You serious? He asked, looking at his aunt. Mei smiled at him and gestured him to go. Sighing, Naruto followed his uncle. They went to the garage in the back of the house, standing in front of the plumbing system. Naruto saw a small pool of water gathering on the floor. I think it's a condenser tray. Ben suggested. Naruto looked at the tubes. He shook his head. No, too much water for the condenser tray, or the heat exchange tubbing. It's gotta be the filling. Ben nodded his head slowly, impressed at his nephew's knowledge. That's the only thing that makes sense then. Can you fix it? He asked, but Naruto. No, not tonight. I'll go by the hardware store tomorrow. The fight wasn't until 8 o'clock at night, so he should have plenty of time to get the stuff he needed and fix the plumbing before he goes and gets his bones broken. Hey, he might seem confident, but he was going to be going head-to-head against professional wrestlers. The biggest guy he fought in his life was Flash, and that guy was a flea compared to those gorillas. More and more he was seriously starting to regret agreeing to MJ's plan. Ben nodded as he grabbed some of the boxes on the floor before they got wet from the water. All right then. Do me a favor and check some of the boxes. See if there's anything worth saving. Naruto nodding, Ben left. Moving to the boxes, Naruto placed them above floor level and looked through them. He chuckled when he saw cassette tapes and old phones of his aunt and uncle back when they were young. Wow! He said when he spotted an old photo of Ben when he was a teenager, wearing, to Naruto's point of view, bizarre clothes. You were really rocking the 70s, Uncle Ben. He said before he continued looking. Suddenly, he froze when he spotted something familiar. Picking it up, he saw that it was his dad's leather briefcase, the same one he saw back when his dad's office was first broken into. His fingers ran through the front, feeling the leather. His mind flashed back to that night. He recalled the look on his dad's face when he was searching through his desk, and anger and panic in his face when he discovered something was taken. That night was so terrible to him, Naruto forgot about it. What had you so scared, Dad? He muttered. Just then, he felt his phone vibrate. Taking one last glance at the briefcase, Naruto took his phone out. It was a text from MJ. I'm here. Let's get to your lab. Looking once more at the case, he made his decision and took it with him. Naruto's lab. Mary Jane had many attributes to her. With her desiring to one day become a reporter, she was not afraid to get herself into bad situations, be it fights or something else. She was a determined person, going beyond lengths to get what she wanted. And she was also not above dragging others with her into the crossfire. An example being using Naruto's new superhuman abilities to win money in a fight. She knew it was dangerous, and that Naruto could get hurt. Believe her, she was just as scared and would mentally berate herself for this, but she knew her best friend. Naruto was the kind of person who won't take a charge into action unless someone pushed him. Naruto had a great future on his hands, MJ know that without a doubt. And with his basic skills, added in with his new spider powers, he now had the potential to one day be a great superhero. And it was her job as his best friend to help him realize it. So, locking the door to the basement with a "work in session. Do not disturb unless emergency" sign on the door, MJ sat on the chair with her back to Naruto as he tried on the costume she made him. On her lap was her design book. She had to say, she'd truly outdone herself with this. Years ago, her aunt made her take a knitting and design class to be a proper young lady, as she was acting too much of a tomboy for her liking. And as much as Mary Jane would hate to admit it, her new skills really paid off. She showed to have quite a talent for knitting and creating outfits. Half of Naruto and Harry's wardrobes contained shirts she made for them. A little secret of MJ, she had a small enthusiasm to superheroes and their costumes. Naruto called it a fetish, much to her anger. Ever since Naruto told her about his newly granted powers, she's been designing sketches of superhero costumes for him, behind his back of course. At first, she went with a wild look, something with a fox area, given his whisker marks and narrow eyes. While it made him hot, she decided to use something with spiders, given his wall crawling and web shooters. The first thing that popped to her mind was spandex. After all great heroes wore spandex, was her excuse. It had nothing to do with the secret desire to see the blonde's muscles tighten against the outfit. Yep. Absolutely nothing to do with that. However, she knew Naruto would never go for it, so she decided to start small and modernish. So after many papers and ideas, she picked out the initial design before they got better material. And so, after many money well spent and knitting, she came up with something. Okay, I'm ready, I think. She heard Naruto say. And with expecting eyes, MJ turned around. Her eyes widened in delight at what she saw. Front to bottom up, Naruto was wearing reddish-brown footwear similar to yoga shoes, leaving the toes and heel exposed, made out of hard material for easy wear and protection for the bottom of the feet. For pants, he wore a black, rubber-like that could be that or similar to neoprene used for wetsuits. It went down to the ankle, with the shins protected in guards. For the upper body, he wore a black sleeveless shirt, and a black and red jacket with a hood. He had elbow guards and red fingerless gloved with Naruto's web shooters on the wrist. With the jacket zipped up, it displayed a black spider in the front. MJ wanted Naruto's identity to be a secret, so she made a red breathable mask that completely covered his whole head with eyes holes, which were currently covered by the goggles Naruto put on. All in all, Naruto looked completely mysterious and man-made. Link in profile. Spider-Man's 1516 costume would be redesign. MJ stood up, a wide smile on her face. You look great, she said, amazed at her work. She also had to admit that Naruto really worked red and black just as much as he worked orange and back. Even with the bright blonde hair, he made the look work. Naruto rolled his eyes as he took of the mask. I look ridiculous, he muttered as he ran a hand through his hair. He sure hoped wearing the mask didn't give him the Beatles haircut. He liked his wild hair. Just then, a thought came to him. I just realized something. We're both only 16. He pointed out, gesturing back and forth between the two. And I'm pretty sure it's illegal to participate in a match if you're not 18 or older, he said. MJ just waved him off. Don't worry about it. With the mask, no one will know your real age. And my cousin Ron's driving us, so he can sign you up. While I set up the bet pool, she said, thumbing her chest in pride. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. He was on the threat of having his bones broken by a 300-plus-pound man, and she was going to bet on him? How is that fair? He pointed a finger at her. If we got to jail because of this, I am never talking to you again. He threatened before he went to his desk to make sure his web shooters were functioning properly. MJ just smiled, fully confident that this will work. 85% sure. Tonight was the night. Naruto had gone to the hardware store, got the supplies, and helped Uncle Ben fix the plumbing. After a night dinner, he packed his wrestling costume in his backpack, and was ready to meet with MJ and her cousin in the latter's car outside. His image was one of confidence. He had never done something like this before, so he was running on adrenaline as much as he could, before he got common sense and backed out. All right, Aunt May. Uncle Ben. Me and MJ are going to the library to work on our reports. Naruto called out to them. That was his excuse, and it made him feel guilty at having to lie to them. All right, dear. You have your wallet and money for snacks? His aunt asked him. Yeah. Oh, and we don't know how long we'll take, so I might be home a bit late, he said. He didn't know how many fighters there were going to be, or if he had to do some sort of preliminary matches before he could face Crusher. Okay, just make sure to call us at 10 to let us know. Okay. Now you be careful out there, Naruto. Ben told him, looking at his nephew over his newspaper. You don't know what hooligans are out there at night. Naruto nodded. I will. See ya. Naruto said and stepped out of the house, making his way toward the car in front of the house with MJ and her cousin in it. As the door closed, Ben frowned a bit. He could always tell when Naruto was lying, and he knew that there was something the blonde was keeping from them. However, he trusted his nephew/surrogate son, and knew he wasn't going to do something bad. That was just not the kind of person he was. He would trust Naruto on whatever he was going to do. The drive to the arena took approximately 20 minutes with traffic, and another 10 minutes to find a parking space. Walking inside, they saw that it was packed with both audience members and contestants. Ron told them that he would go sign Naruto up, MJ giving him a piece of paper. When Ron was first told that Mary Jane's friend would be entering a wrestling contest against a professional, he was against the idea. Haven met Naruto. MJ said that Naruto would be fine, making up a slight lie by saying that it was recently discovered that Naruto was a mutant who just unlocked his power. Ron was a supporter for mutants, having mutant friends himself. He was told that Naruto would be able to take care of himself, with the promise to pull out if it looked like it would be too much for the blonde. As Ron went to the sign-in desk, MJ dragged Naruto around, looking at all the contestants. Many of the guys were hairless gorillas, standing at 7 feet with bulging muscles that looked like they could crush coconuts with just their arms. Naruto cringed when one actually did crack a coconut with his muscles, and then drank it. The blonde gulped as he imaged it being his skull that was cracked. Even MJ was having second thoughts about doing this. What kind of best friend was she to send her BF/crush to his presumable death? What was she, high on sugar again? She let out a shriek when two wrestlers began fighting. Naruto grabbed her hand and led her away. Okay, you know what, I changed my mind. You're not doing this. Naruto looked at her in surprise. What? What happened to the, I know you can win this, whiskers? What about all the hours of planning? The costume? He asked her as they stopped in a semi-vacant section of the lobby. MJ shook her head. I was crazy, alright? I was too focused on the money and overconfident on your new powers, I didn't think about you or your Heath. But now, this is insane. I can't let you risk your life just because I said so. There was panic in her voice as she held her head. Hoping to calm her down before she had a panic attack, Naruto put his hands on her shoulder. MJ. Look at me. When she did, he smiled softly at her. Listen, it's okay. I want to do this. He revealed, much to the redhead's surprise. This match would be a great way to test the capabilities of my powers and skills. I know it's dangerous, but that's what makes the experience necessary. Being put in real-life danger is what I need to reach by potential. But, you could get hurt, she argued. Naruto nodded. Yes, but it was my decision to go along with this, and I'm fully prepared for the consequences, he said. MJ was about to keep arguing, but was cut off as the two saw Ron heading their way. He held up a small piece of paper, which they could see had a number on it. Okay Naruto, got spot number. The matches were set up in a, all-out battle tournament. One by one, contestants were sent out to battle Crusher. If the contestant was defeated, the next one was sent. If a contestant somehow won and beat Crusher, the winner would be given the option of taking the title, and chance to sign a contract. There were 10 contestants before Naruto, with him being the last and shortest of them. Naruto, MJ, and Ron were allowed to watch the matches in the audience with front row seats. As the two teenagers watched the matches, they would occasionally flinch at some of the extremely violent scenes shown. MJ would bury her face into Naruto's shoulder when a Crusher bent his opponent's spine on his knee, no doubt breaking the poor bastard back and spine. Even with so many opponents, Crusher would beat them all easily, and never once tire out too much. Soon it was Naruto's turn, at which MJ looked ready to grab her friend and run away from that place as fast as she could. The blonde was led by the staff, being forced to block out MJ's shouts to not do this. Even Ron looked ready to cancel this plan, but was too late. Naruto was given 5 minutes to change into his costume. Behind the curtains, Naruto took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He distracted himself by running through the formulas in his head. He calculated the mass and weight of Crusher from what he's seen. Calculated the estimated weight of the wrestlers' opponents and their speed. Crusher was a giant, focusing solely on his strength and weight to keep himself firmly on the ground to withstand being pushed back. However, Naruto had seen several weaknesses he could use. Firstly, Crusher was slow, gaining muscle power, but losing speed and agility, which Naruto had in spades. Also, due to his massive figure, his back was his blind spot. So he should just focus on that. He just needed to use his speed and agility to his advantage, and last only 5 minutes to win $5,000. The most the previous fighters lasted was 3 minutes before they were taken out. As long as he stayed confident, he would make it, he hoped. There was a call behind the curtain. It was time. Mary Jane bit her lip nervously as the crowd around her roared in enthusiasm for the next match. She had initially bet $300 on Naruto against everyone betting on Crusher. However, money was the last thing on her mind right now. She just sent her BFF to his death. Just then, the ring announcer stepped in the middle of the ring. Crusher was in his corner, getting pampered by his ring maidens. The spotlight shined down on it as the room turned darker, the mic in hand. "Are you ready for more?" he asked, to which the crowd roared massively. I said, "Are you ready for more?" MJ flinched from the loud screaming, her ears hurting. Get ready for the next victim. If he can withstand just 5 minutes in the cage with Crusher, he will perhaps win $5,000. He said, making everyone cheer. The announcer pointed to the curtains in the entrance, where a silhouette was seen standing behind it. Introducing the challenger. The terrifying, the deadly, the amazing, Spider. The curtains pulled back to show Naruto in his red and black costume. Behind his goggles, Naruto deadpanned. This is the last time I let MJ pick the name. The Spider wasn't exactly a terrifying wrestling name. The audience booed at the masked blonde as he walked calmly down to the ring. He easily dodged food and eggs thrown at him, thanks to his spider sense. The ring maiden sent him predatorily looks, taunting him and his size compared to Crusher. Ignoring them, Naruto glanced over the MJ, seeing the worried look she sent him. Frowning, he looked at Crusher, who was looking at him with mocking eyes. Amused at seeing what he was no doubt thinking, small little man. Bastard was underestimating him. Narrowing his eyes in anger, briefly flashing red, he growled lowly. Deciding to begin with a show, Naruto, the spider, bended his legs, and with a small leap, jumped into the ring easily. That display made some of the audience cheer, and making Crusher frown with narrow eyes. The two fighters glaring at one another, Naruto's glare unseen, they sized the other from their sides of the ring. As they did that, the announcer continued. And for a special treat, bring down the cage. Naruto blinked at that. Bring down the what now? MJ gasped in horror when a metal bar cage was lowered down around and over the ring. Naruto! She shouted in great worry, Ron putting a hand on her shoulder to calm her down, that he was calm about this himself. Okay, maybe he was irresponsible. Naruto looked around wildly at the cage. This wasn't part of the plan. The announcer had gotten out of the ring before the cage was lowered. Will the guard lock the cage? Naruto ran to the bars as the staff placed locks on the corners. Hey! Wait a minute. There was nothing about a cage in the flyer. Hey! Little man! Freezing, Naruto looked back at Crusher who stood ready in the middle of the ring. The large man looked at Naruto like a predator. His grin was deadly and dark. He held up a finger pointed at him. You ain't going nowhere. 5 minutes. He held up 5 fingers. 5 minutes of playtime. The bell rang and the clock started. With a roar, Crusher charged at Naruto. Eyes widening, Naruto moved quick and jumped right over the large man. The crowd gasped at the abnormal jump as Naruto landed behind Crusher. The man turning around, he glared at the masked teen. Growling, he charged again to try and get a hold on the spider. Spider senses going off, Naruto jumped up high and grabbed onto the top bars. He planted his feet on the bars, and hung from the top on his hands and knees, facing down at Crusher as the man looked up at him in surprise. What the? Howdy, what are you doing up there? Naruto shrugged. You look dirty and I didn't want to get sick. He said, making the wrestler growl. Ah, did I hurt your feelings, princess? Hey, I got a question. How did you get your clothes on with all that muscle? Hell, how can you even move? He asked, making Crusher even more anger. Deciding make a move, Naruto released his hold on the top and fell downward. Flipping over, he planted a foot slam on Crusher's face. He back-flipped backward, landing on his hands and feet, body low like a spider as Crush staggered back. Shaking his head, the man glared hatefully at Naruto. Hearing a whistle, he saw one of his maidens hand him a chair. Smirking wickedly, he charged at Naruto. Eyes widening, Naruto pushed off the groan and slid under Crusher as he lifted the chair over him. Sliding under the man, he got up on his hands, and spinning like a top, side-kicked Crusher, making him grunt at the powerful strike, and dropped the chair. Shooting a line of web, Naruto grabbed the chair and pulled it toward him. Grabbing it, he threw it up to the ceiling, and shooting a ball of webbing at it, stuck it to the top. With Crusher weaponless and slightly dazed, Naruto charged and sent a flying kick at Crusher's back. The man gave a shout of surprise when he was sent flying forward fast, crashing front first into the bars. The audience were in awe at what they were seeing. A little man, skinnier and shorter than Crusher, was lasting longer against the wrestler than any of them would have thought. Shaking his head, Crusher turned around, leveling a glare at the red-slash-black-clad masked teen. Growling, he looked out the ring at his girls. One of them nodded and took out an iron bar from under the stage. Grabbing it, he ran at Spider. Seeing this, Naruto went on the defense, dodging all the strikes. Ducking under a swipe, he jumped back. Backing into a corner, Naruto watched as Crusher charged at him. Looking down at the wrestler's feet, Naruto shot a glop of web at his foot. Crusher staggered in place and looked down at his foot trapped to the floor in webbing. Glaring, he looked up at the spider, only to receive a punch to the face. He fell down on his back, his head in a daze. Getting up, Naruto blinked when he heard the cheers and chants of his name. Looking at the exited crown, he turned to where MJ was, only to see her smiling happily at him. Smiling under his mask, he raised his fists up, erupting a louder cheering. Just then, his spider senses went off. Behind him, Crusher had removed his trapped foot by taking off his boot. Grabbing his bar, he sneakered behind Spider, raising the bar above him. Shooting 2 lines of webbing above him, Naruto pulled himself up and above the wrestler. Taken by surprise, Crusher looked up, and was blinded by a double stomp to the face and head. He crashed down into the ground, knocked out and down for the count. The bell rang as Naruto got up. The cage lifted up as the crowd cheered massively. The announcer jumped into the ring and grabbed Naruto's arm, shooting it up into the air. The winner. The Amazing Spider-Man. Naruto watched as everyone in the audience stood up and cheered. MJ was howling in excitement, smiling at her best friend, glad he didn't get hurt. Smiling, he raised his fist into the air. Later, Naruto stood in front of the promoter's desk, waiting to collect his money. MJ went to get her betting money with Ron going with her to keep her safe. The promoter placed an envelope in front of Naruto. Here you go. Not get out of here. Picking up the envelope, Naruto opened it and counted the money inside. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at the man. Hey! There's only $500 here. It's supposed to be $5,000. Wrong kid. The contract was $5,000 for 5 minutes. You won in 1 minute and 10 seconds. For that, you get 500. And you're lucky to get it. You made my best fighter look like a girl out there. Enraged at the bastard, Naruto shot forward and grabbed the man by the shirt and hoisted him up. Glaring at him, he didn't know his eyes bled crimson red, his pupil turning into a vertical slit. You can't do this. It's not fair. Gulping down his fear with greed, the man grunted out. And not my problem. Now let go of me before I call security. Glaring at him, Naruto soon forced himself to calm down. Eyes going back to his regular blue, he dropped the man on the floor. Glaring at him once more, Naruto scoffed and left the room, stuffing the envelope in his pocket. Exiting the room, he bypassed a man with long dark blonde hair and sunglasses as he stepped into the promoter's office. Growling under his breath at having his time wasted by joining this stupid contest, Naruto stepped in front of the elevator and pushed the down button. Looks like he was going to have MJ the bad news. Hopefully she made them enough money in the betting pool. Just as the doors opened with a ding, Naruto heard shouting behind him. Turning around, he saw the blonde man from before running out of the promoter's office, a bag under his arm. Behind him, a scruffed-up promoter ran out. Looking his way, he shouted, pointing at the running. Help! That guy stole my money. Stop him. A nearby security guard saw this and ran their way. Hey you! Stop that guy! He shouted at Naruto. Naruto raised a brow, mentally weighing his options. Making a decision, he stepped to the side, allowing the thief to get into the elevator. Before the doors closed, the man looked at the masked Naruto. Thanks buddy. The doors closed, and the thief got away. The security guard arrived and slammed his fist into the elevator doors. He glared at Naruto. What the hell's the matter with you? You just let him go. He yelled at Naruto's masked face. Naruto just stared at him. Scoffing, the guard ran off, calling for backup in case they had a chance to catch the thief before he left the building. Next, the promoter rushed in front of the blonde, his left-right darkening. You could have taken that guy apart. Now he's gonna get away with my money. Naruto just tilted his head to the side. Not my problem. He said, repeating his own words right back at him. With an angry growl, the promoter stomped away. Naruto just focused back on the elevator and pressed the button again and waited. Okay, so while we didn't get the prize money, I did earn enough money in the bets to where we can get some great equipment for you lab, and some materials for me. MJ said happily as she counted her new bills. Naruto was silent as he looked out the window of the car. He had changed into his normal clothes, with his costume in his bag. He thought back to how he let that thief go, and wondered if he should have stopped him. Why should you have? Naruto tensed when he heard that familiar dark voice again. No, it can't be. It was a hallucination. Oh, believe me boy. I am far from a hallucination. But it matters not. Why are you even thinking on this? That pathetic human cheated you, he deserves what came to him. In fact, you yourself should have done more than gave him a little scare. You should have killed that human, and take what was yours. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde shook his head, trying to rid himself off the voice. He could just hear its taunting chuckles right next to his ears. Shut up. Just leave me alone. You know I am right, boy. You wanted to kill that man. Snap his neck and take the money for yourself. You're wrong. Am I? Naruto closed his eyes, trying to block the voice out. Meanwhile, Ron was praising Naruto on his match. Man kid. You sure showed some skills. You even put Crusher down like nothing. You might just have a career in wrestling. He said, but Naruto just shrugged. What happened was merely a one-time deal. He had no desire of fighting big idiots on a daily basis. He was a scientist and a semi-pacifist. As taught to him by his parents and later on Uncle Ben, physical combat should only be used as a last resort, for words can have a powerful impact. Naruto had joined martial art classes to defend himself from bullies, but would only use force if he had no other choice. Leaning his head against the window, he pushed the night's match at the back of his head, and focused primarily on the data he gained on his own powers tonight. It was strange, the way he was moving all over the place, it felt like he was fighting subconsciously. Could his spider powers have also had an effect on his mentality? There was so much he didn't know about himself it seemed, including the deal with the dark voice. He narrowed his eyes when he suddenly felt a sense of dread in his chest. Like something bad was about to happen. Hearing a gasp coming from Mary Jane, he looked up. Immediately his eye widened in horror. In front of his house were several police cars and an ambulance. An icy grip tightened around his heart. What had happened? Once the car came to a stop, Naruto couldn't bolt out of the car fast enough and ran toward his house, MJ following quickly behind him. He pushed through cops, ignoring their calls. All he cared about was finding out what happened and to check on his aunt and uncle. What happened? Were they okay? Pushing the door open, slamming it against the wall and breaking one of the hinges with his immense strength, Naruto's eyes widened at what he saw. His Aunt May was sitting on a chair, crying into her hands. Looking up, her red eyes looked at her nephew, some relief at seeing him visible, but nearly hidden in the sea of sadness. Aunt May! Naruto shouted and ran to her. He checked her over, making sure she was okay. Aunt May, what happened? Where's Uncle Ben? Naruto. May sobbed up. Your uncle, he. She couldn't finish and pushed herself into the blonde's chest, holding him tightly as she cried. Naruto furrowed his eyes in confusion. Just then, he saw something at the corner of his eyes. Turning his head, he gasped in horror when he spotted a body covered in a white sheet on the floor. The living room was a mess, broken glass littering the floor, picture frames, and items broken. But he ignored all of that, only focusing on the body, and the arm laying out from under the sheet. An arm, with a watch. A watch he recognized anywhere. It was Uncle Ben. His whole body froze. His blood and heart stilled. His uncle was dead. The man that's been like a father to him after his real one died. He was gone. Just like his parents. He faintly heard MJ arrive and gasp when she spotted the body as well. His grip on his aunt tightened. His subconscious willing the enhanced strength to diminish for the time being so as to not hurt her. She was already hurt. What happened? He asked, his eyes covered by his bangs. A nearby cop heard him and answered, giving the teen a look of pity. A burglar. He broke in, according to your aunt. You uncle fought him to protect his wife. The man had a gun in his hand, and your uncle was shot. By the time we got here, getting a call from your aunt, the guy had run off. We've got an ID on him. He said, holding up a flyer. Naruto turned his head and looked at the picture. His heart stilled when he saw it. It was the thief. The one he let go. It was his fault. His uncle died because of him. If he had stopped the guy, his uncle would have still been alive. Just then, another cop approached the first. He leaned in and muttered to him, but with his enhanced hearing, Naruto heard them perfectly. We've got a call on the guy. He's heading west at Corn Road. The blonde Parker's eyes flashed blood red. Pupils vertical and sharp. Deadly. He gritted his teeth, his canines growing longer and sharpening as his whisker marks grew bolder. Gently pulling Aunt May away, he silently stood up and his aunt and MJ looked at him in confusion. MJ, look after Aunt May, all right. He muttered to his best friend. Naruto, what are you dash? She didn't get to finish as Naruto grabbed his bag and ran out the door. Naruto. Naruto. Aunt May called out desperately to him. But Naruto didn't hear her. He didn't hear anyone. There was only one thing on his mind. And that was blood. The blood of the thief. Of the man who he had spared and had killed his uncle. In the back of his mind, a dark chuckle echoed out. So, you have finally came to your senses. The pathetic human had hurt your family. Killed your uncle. Time to put your new powers and skills to the real test it seems. Shut up! Naruto shouted in anger as he ran down an alley. Opening his bag, he pulled out his spider costume and began putting it on easily as he ran. Once dressed, he leaped high and stuck to a wall of a building, and began crawling up. I don't know who the fuck you are, but if you are not going to help me find the bastard, then shut the fuck up. The voice growled in a bit of anger, but decided to not react. For now. The man is your prey, boy. You are the hunter. Your new senses will be your greatest tools. You have that man scent, use it. Leaping high into the air, Naruto landing perfectly on top of a pole. Narrowing his eyes from behind his goggles, he thought back to when he first saw the man and when he got in the elevator. When he passed by him, he had faintly caught a scent of sweat, cinnamon, and oil. Deciding to give it a shot, he took off his mask. Standing up, he inhaled through his nose. So many scents, it made him dizzy. All different and disgusting, but he stayed focused on the one he needed. His eyes closed, he focused through his other senses. His superhuman hearing could pick up dozens of sounds throughout the city. He soon found something. He could hear the sirens of police cars. Focusing on that direction, he picked up the scent he was looking for. Opening his crimson eyes, he looked at the direction it came from. Narrowing his eyes, he put his mask back on. Raising an arm, he shot a line of web at the top of a nearby building. Pushing his legs off from the pole, he began swinging from the high buildings as he headed in the direction of the police sounds. Soon, he found the source as several police cars chased after a speeding car, where the scent of the murder came from. Growling under his breath, he chased after. Bypassing the cop cars, he leapt high in the air and stomped down on the roof of the front car, scarring the driver. The driver, acting on panic, took out his gun and began shooting through the roof. With his spider sense, Spider dodged each bullet. When the bullet stopped, he pulled back his arm and punched right through the roof, making the thief cry in shock. The car maneuvered crazily at the surprise, but Spider held on tightly by sticking to the top of the car. Raising a hand, he shot a ball of webbing into the windshield, blocking the view. The driver cried in shock as he tried to drive, but ended up heading toward a building instead. Before the car crashed, Spider jumped away, landing on the roof of a nearby building. He watched as the car crashed, and soon the killer got out of the car and heading inside the old building. "Nowhere to hide, bastard. This Spider's coming for you," he muttered dangerously and swung to the building, crawling inside through an open window. The inside of the building was dark, with only limited lighting from the moon and nearby streetlights. Crawling over the ceiling, he looked around for the bastards. Now if only he could just see. Suddenly, his vision changed. The room became a bit better with a red hue. Blinking, he saw that his vision was much better. Putting it off for later, he continued to look for the murderer. Using his hearing, he could hear the sounds of heavy breathing coming from the top floors. The thief looked out the window, seeing several cop cars arrive outside the building. In his hand was a pistol, locked and ready for quick shooting. He cursed when he saw that he was surrounded. Suddenly, he heard a creak. Turning around, he aimed at the darkness, keeping an eye for anything. As he looked around, a searchlight shining through the window, he didn't see the shadow of a figure seen crawling over the ceiling. "We have the place surrounded. Give up now," he heard the captain order. Scowling, he looked around for a way out of this situation. Just as he was about to move, he was suddenly slammed into the wall next to the window. Gasping, he saw the same guy who had let him leave the resting building. "What? You? I let you escape. That was a mistake," Spider growled out before he sent a hard punch to the guy's face, not holding back as he broke his nose and cut his cheek. That old man, he was a great person. Kind and friendly. So why did you kill him? Kneeling him hard on the stomach, he threw the guy over his shoulder, making him slam hard against one of the pillars. The man coughed as he tried to get up, feeling his spine shake from the impact. Just then, a web line caught him on the arm. Pulling the man toward him, Spider reeled back his arm and slammed a fist into his chin, breaking his jaw. Using another web line, he pulled him back like a yo-yo and slammed him hard against the wall. "Answer me. Why did you kill the old man?" he roared, his fingernails dug into the man's shoulders, making him cry in pain. I went to pull on last heist before leaving the city. That's all." "What about Uncle Ben? You shot him. He decided to be a hero. It was an accident." Naruto narrowed his glowing crimson eyes in anger. He pulled the man close to him. "Because of you, of me, he's gone. And someone's gotta pay." Outside, the captain was ordering man to stealthily get into the building. Suddenly, everyone heard glass shatter. Looking up, they saw the man they were chasing crash through the top floor window, and falling down. Before they knew it, he crashed down hard on a police car. Checking him, they saw that he was dead. The captain looked up, and for a split second, thought he saw a figure standing at the darkness of the window. When the spotlight shined at the window, there was no one there. Naruto/Spider sat at the top side of the wall, the church bell tower. His hands covered his uncovered face as he silently cried. Because of his stupid decision, his Uncle Ben was gone. First his parents, and now him. The people that matter the world to him were gone. His family was gone. Now all he had left was his Aunt May. Running a hand through his hair, gripping the strands tightly, he cried as a lager pain gripped his heart. His phone rang, but he ignored it. It was probably just Mary Jane. He wanted to be alone. His Uncle Ben was gone. He had always been there for Naruto whenever he needed advice. But now that he was gone, what was he to do now? Through teary eyes, he looked at his hands. All this new powers, but he failed to use them for the right reasons. His uncle always said, with great power, there was always come great responsibility. But why was he given these powers? He didn't deserve them. He wasn't worthy. But that wasn't something his uncle would say. He would say that he should take priority of others before himself. That now that he had these powers, he had to do the right thing. That now, it was his responsibility to help those who need it. Straightening his back, Naruto wiped away his tears. Climbing up to the top, he looked over the city. Uncle Ben. Mom, Dad, I'll miss you guys. I've taught me so much. And I promise to use your teaching to help the people of New York. To protect them, and make sure no one loses their loved ones like me. I promise to be a hero. The kind of hero you would want me to be. Maybe not as Naruto Parker, but as someone who will be a friend to the innocent, and a nightmare to criminals. From this day forth, I am Spider-Man. Chapter 3, A Spider's First Flight. The alarm from a small store flared wildly as two masked men shot out from the doors, taking a run down the streets with bags on money in their grasps. However, before they could get too far, something grabbed onto them from their backs, pulling them back with a shout of surprise. Later on, two cops stood, scratching their heads in confusion as they looked up at the two burglars. They were trapped in a cocoon of what looked like web. On the cocoon, there was a small business card stuck to the cocoon. Grabbing the card, the cop looked at it, raising a brow at what it said. In a dark alley, a woman screamed as she struggled to escape the rough grasp of her assailant. She tried to scream as hard as she could, hoping someone would hear and save her. However, her voice got caught when the rapist began choking her. With a sick grin, the man began trying to take off his belt, making her eyes widen in horror. Tears began to run down her cheeks. What was about to happen to her? Suddenly, before the rapist could take off his belt, two strings of web shot down from above and stuck to his shoulders. What the? With a yell, he was pulled upward. Blinking her tears away, the woman looked around, hoping to see who or what saved her. Just then, a small card floated down to her from above. Grabbing it, she looked at it, saying what was on the card. Meanwhile, outside the police station, two cops that were on their break jumped when they heard a large crash. Turning around, they saw a man crash down hard on their car. Hearing him groan, they checked him. He was a bit beat up with a black eye and busted lip, but otherwise fine, merely knocked out. On him was a piece of paper. Grabbing it, they saw that it was a note saying how the man was guilty of attempted rape. As one of the cops arrested the rapist, the other looked at the bottom of the note, where there was something on it. It read, "Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man." At the bottom was a red spider mark. Sitting on top of a tall building, Naruto nodded his head as he listened to his music. His mask and goggles were off as he took a bite out of his hot dog. He looked down at the busy city, keeping an eye out for any trouble. It's been nearly a month since the death of his Uncle Ben and the funeral. That day it was raining, as if the sky itself was sad at the loss of another great person. Naruto was holding his crying aunt as he looked at the casket as it was being put in the hole. He didn't say anything or even know anything. He just stared at the coffin holding his dead uncle. The rain hiding his tears. Reaching over, he took out a journal from his bag lying next to him. Opening it up, it showed many formulas and diagrams of some spider-themed inventions he wanted to try out to help him. Taking out a pen, he checked his work. In the month since the funeral, Naruto had been very busy. While taking care of his aunt, buying the groceries, and occasionally going in between jobs to earn money, Naruto tried to work with his new role of being a superhero. He wanted to be the kind of man his uncle and parents wanted and knew he could be. The kind of man who would be able to use both his brain and brawn to help people. So using his skills, he helped bring down criminals and thugs around the city. Mostly working in the shadows, as he wanted to slowly bring his non-existent reputation up with the people, and then revealed himself. Which is why he always left cards with his name to spread rumors before making his debut. He would allow a glimpse of his appearance a few times to allow rumors to spread. It's been a very busy and tiring month in starting to keep the city safe. But as the saying goes, great power, great responsibility. And he wasn't alone on this. Mary Jane was helping him. Beep. Putting his dog and book down, Naruto swallowed and raised a hand to his left ear. Yeah? Whiskers, bank robbery at East Avenue. He heard MJ say. Nodding, he finished his hot dog, crumbling the wrapper. On my way. MJ served as his informant at his base, using the wonderful information network of the internet and an old police scanner. Using the redhead's surprising knowledge she got from reading comic books, which told the stories of old and deceased heroes of past, the two tried to make their mark in the superhero world. One of the things they got from the comics was every hero needed a base of operation. Since they couldn't afford a large tower or ice lair in the Arctic, they used Naruto's lab in his basement. They also used the old abandoned factory as a backup base. Money was used for Naruto's inventions, or sewing material for MJ. Not to mention buying Oscorp spider silk for his web shooters. Those things weren't cheap, you know. However, they would need to find another way to get webbing to prevent shipping from being tracked to them. Sure, they might be using a false billing, thanks to the help from MJ's cousin Ron, who's been a great help and ally to the blonde's hero startup, but they would need to be very careful on their actions. Naruto was currently trying to reproduce the webbing's formula in his lab to create his own artificial webbing. He was almost there, just a few more testing and he should be able to make his own web in a few days. He just needed to get a few chemical compounds and he should have it. Crumbling the wrapper, he threw it over his shoulder. It sailed over the air, flying over the edge of the building, and dunking into the open dumpster on the other side of the building. Putting his journal in his bag, he stood up. Clapping his hands of crumbs and dirt, he stretched a bit. Just then, his phone rang. Pulling it out of his pocket, he saw who was the caller and answered it. "What's up, Aunt May? Eggs and milk." "Okay, I'll get them. Love you too." Hanging up, grabbed his bag and put it on. He raised his hand and pressing middle and ring fingers against his palm, he activated his web shooter and shot a web line at the building across the street. Holding onto the line tight, he pushed off the building edge and sailed through the air, shooting web at another building to change direction. It's been a month since he first became Spider-Man. And his journey was just starting. Later, Parker residence. After taking care of a few more thugs, and grabbing the eggs and milk his aunt asked for, Naruto retired back to his lab. He was currently sitting in his craft desk, working on a new invention, while sitting in front of his computer was MJ, going through newspapers and current news websites. She had taken the self-proclaimed job as his manager, keeping track of any trouble and gossip. Looks like things are going as planned. There's a lot of talk about the mysterious Spider-Man around the city, saving people, stopping robberies, etc. She said as she looked at numerous chat rooms talking about who Spider-Man was, where he came from, and if he was a hero. Naruto said as he focused on his contraption. MJ pulled up a few photos taken from phones displaying the few times Naruto allowed himself to be seen. Though they weren't fully visible, merely taken from a distance, either being photos of his back, his side, or upper body. "We should still keep building up your reputation. And when exactly can I show myself to the public?" Naruto asked as he grabbed a screwdriver. MJ turned to him with a grin. "Well, according to the comics, heroes usually show up with supervillains appear." Turning around in his chair, Naruto lifted up his goggles and gave her a deadpan look. "MJ, you do know this isn't a comic book, right? My now very dangerous and possibly risky hero life is not for you entertainment." He told her. He was taking a risk here in becoming superhero. Saving the world on a regular basis, facing enemies who want nothing more than his destruction. Facing the threats of aliens, evil monsters, and the public view. This was a high step from regular teenage life. "I know that. It's so cool. My best friend, a superhero. And I helped make him," she said with a grin. Blinking, Naruto looked at her like she was crazy. "Wada? You make me? What you talking about?" he asked. MJ held up 3 fingers. "First of, I was the one who offered the idea of being a superhero to you. Second, I was the one who made your costume. And thirdly, I'm the one who is helping you find and stop crime around the city. So on those terms, I created Spider-Man," she declared, making him sweat drop at her logic. While it was sorta true, she didn't have to make it sound like she owned him. Shaking his head, he turned back to his work. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, Red." Curious on what he was doing, MJ rolled her chair over to him and looked over his shoulder. She saw that he was working on something that looked like a belt buckle. "What are you doing?" she asked. Glancing at her, Naruto looked at his invention before grabbing it. He aimed the front at the wall and pressed a button. Light shined from the thing, and on the wall was an image of Spider-Man's face. "It's just something I've been working on to pass the time. I call it the spider signal. It works as a flashlight in the dark. Not to mention it'll give me a cool entrance," he said with a grin. Mary Jane looked at him for a sec, before going back to her work on the computer. "That's kinda lame, Whiskers," she said, making Naruto fault. He sent her a betrayed look, before he just went back to work, grumbling about red-headed best friends not knowing what's cool, making her grin softly. Standing up, Naruto went to another table, this one having chemical beakers and other equipment. This was where he was working on creating his web fluid. He picked up one of the small web capsules. Each capsule had enough webbing to last 3 hours. He then grabbed a small gauntlet where he could store the capsules. He created it so that once a capsule was used up, it would automatically switch to another. He had 2 gauntlets, each able to hold 6 capsules, 18 hours of usable web, even if he constantly used them. "Your new costume is almost finished," he heard MJ say. Turning, he raised a brow at her. "New costume? What's wrong with the one you made for me now?" Without looking at him, the redhead raised a hand and shook a finger negatively. Grabbing her bag that was under the desk, he opened it and took out a notebook. It was her designer book, holding drafts and sketches of her ideas for her friends' costumes. Facing Naruto, making sure he didn't see and ruin the surprise, she opened the book. While yes, the current costume is great, if you want to be seen as a real hero, you need something that will show people that you are one. She flipped through the pages until she stopped at the current one, which had the image of the would-be costume, as well as a few details, notes, and list of materials she would need to make it. Naruto tried to take a peek, but she just moved it out of his view, making him pout. Shaking his head, he turned back to the work desk. "Just as long as you don't make it spandex," he said with a grumble. No way in hell he was wearing a skin-tight outfit in public. With his back to her, he didn't see her freeze for a sec. Looking at her book, she smiled nervously and used her pencil to scratch something out. Naruto picked up another of his inventions. It was a small red spider-shaped device, the size of a penny. These were spider tracers, tracking devices that would allow him to find anyone that had one. He made them using the pieces of an old radio. Now he just needed some way to make them stick to things. Suddenly, there was a knock on the basement. Naruto and MJ's eyes widened as they heard the voice of Aunt May, asking if she could enter. Just a second, Aunt May," Naruto called out. The two teens moved quickly and hid the Spider-Man costume and spider-theme objects, as well as newspapers. Making sure everything seemed normal, Naruto moved to his desk and pressed down a large button on the desk. With a beep, the basement door unlocked and opened. Aunt May entered with a tray of cookies and juice. Smiling, she walked down the steps. "You two shouldn't be cooped up in this dark room all day," she told them as she out the tray on an empty desk. Smiling apologetic, Naruto went and grabbed a cookie, planting a kiss on his aunt's cheek. "Sorry about that, Aunt May. We were just doing homework." MJ nodded in agreement as she took a cookie too. Taking a bite, her taste buds exploded at the warm, soft, and chocolatey goodness that was Aunt May's cookies. Lady should get an award for them. Smiling at the two, Aunt May took a seat on a chair. "So you two, how are things? Everything okay?" she asked them. The two teens shared a hidden glance. Naruto wanted to keep his aunt completely in the dark about his new activities. If she found out he was about to pursue the life of a superhero, it would wreak her. As one, they shrugged. "Everything's fine. Completely fine," they responded simultaneously. Aunt May smiled gladly. "Good. Oh, before I forget. Naruto, Mrs. Bankins called. Her lawn could use a trimming, and was wondering if you would be kind enough to mow it for her. She said she would pay you well." Naruto shrugged and nodded. He could use the money. He then frowned and looked at his aunt. He was really worried about her. Since his uncle died, he's been taking care of her, waking up early to cook breakfast, and fixing anything broken in the house. He tried to do laundry, but was later banned by his aunt from doing it again when he accidentally put his Spider-Man costume with the whites, turning everything red or pink. When questioned on how he could even do that, his response was, "I was washing the blue flag. My flag." "Really, Parker? That was your excuse? No one washes the flag." Kneeling in front of May, Naruto gently held her hands. "What about you, Aunt May? You okay?" he asked. May smiled at her nephew, raising a hand and gently cupped his cheek. Yes, she was greatly saddened at the loss of her husband, and she would miss him dearly, but at least she still had her beloved nephew. "Yes, sweetheart. I'm okay." Leaning up, she planted a kiss on his forehead. Patting his cheek, she stood up. "Well, I suppose I'll leave you two to do your homework then." Waving at them, she went back up. Naruto frowned as he looked after her. He knew his aunt was sad, losing not only her in-laws, his parents, but also her husband. Naruto made a vow. He would always look after and protect his aunt. No matter what. MJ sighed as she grabbed her bag. "Well, guess we really should do our homework." Naruto groaned at that. He was just kidding. While he may be smarter than 75% of his school, he was still a teenager and hated doing homework. Meanwhile, at Oscorp, Norman Osborn sat behind his desk in his office, going over the reports of the development of the cross-species project. It would seem that adding the latest development into the formula worked just as well as having the second part of the original formula. He had grown tired of constant failures in the project, and had taken to doing something to ensure there were results. From his top-secret and secure vault, laid something he had kept there for many years, with only a small amount of people knowing that it was there. A replica of the government's top-secret super soldier serum. While it wasn't as powerful as the one that had been used to create Captain America, its enhancing capabilities have been recorded to work nearly as well in the past. Sure, it was never fully tested on humans, merely small specimen like those spiders and other animals, but risks were necessary to take. So adding the Oscorp Super Soldier Serum into the cross-species formula, it seemed to do the trick, as out of the 5 recent test subjects who had taken the formula, 1 had survived the procedure was showing remarkable results. He would continue monitoring results before moving to Phase 2. Suddenly, he heard a ruckus coming from outside his office. Narrowing his eyes, he stood up, fixed his tie, and approached the door. Osborn! Hearing a familiar, angry shout, Norman narrowed his eyes. Stepping out of his office, his scowl grew on his lips when he saw a bomb old man shouting at one of his men. "Where is Osborn? I demand to see him!" He shouted at the suit-wearing man. However, the suit was still, merely standing still as he looked at the old man with a blank look. The old man growled in anger, and was about to shout, but stopped when someone spoke. "Is there something I may help you with, Mr. Toombs?" Norman asked as he approached, his eyes hard and face blank. Seeing the CEO of Oscorp, Toombs glared hatefully at him. He approached him, getting in Norman's face. Norman didn't even blink or move. "Osborn! How dare you steal my idea?" Toombs shouted as he poked Norman hard on the chest, but he didn't get so much as a flinch. Norman blinked dully as he looked at the elder man. "I am afraid I do not know what you are talking about." That only made Toombs angrier. "You don't kn. 4 months ago I presented you my plans for magnetic air transport, but you rejected them. And what I do find out later? That Oscorp announced their tech flight. It was my ideas and you stole it." The guards moved in, but stopped when Norman raised a hand. He stared at the old man and gently pushed away his hand from his chest. "Really now? I must say, that is some dangerous thinking, Mr. Toombs. Dangerous and unsupportable." He narrowed his eyes at Toombs, and leaned in closer. "Listen well, you old fossil. You have lasted decades and achieved nothing to your name. Not as a young man, and certainly not as an old man. It's time for you to sit in your rocking chair and wither away like you're supposed to, and leave the future to the best generation. You are nothing but a vulture, looking for meat because you can't get it yourself." Norman muttered to Toombs, making the old man angrier by the second. Scoffing, Norman stood back, and fixed his tie. He snapped his fingers. "Boys, please escort Mr. Toombs out of my building." 2 guards stepped forward and began dragging Toombs, as the elder was shouted curses at Norman. Rolling his eyes at his time being wasted, Norman went back to his office. He had work that required his attention. Next day, Midtown High. It was a free period, and Naruto was at the cafeteria. In front of his were a few tools and a contraption as he tried to fix his invention. He was known to work on his small machinery at times when in school, so students were used to it, and the teachers and principal allowed it, as long as he didn't blow part of the school up, again. You blow up a classroom by accident one time, and people wouldn't let it go. He was working on a voice changer, so when he changes into his Spider-Man outfit, his voice would be different. The mask didn't muffle his voice enough since it was breathable. Naruto was being cautious. With the technology advancing nowadays, criminals, the smart ones, could identify his voice by recording, and find his location, putting his Aunt May and his friends in danger. So he would have to take any precaution necessary to ensure that didn't happen. In front of him, MJ sat, busy working on her computer as she shopped online for the things she needed to create Naruto's costume. She didn't want to make it out of weak materials. To her, Naruto's safety and protection was top priority. And so, she shopped at the inventory online stores of time manufacturing companies, like Stark Industries and Oscorp. Good thing Stark Industries had some materials she could use for the costume at reasonable prices. "Hey, you two." Looking up, the duo saw Harry walking toward them. "Hey, Harry." Naruto greeted with a raised hand, fist bumping with the rich boy. MJ nodded at him. Harry smiled at the two as he sat down next to Naruto, though he soon quickly scooted away nervously when he saw that Naruto was working on one of his invention. He chuckled nervously. Naruto?" he called, getting a low from the blonde as he was distracted with his work. That thing's not going to blow up, is it?" he asked, clearly recalling the last time one of the teen's gadgets blew up in his face. His face burned for weeks. Naruto waved him off. "Relax, it's not on. I'm just fixing and exchanging some parts," he said as he turned the black collar around. The only device was the small mic and speaker on the side. He looked at the motion detector on the inside of the collar. He would need to install the device inside his mask for easier use. His hand reached out and grabbed the sandwich his aunt made him and tool a bit. Tuna." Harry nodded as he looked at the two. They sure looked busy with what they were doing. He had noticed that they've been busy the whole month, hanging out together more than usual. He wondered if they had finally admitted their feelings and were dating, but shook his head. They didn't act like a couple, so it had to be something else. He didn't say anything though, figuring it wasn't his right to snitch. He looked at the blonde. "Hey Naruto," he said, getting the blonde's attention. "We still up for our game night after school? Got the new Monster Hunter game." Naruto smirked. "Of course. Hope you're ready to lose, rich boy," he challenged, getting Harry to smirk. "In your dreams. By the way, have you guys heard?" he asked. Naruto blinked in confusion and looked at MJ, who looked up from her computer. The two blinked and looked at Harry. "Heard what?" MJ asked. Harry looked at them in surprise. "You mean you don't know? You guys work in the school's newspaper, for crying out loud," he said. He saw that they still looked confused and sighed, face-palming. "I'm talking about the rumors of the new hero that's been seen around the city. Spider-Man, they are calling him." Naruto blinked in realization. He glanced around, and for the first time, he saw that all the students were talking amongst themselves. With his enhanced hearing, he could pick up the words Spider-Man, hero, questioning who he was, where he came from, and other things. MJ blinking and nodded. "Oh yeah. Nearly forgot. The whole school's taking about him." She took a quick glance at Naruto with a smirk. Luckily Harry didn't notice as he nodded. "Yeah. Nobody really knows what he looks like, only that he had been taking down thugs and criminals all month, and that all that was left were the criminals knocked out and tangled in what looked like webbing. There are rumors that he was first seen in a wrestling match." Naruto hummed to appear thoughtful. He couldn't let Harry find out his secret. He wanted to tell him, but it was too risky. It was bad enough Mary Jane knew. He didn't like it. Harry was his best friend. They didn't keep secrets from one another. But he didn't want to put Harry in trouble with his secret identity. "What do you think of this Spider-Man, Harry?" he asked, wondering the brunette's opinion. Harry shrugged. "Not much to say. Apparently, he's the new guy on the block. But I've heard my dad say that the police are weary of the guy, saying that he was some kind of vigilante." Naruto frowned and shared a glance with MJ. He didn't want to become an enemy to the police, so he will need to figure out a way to earn their trust. "I've heard that the Daily Bugle's holding a reward for photos of the Spider-Man," MJ said, making Naruto look at her. She turned her laptop around, showing the two males the Daily Bugle website. As she said, right at the front page, was an ad showing that the Bugle would give a reward for anyone who brought them pictures of Spider-Man live. Naruto pursed his lips, wondering if he should do it. He was looking for any way to earn money, not just for his equipment, but most of all for the bills that were coming in. This morning, before he left for school, he had heard his aunt on the phone, speaking with MJ's aunt, Anna Mae Watson, about the bills that were showing up. His uncle had always taken care of them, but with him gone. Naruto frowned as he looked at the ad. With great power, comes great responsibility, not just as Spider-Man, but also as Naruto Benjamin Parker. Unknown location. Adrian Toombs gave a shout of anger as he pushed everything off his desk onto the floor. His home office was a mess as he let his anger out on everything around him. "That god-forsaken Osborn!" he shouted as he grabbed a vase and threw it against the wall, shattering it. "How dare he make a mockery of me? I have given everything I had to bring my company up to where it is. That flight tech was my life's work, and he dares steal it from me." Smashing his fists down on his desk, he glared with immense hatred in his eyes. He had given his life to ensure his work would become the best in the world, rivaling Stark Industries in welfare. Only for some bastard and arrogant fool to take it from him. "Osborn, you will pay," he declared. "No matter what." Raising himself, he moved to the side of his office. With a grunt, he pushed the bookshelf away, throwing it uncaringly to the floor. Behind the shelf was a large safe, as big and tall as a car. Putting in the code, he opened the safe. Inside was his life's work, his legacy after so many decades. A savage grin spread through his face. "Osborn, this old man will make you regret messing with me." Back in Middleton High, hours later. Reuniting. With the bell ringing, students in the chemistry class began standing up and leaving the room. It was the last class of the day, and many were eager to do their own things or hang out with their friends. Standing up, Naruto stretched with a yawn. Having to sit and listen to the teacher blabber on stuff he already knew was tiring. He grabbed his bag as MJ joined him at his side. Nodding to her, they made their way out. Naruto was meeting Harry for their game night and MJ was tagging along since she had nothing better to do. "Naruto, please stay for a sec," the teacher called to him. Turning around, Naruto raised a brow. Exchanging looks and a shrug, Naruto and MJ approached the teacher together. MJ was also curious on what the teacher wanted to talk to her BFF about. "Naruto, do you by chance know Curtis Connors?" the teacher asked. Naruto blinked in surprise. Yeah. He follow his work. Dr. Connors was one of his science heroes, so he always kept a tab on his work and achievement. Not to mention, considering Connors worked on the cross-species project, he was curious on any other change happening to him since the spider bite. He wanted to meet him personally, but was forced to wait. A masked man appearing in front of the doctor was just calling for trouble. And he didn't know what would happen if he revealed his secret. However, there was another reason he was holding back. The teacher smiled. Well, it just so happens that Dr. Connors is offering internships at his lab at Empire State University, and I have offered my best student. He said, making Naruto's eyes widen. And me? Really? He asked excitedly. He was actually going to be able to work with Dr. Connor? The teacher nodded. Yes. It's free entry, so you can meet with him today if you would like. Osborne residence. Really sorry I have to reschedule game night, Harry. Harry waved Naruto off as the two were relaxing on the couch on Harry's large living room. Don't sweat it, Naru. This internship is way more important than hunting monsters. He said. Naruto nodded, glad his best friend wasn't mad at him. He had an hour before his meeting with Dr. Connors. MJ was going with him for support, and to make sure you don't go all fanboy, were her words. He wanted to ask Harry if he wanted to come, but thought against it. It wouldn't do good to bring a group with him to a meeting, no matter if they were friends. I just hope the position pays. While it would be great to work there, I am in desperate need of money. He muttered, frowning. Harry raised a brow. Let me guess, need more equipment for your lab? Looking to get a motorcycle? He guessed. Naruto sighed and leaned back on the couch. I wish it was that. But it's worse. He said, getting Harry to look at him in confusion. The bills are piling in. He said, making Harry wince. He knew Naruto's uncle was the one who took care of those. For as smart as Naruto was, money and accounting wasn't his area of expertise. If I don't figure out some way to earn money fast, Aunt May will be working her legs off more than she was already. Harry frowned. I don't know, Naruto. Internships don't usually pay money. Well, maybe I can convince Dr. Connors to offer me a job as an assistant. The blonde suggested. But Harry didn't look convinced. Naruto sighed. Yeah, well, I need to give it a shot. I mean, look at your place. You live here from having so much money thanks to your dad, and he's a scientist. He hinted. Boys, can I see you for a second? The two teens flinched when they heard Harry's father, Norman, call them. Looking at each other, they stood up and made their way out to the patio, where Norman was sitting on a chair at the outdoor table. He was drinking some tea, which he put down as he looked at them. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Naruto flinched. I hope I didn't offend you, sir. He tried to apologize, but Norman stopped him. Now, Mr. Parker. There is no need to apologize. I never do. Now, what's this about an internship? I was offered one under Dr. Curtis Connors at ESU. Norman smiled in surprise. Connors? A brilliant man he is. You'll learn much under him. I wish you luck in your interview, Naruto. Though I don't think you will need it, son. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. He said. Suddenly, his eyes widened when his spider senses went off. What the? Osborne! The three's head snapped up just in time as something swooped down from the sky and grabbed Norman, carrying him away. Dad! Harry shouted in shock. With his eyes and spider senses, Naruto was able to see what grabbed Norman. It was a bald old man, wearing some kind of black and red metallic suit, with metal wings coming from the arms, like bird wings. He wasn't able to react in time before Norman was taken. Naruto looked at Harry. Harry, call the police. I'll see if I can follow them on out of your motorcycles. He said, needing an excuse. Harry nodded. Okay, keys are in the counter. He said quickly before running inside. When Naruto was sure he was gone, he quickly grabbed his backpack. Taking off his shoes, he put them in his backpack. He jumped on top of the ledge. Shaking off the slight nervousness from being so high up, he jumped off. As he fell, he took off his shirt and pants, showing that he had his costume shirt and pants. From his bag, he took out his jacket and mask, and put them on, followed by his footwear and web shooters. All done in the span of 5.4 seconds. Shooting a web line, he caught a building and began swinging. As he swung, he dropped his bag on the corner of a roof garden to pick up later. Don't worry, Harry. I'll get your dad back. I promise. Even though he was being carried like a prey over 100 feet up in the air, Norman didn't have any fear showing on his face. Looking up at the person carrying him, he recognized him. Toombs? Adrian Toombs glared down at Norman as he flew. His electromagnetic wing harness suit was working perfectly. The anti-graviton generator on his back allowed him to soar through the air like a bird. No thrusters, or flames needed. He was the king of the skies. What do you think of my suit, Osborne? Can your tech flight do this? Toombs asked as he soared higher, flying above the buildings. He shot like a blur, looping and zigzagging. What is the meaning of this, Toombs? Norman demanded. You dared to steal my idea. My legacy. And don't call me Toombs. I am what you called me. I'm the Vulture. The old man declared. You're insane, old man. What is it that you want? Norman asked. What I want is for you to announce to the world that I am the creator of your ingenious flight technology. You will pay me every amount used to create all your flight gear. And you will make a public apology for stealing my technology. Toombs, now dubbed Vulture, announced as he flipped Norman into the air. The man gasped as he fell, but was caught by Toombs. You have gone senile in your age, old man. I never apologize. And you can forget about your demands. Norman declared, making Vulture grit his teeth, his anger rising to the limit. I may be an old man, but I'm not a patient one. He yelled in fury, and released Norman from his talon-like feet. Ahawk! Norman yelled as he fell to his death. He watched as the ground came at him fast, and felt dread in his chest. Luckily, his drop was stopped, as he was caught. Opening his eyes, Norman looked at who rescued him, and saw a man in a red and black outfit. Strange. I didn't know it was raining businessmen. Spider-Man joked, his voice slightly distorted thanks to his voice modifier. Holding Norman, they swung through the tops, while Vulture looked on in shock. What? What is the meaning of this? He demanded and chased after his prey. These skies belong to me. Wow. Talk about arrogant. By the way, did I interrupt a feud? Well, that's embarrassing. I mostly like to stay away from them. You know, be the third wheel. Spidey said nonchalant as he continued swinging away from the crazed Birdman. What are you babbling about? Put me done. Norman demanded. Dude. Calm down. Enjoy the sights. Not many can take in the view of New York from this high up, you know. But the way, travel isn't free. But if you want to pay in kindness, lay off the snacks. 'Cause you are one heavy guy. Spidey taunted. Who are you? Norman and Vulture demanded simultaneously. What, don't you folks ready the paper? Watch the news? Then again, I am new at this. As for who I am, I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Spidey introduced himself. Spider-Man. I thought you were just a myth. A news prank. Vulture denied. Spidey scoffed as he used a building side as a platform and bounced off, shaking Vulture a bit in his path. I definitely need an advertising agent if I want to make it in the hero business. He muttered. But enough about me, mind telling me what you two are doing playing this high? You know, someone could get hurt. He teased. Arg! Vulture screamed. Enough of this. Give me back Osborn. He must pay. He shouted and increased his speed. His razor-sharp wings sliced the web line, making Spidey and Norman fall. Oh crap! Spidey cursed. Thinking quickly, he shot a line at Norman, pulling him close as he shot another at a building, swinging off just before they impacted the ground. Nearby at the police station, two cops, a man and a woman, walked out. They were talking about the rumored Spider-Man, discussing on what they thought of him. The woman argued on him being a vigilante, and not following the law. Her partner thought otherwise. Heads up! Looking up, the two gasped when they saw the said spider, and Norman swinging their way. Swinging low to the ground, Spidey dropped Norman, literally, on them, sending him crashing onto the woman. Getting up, she was about to say something, but Norman pushed her down, just as Vulture swooped very close over them. What's going on? She questioned. Explanations inside. Norman stressed, and the cops nodding, he was moved inside the station. Vulture growled in anger at having his prey out of his range. He switched his target to Spider-Man and shot at him. You will pay, vermin. Now. I would calm down if I were you, old man. Wouldn't want to have a heart attack. Spidey mocked, getting an angry shout. On that note, should you even be flying in your age? He asked as he flipped over a vulture as he shot to cut him with his wings. Can an old man do this? Vulture shouted as he turned around and shot again. Spidey leaped at a close building and pushed off, dodging the bird-themed man. The two continued their chasing, this time Vulture in the front as Spider-Man chased him. Look, Beaky. I get the whole, dressing up as your favorite animal thing. Even better, you can fly. But still, what's up with the whole picking people up from the ground and dropping them from the sky thing? You watch too many horror movies? The web-swinger asked as he got in front of Vulture, web-swinging backwards as he faced the old man. Vulture gritted his teeth in anger, growing very annoyed with this pest. Spidey moved out of the way as Vulture shot past him. He clung to the side of a building as he watched Vulture vanish into the sky. Beaky, don't go. We can make this work. I'll feed you bird seed. As the old man vanished, Spidey could hear one last shout. The name's Vulture. Later, outside ESU. Okay, Harry. Glad everything's okay and that your dad's fine. Okay, I'll stop by tomorrow. See ya. Naruto said as he spoke through the phone. After Vulture vanished, he checked up on Norman from a distance, making sure he got home safe and sound. After grabbing his stuff from the top of a building, he met up with Mary Jane and told her what happened as they made their way to the interview. Wait, a vulture man? MJ asked confused, trying to wrap her head around what she was hearing. Well, not a vulture animal mutant. It was just a man in some kind of suit that looked like a bird design. Interesting enough, I didn't see any thrusters or repulsion equipment. It was like an anti-gravity device. He flew so easily without any trouble with wind pressure or anything. Naruto explained, very impressed at the design of the old man's equipment. So, madman? Crazy scientist? Angry janitor? MJ guessed. Naruto shrugged as they climbed the steps and stopped at the door. Don't know. Never seen him before. Though he did seem to hold a grudge against Norman Osborn. Might have to keep an eye on him in case Beaky makes a reappearance. He said, with MJ nodding. Anyway, you ready for this, brain boy? She teased, making him roll his eyes. I'm always ready, Red. He told her, and finally entered the building, MJ right behind him. Once inside, Naruto whistled at the size and space of the interior, as well as the equipment. ESU was one of the best colleges in New York, their equipment were advanced, donated by Tony Stark himself. Wow! MJ muttered, equally impressed as Naruto as they looked around. Their arrival caught the attention of someone. Looking up from checking some things, was a woman with auburn hair and green eyes, wearing a lab coat. A spectacular Spider-Man. Seeing the two teens, she made her way to them. Can I help you? Looking at her, Naruto nodded. Yes, please. I'm here for the internship. The woman nodded. Ah yes. You must be the appointment. Greetings, I'm Martha Connors. I'm my husband's, Kurt, assistant. I'll go get him. She told them and went to a room in the back. As she did that, Naruto looked around. The equipment here was more than the stuff he had in his lab. The money needed to get these stuff would have to be at the hundreds, or just no top people. So, I hear you will to apply for the internship. Looking forward, Naruto saw a man he recognized from an old photo of his dad's, Curtis Connors. He was a handsome man with a chiseled jaw and dark brown hair. The ultimate Spider-Man, he had blue eyes, and wore a white coat like his wife. What caught his attention though, was that his right arm was robotic. He nodded to the statement and raised his left hand. Smiling, Kurt shook his hand. He couldn't tell how many times people went to shake his right hand, only to make things awkward. Yes sir. Naruto said, glad to meet someone who worked a lot with his parents years ago. His dad's notes and journals talked about his encounters and work with the man. However, the last entry spoke of a fight between the two, just before his parents died. You look familiar, young man. Have we met? Kurt asked. He felt like he saw the young blonde before, but couldn't put his finger on it. Name's Naruto, sir. Naruto Parker. Naruto introduced himself. Kurt and Martha gasped softly at the last name. I'm Richard and Mary Parker's son. Yes. Kurt muttered. It was all coming back to him now. Yes, we've seen you before. Mary brought you to us before to see you. You were so young back then. Around 3 years old. I'm not sure if you remember. Naruto shook his head with a sad smile. Sorry, I don't. I only know you from my dad's journals, and your discoveries. Martha smiled sadly at the teen and shook his hand. Well, it's very great to see you again, Naruto. She said. She remembered when her good friend Mary brought her son to work one day, and introduced him. He was so adorable back then. She and Kurt, they had feared that he had been killed with his parents as well. It was great to know that he was alive and well. But she couldn't imagine the loss he must have felt on that day. Shaking her head to rid such negative thoughts, she looked at the young redhead next to the Parker. And who's this? Oh, Naruto said in recognition and gestured to his best friend. This is Mary Jane Watson, a good friend of mine. She came with him as encouragement. I hope it's all right. Kurt chuckled and waved him off. It's quite all right. But anywho, shall we continue with the interview? He asked. Naruto nodded. I never had an internship interview, so I don't know how they work. The interview was very simple. Kurt just asked him about his desire for science, his basic areas of expertise, and the times he was available. He was also given a tour of the place, being told about the equipment and what it does. As they did that, MJ and Mata talked with each other on the side, at times giggling. Well, everything's in order. It's getting pretty late, so you can start tomorrow after school. Kurt told him. Naruto nodded. Great. Quick question. Kurt nodded. Well, I'm wondering about the issue of money. Kurt frowned sadly and shook his head. I'm afraid the internship does not pay, he said, making Naruto sigh. I've heard about your uncle's death. I'm sorry, by the way. Money problems? He asked. His family was friends with the Parkers for a long time, so he wanted to help his old friend's son. Bills. Kurt nodded. He rubbed the back of his head. Well, I'll see if I can issue in a lab assistant position alongside the internship. They'll be warned that it doesn't pay much, he said. Naruto nodded, happy that he at least found something. So, you and Naruto? Martha stressed, unable to help herself. Her internal mother instincts were kicking in, and she just had to tease the two teens. Her son, Billy, was still too young to notice girls, and Mary Parker was her best friend, so she will mostly filling in the role of being the teasing mother to the young blonde, if only temporary. Mary Jane blinked in confusion, not getting where Martha was going. After a few seconds, she caught on, and blushed faintly. What? Me and Naruto? And no. We're just friends. She muttered in embarrassment, making Martha chuckle. She put a hand on Mary Jane's shoulder. Now. Take it from my experience, as well as Naruto's mother. Going out with a smart scientist isn't as bad as it seems. It's actually quite interesting. Sure, the men like to blabber on and on about science a few too many times. MJ nodded in agreement. Haven had her own experience at dealing when Naruto goes into his geek mode, but take it from me, it just makes them cuter. MJ blushed at that, neither denying nor agreeing. She just turned her head and looked at the caged reptiles on the side of the lab. Martha just chuckled at the girl, recognizing the crush she no doubt had for the young Parker. It reminded her of how Mary was with Richard when they were in college. She smiled in nostalgia as she looked at the young blonde as he talked to her husband. She saw the glint in his eyes, the same glint she would often see in Richard and Mary's eyes. He was definitely their son. A Parker through and through. Soon, Kurt and Naruto approached them. All right, everything's worked out. He'll start tomorrow after school, Kurt said as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He looked at Mary Jane. What about you, Miss Watson? We could use any hands here, he said, making a joke at himself. He had long since gotten used to his loss, and no longer felt regret. MJ shook her head with a small smile. Thanks for the offer, but science isn't really my thing. I leave that to Naruto, she said as she moved to Naruto's side. Kurt nodded in understanding, and waved the two off. Martha joined him on his side as they watched the two teens talk as they left the lab. It's good to see that Naruto's okay, Martha muttered. Kurt nodded in agreement. When they had heard about Richard and Mary's plane crash, killing them along with the Brocks, it saddened them. They were relieved that their son was alive and well. Kurt looked at his wife. You go on and get Billy. I'll lock up after I shut everything off and meet you at home. Martha nodded and kissed her husband on the cheek. She went to grab her things and hang up her coat, before leaving. Alone in the lab, Kurt turned and went to his office in the room in the back. Entering, the office was dark, the blinds pulled on, with the only light being from the lamp on his desk. He sat down on his chair with a sigh. With his only arm, he reached over and took off the robotic arm, unconsciously massaging the stub of what remained of his arm. He looked down at the folder that laid on his desk. It was opened, displaying its contents. It held all of his and Richard's notes concerning the cross-species project. Or at least, his part of the notes. Richard held the other part. For years, Kurt looked for a way to enable cellular regeneration, in order to not only bring back his lost arm, but also so heal the world from body injury and pain. He worked on cross-engineering animal DNA, while Richard worked on his own project, the suit. He still didn't know what it was, as Richard was very secretive about it. Richard had helped him with the cross-species project, using lizard DNA. Lizards were able to regrow lost limbs like tails or hands. If he could just find out how to transfer that ability to him. He sighed as he rested his face in his hand. No, with the loss of Richard, came the loss of the final product he needed to complete the project. No matter how many times Kurt injected the recalculated lizard DNA into his body, it didn't do anything. His body rejected the serum, and evaporated it in an instant. If Norman Osborn couldn't finish the project, even with his team of top scientists, what hope did he have? He wondered, could Naruto know or at least have any evidence or clue of Richard's formula? He quickly shook his head. Richard was paranoid when it came to keeping his secret. There was no way he'd leave something so important and dangerous with his only son, especially when so many powerful and dangerous people wanted it. Pulling out the drawer, he took out a syringe, as well as a vial containing a green liquid. Putting the vial in the syringe, he injected into his stub with a grunt. Taking a deep breath, he released it and put his robotic arm back on. Standing up, he turned off the light, and left the office. It was dawn and the sun was getting ready to set. A flash of light went off as Naruto in his Spider-Man costume swung by the tall buildings. Doing a few flips and turns, several flashes went off. He did a large wide jump, his body an arc as he caught a flash. A few more tricks, he stopped and picked up his camera that was webbed to the ledge of a building top. He checked the photos, deeming which ones were good to give to the Bugle for the price money. These look good. But what I really need is pictures of Spidey in action. Naruto muttered, his mask pulled up over his face. He looked at the sun, judging the time remaining before he had to head home before Aunt May got worried. His curfew was 10 o'clock. He had 3 hours left. A beep sounded through his earpiece. Pressing his fingers on it, he turned it on as he connected to the police radio. He listened as a call was made, reporting a break-in at a store. Smirking, he put his camera in his backpack and put his mask down. Shooting a web line, he swung to the location. The thugs were very easy to handle. No matter the numbers, he was faster, stronger, and more agile. He handled them in a minute flat. Not to mention he was able to finally use his spider signal for his entrance, and got some good pics, or at least he would have if the flash didn't reflect off the store's window. Grumbling under his breath at not having good pictures of him in action, he made it home with 2 minutes left till 10. Entering, he smiled when he saw his aunt sitting on the couch, watching television. "Hey Aunt May. I'm home. I'm not late, am I?" he asked as he went to the kitchen. May smiled at her nephew. "No, dear. Right on time. There's some apple pie in the fridge if you're hungry," she called out, getting a thanks from the kitchen. "Anything eventful today?" she asked as Naruto walked out with a plate with a piece of pie. "You have no idea." As he recalled his meeting with the Vulture. He sat down next to May and shrugged. "Well, I had an interview with Kurt Connors as his intern," he told her. May blinked in surprise, hearing the familiar name. "Connors, that's right," she thought, remembering him as Richard and Mary's friend from the lab. "Really? How did it go?" Naruto smiled at her. "I've got it. I start tomorrow after school. Not sure how long it would take, so there's a chance I might be late past curfew," he said, apologizing. May waved him off with a proud smile. "It's quite all right. I'm so proud of you, Naruto," she said and hugged him. Naruto smiled as he balanced the plate on his hand and hugged her back with one arm. Pulling back, May fixed his messed up hair, though it was no use. "Well, just be sure to call me if you are going to be late. You know I worry when you have to travel those dark streets," she told him, her tone holding a bit of nervousness in it. Naruto smiled at her. "Don't worry, Aunt May. I'll be careful. I promise." Soon May went to bed as Naruto sat in the small desk in his room. After making sure his aunt was truly asleep, he put on his costume. He was checking his web shooters, making sure his capsules were full. He was going to check up on Norman and Harry. After that run-in with Vulture, he wanted to make sure the old man didn't make another surprise visit. Ready, he left through the window. Later that night, Spider-Man was perched on the roof of the Osborn building. He was keeping lookout for any sign of the Vulture. Harry was safely sleeping in his room, and Norman was on his way home by limo with guards. He had planted one of his finished spider tracers on the limo. He looked down at the tracker on his hand, locked on the tracer on the limo. He had used 3 tracers so far, not including the one on the limo. One for MJ's charm bracelet on her cell phone, another on the back of Aunt May's jacket, which she used all the time, and the last one Harry's backpack. This way, he could be noticed if anything happened to his precious people. He already lost so many of his precious people, he didn't want to lose more. Hearing a noise, he looked down over the edge, and saw the limo pull up. The guard stepped out first to make sure the coast was clear, before they allowed Norman out. "So far so good," Spidey said. Unfortunately, he spooked too soon, as suddenly, his spider sense went off. "Osborn!" Vulture shouted as he swooped down. The guards quickly pushed Norman back in the car and ordered the driver to go as they fired at the Vulture. However, Vulture easily dodged the bullets and chased after the car. Spidey quickly chased after. "You will not get away from me this time." "My thoughts exactly," Spider-Man thought. He followed as the guard inside the limo stood up from the sunroof and fired at Vulture. Vulture just charged at him, and picked him up with his talons, before throwing him away. Moving quickly, Spidey caught the man with a bed of web before he hit the ground. Vulture landed on top of the vehicle, glaring at Norman as the man backed into his seat. "You will pay, Osborn," he declared as he raised his right razor-sharp wing. However, he didn't get the chance as a line of web stuck to his back and pulled him back. "Hold it right there, Beaky," Spider-Man said as he appeared. "You!" Vulture growled as he glared at the fool who dared stop him the first time. "I could have sworn I gave out my name last time," Spidey muttered as he cupped his chin in thought. "Maybe your memory's not so good at your age." You will not stop me this time, insect. Vulture shouted as he ripped off the web line and flew at him. Spider-Man jumped out of the way. He stuck to the side of a building, watching as Vulture floated in the air. Okay, first off, spiders are arachnids, not insects. And second, isn't there a curfew for old people? Spider-Man asked, getting an angry roar from the bird-theme villain. With a swipe of his wing, several feathers shot out like daggers at the spider hero. Whoa! Gasping, he jumped out of the way. That's surprising. He commented, before he was hit from the side by a body tackle from Vulture. Recovering, Spidey caught himself with a web line. Okay, someone's not getting their pudding tomorrow. He moved out of the way of feather daggers as they tried to pierce him through. With Spider-Man distracted for the moment, Vulture took the chance to chase Osborn. Making it to the limo, he landed on the roof. Glaring at Norman, he aimed his wing at him, his hand on the trigger to launch the hidden blades. However, before he could launch it, Spidey stopped him by grabbing the wing with a web line and pulling it backwards, the launched blades firing into the road and bouncing harmlessly. Vulture growled as Spidey appeared in the limo through the torn outside door, ripped off by Tomb's earlier one, sat down comfortably on the leather chair. Asterisk whistle asterisk damn, nice ride. And is that an ice cream maker? He joked. Growing angrier, Vulture was about to shout something, but was stopped when a web line caught him on the face and pulled forward, before he was kicked hard in the face, sending him flying. Jumping out from the car, Spidey landed on the road in front of Vulture. Ripping the webbing off his face with a growl, Vulture shot at Spider-Man. With his agility and reflexes, Spider-Man dodged, flipped, and rolled the wing slashes. Bending backwards from a slash that flew over his head, he got up and launched an uppercut at Vulture's chin, sending him into the air. Shaking his head, the old man stopped in midair. He glared at the damn arachnid who dared stop him from exacting his revenge. Moving his wings, he launched a flurry of black feather blades at the hero. Spidey saw a manhole near him, and shooting a web line, pulled it toward him. Grabbing it, he used it as a shield from the blades. After a few seconds, the shower stopped. Taking the chance, he hurled the manhole at Vulture. Eyes widening, he jumped out of the way. Smirking at the sewer covering missing him, he looked back forward, only to meet a fist to the face. Shaking his head, a vein pulsed on his head. Enough of this. He roared and flew off, after his original target. Spider-Man followed him. He caught up to the limo, and smirked savagely and moved in closer. However, before he knew it, the limo made a hard left, and entered a garage building. No! He roared at losing his target. Face going practically red, he shot a heavy glare at Spider-Man. This is all your fault. He roared and dived at him. Spidey jumped out the way, and web-zipped to another building. He swung away fast with Vulture on his tail. Okay Parker, think. How do you stop a crazed old man who can fly in some kind of anti-gravity suit? If I can break into the interior of the pack, I can shut off the power. He began running on the building side as Vulture shot daggers at him. Where the hell is he keeping all of these daggers? He thought as he dodged a talon grab and moved away. Just then, a news helicopter appeared in his path. Eyes widening, he dropped down and swooped under it before continuing swinging. Unfortunately, Vulture was not as kind, and cut off the tail of the helicopter with his razor-sharp wings. Alarms rang out from inside the vehicle as it span out of control. Hearing this, Spidey looked back, and his eyes widened. No! He shouted and turned around. Vulture stood between Spider-Man and the out-of-control copter, as he shot at the hero. However, Spidey didn't have time to mess around, and jumped over Vulture, slamming a heel on the top of his head. With him dazed and distracted, Spidey moved to the copter. He leaped at it, and clung to the side. Grabbing the side door, he tore it off with his immense strength. Inside were 3 people, the pilot, the reporter, and the cameraman. They were screaming in panic at the situation. Quick! Grab onto me! He shouted at them. Having no time to question him, they moved and grabbed into Spidey. Jumping off, they dived down to the ground, the passengers screaming, making him cringe a bit. Raising a hand, he shot a bullet of webbing at the copter, before turning around and shooting another bullet down below. The 3 screamed in fright, thinking they were about to die, only to blink when they stopped falling. Opening their eyes, they saw that they were caught in a large and strong web. Up above, the out-of-control helicopter was stuck in a massive web between 2 buildings. Blinking, the 3 were put down on the ground by Spider-Man. The female reporter looked at Spider-Man as the cameraman filmed him. Thank you. You save us. Who are you? She asked. Spider-Man looked at him. I'm just your friendly NAWOAH. He was cut off as Vulture swooped in and grabbed him by his talons. The 3 blinked as Spider-Man was carried away. The only thing left behind was a card that floated harmlessly to the ground. The reporter picked it up. Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man. Dude. I was busy. Spider-Man complained as he was being carried by the Vulture. You had ruined by chance to make Osborn pay. Now you will take his place. Vulture stated. They flew higher in the air. Spidey scoffed. Yeah, I don't think so. Swinging his legs back, he got out Vulture's grip, though it teared at the shoulders. Grabbing the man's legs, he flipped over to the man's back. He looked at his shoulders, and saw that the suit was torn there, and he had scratches on his shoulder blades. Damn, MJ's gonna have my head for this. He thought as his cuts healed rapidly. Shaking his head, he looked at the pack. Hey! Get off me! Vulture demanded and tried to shake Spidey off, even turning upside down. But Spidey stayed. Whoa! Spider-Man groaned as Vulture kept spinning. Hey, stop that! I'm gonna hurl, and it'll be on you. He protested, but the old man didn't listen. Growling in annoyance, Spidey raised a hand and swiped down on the right wing. Unknown to him, his fingernails grew longer into claws, and teared right through the metal wing like a knife through bread. Naruto blinked in surprise at what he had just done, and looked at his clawed hand. What the? Vulture gasped. He lost control of his flight. You fool! Without my wing, I cannot steer. Looking at the other wing, Spidey had an idea, and once more, clawed the wing right off. With nothing to control his flight patterns, Vulture slowed down before stopping, merely hovering in the air. No! Now I can't fly. And yet you're still hovering. Spidey noted, quite amazed at that. It would seem that this suit worked with two functions. The generator to deploy the anti-gravity field, and the wings to steer and change the direction of the flight. Without one, the other cannot work. Putting it off for later thought, he looked at the pack. Now let's see. There should be a way to open this. He muttered and put his hands on the back, to feel any switch or hatch. If not, he could just punch through. He was about to do exactly that, only to blink in shock when something happened. His hands were suddenly coated in some kind of red electricity. It wasn't painful, so it couldn't be from the pack. Then what is this? He mentally questioned. Suddenly, the humming from the pack stopped. The two screamed as they suddenly dropped down. Spidey quickly shot a web line to catch them. Holding on to Tooms, he navigated them. They soon reached a low building, and dropped down on the roof. Tooms dropped with a grunt, as Spidey landed easily. Getting up, Tooms glared at Spider-Man. You ruined everything. He shouted and charged at him. Spidey easily dodged the punches before flipping over the man, pushing off from his shoulders. However, the second his hand came in contact with his shoulder, Tooms screamed in pain as red electricity coursed through his body. Spidey watched in surprise and fascination as Tooms screamed for a minute. Soon he stopped, and crashed into the ground. Spidey approached him cautiously, hearing the old man grunt and groan. I can't move. What have you done to me? I can't move. Tooms demanded as he struggled to move any part of his body. Spidey didn't hear him, as he was too busy looked at the red electricity running through his hands and fingers before they vanished. Just what the hell was that? Later on, he watched from a roof edge as the police took Tooms to jail, charged with the attempted murder of Norman Osborn. With that taken care of, he swung his way home. Entering through the window to his room, he sluggishly approached his bed. He tiredly took off his costume, merely throwing the articles into his closet, leaving him in his boxers. He crashed down on his bed, the events of the day tiring him out. He didn't last a second, before he fell asleep. He would take in as much rest as he could. Today was the first official day as Spider-Man. With many more adventurous and dangerous days, weeks, even years to come for the young hero. But one thing was for sure. Coming tomorrow, the whole city would come to know the existence of Spider-Man. Chapter 4, The Enforcers. Parker Residence, Basement/Naruto's Lab. In our top news, Adrian Toomes, founder and CEO of Toomes Electronics, has been arrested last night for an attempted murder of Oscorp president, Norman Osborn. Toomes had nearly accomplished his intended goal, if not for the appearance and rescue of Manhattan's newest hero, Spider-Man. Not only has Spider-Man put a stop to Toomes, he had also saved the lives of myself, a cameraman, and pilot after a troubled situation with a New York News helicopter. Toomes is sentenced to several months of prison, and as of yet, Norman Osborn has not yet issued a lawsuit. On the behalf of myself and my crew, I would like to tell Spider-Man, thank you. Grabbing the remote, Naruto muted the small TV. Beside him, Mary Jane sent him a small grin as she elbowed him on the side. Nice work there, Whiskers. You beat your first bad guy, and made the 5 o'clock news. She teased. Rolling her eyes at her, Naruto turned his attention back to his work desk. Laying on the desk, was some souvenirs he took from Vulture after their fight. One of the severed metal wings, which he found lying on top of a building, and the anti-gravity generator he took before handing Tombs/Vulture to the police. His eyes inspected over the equipment, his mind running on thoughts on how they worked. Not only that. He glanced down at his hand, thinking back on the strange red electricity, and the effects it seemed to do to the old man. MJ also looked at the gear her best friend brought. "Nice gear," she commented. She then tapped the pack. "What's this?" she asked. Looking at the pack, Naruto answered, cupping his chin in thought. "From what I got during the fight, it's some kind of anti-gravity generator. It seemed to enable a person to fly high in the air. Beaky used that to fly, and the wings to steer." MJ whistled. "Nice, and now you got it," she stated with a growing grin. "Let me guess, you go Anna-fly now? That'd be so cool," she stated with a grin. However, Naruto shook his head. Grabbing the pack from the side, he laid it on its front, taking the top off after finally unscrewing it minutes ago. Inside were gears and computer chips and wires. Setting the top to the side, he looked at the components. "Unfortunately, the thing's busted," he said, making Mary Jane whine a bit as she softly hit his shoulder. "Why'd you have to break it? Don't you realize how cool it would be to fly around?" she said, a cute pout on her lips. Rolling his eyes at her, he looked at the circuitry. While it may not look like it, the main computer chip that operated the flight tech had been bust slightly. Slightly meaning that even if it was still operational, it would only work at around a 15% capacity. "Whatever it was that I did, it was strong enough to not only paralyze Vulture, but also burn off the circuitry. The best thing this thing is good for, is to take it apart and use the working parts." He shrugged as he looked at the wing and pack, his enhanced mind already calculating and thinking of ways to use the technology. Mary Jane looked at Naruto. "What did happen? You told me you were fighting Vulture and beat him. You never told me how." Looking at her, Naruto thought on it for a second, before he raised his head. The two looked at the appendage, MJ in confusion, while Naruto tried to concentrate, trying to recall and bring back the feeling that caused the strange spark from before. After a minute or two, they too watched as a few small sparks of red energy fizzled around his fingers. MJ blinked. "What was that?" She got a shrug. "Don't know, but whatever it is, it paralyzed Birdie's whole body with a single touch." Naruto explained. That surprised Mary Jane. "Really? That's surprising," she said as raised a finger to it in curiosity. But before she could touch it, Naruto pulled his hand away. "Don't even think about it, Red. Whatever this is paralyzed Vulture," Naruto told her. MJ rolled her eyes. "Yeah, for like an hour. Relax, it'll be fine," she said with a grin and tried to reach for his hand. Too bad for her, Naruto just sidestepped from her easily. "You know, one of these days, that daredevil curiosity of yours is going to get you in trouble," he told her, tapping her on the nose. Luckily, his new power didn't activate. MJ just pouted, making him roll his eyes. She could be such a kid sometimes. He turned back to his desk, where his costume and web shooters were laid. The costume had some tears on it. MJ said she would fix it back up. He had also finished his handmade web formula, and will test it later on. He also reviewed his fight with the Vulture. Being his fist actual battle, nothing like school fights, he did surprisingly well. He would be lying if he said he wasn't completely scared shitless throughout the whole fight. However, with Harry's dad in danger, he pushed his fear aside for the moment, and just let his instincts take control. All in all, he would give his performance a 10 out of 10. Behind him, MJ had her arms crossed with a pout. She glanced at the TV, seeing that they were showing footage of the paralyzed Vulture. She rubbed her shin with a thoughtful look. Looking at Naruto, she grinned. Naruto didn't pay attention as he was too into his thoughts. There's also that reward money the Bugle's offering for pictures of yours truly. Maybe I should give that a try? $2,000 is something I can't pass up. It would be a great make-up after that asshole back at the wrestling night scammed him out of the $5,000. Not to mention that since the internship didn't offer any cash, he needed some way to make money. MJ offered the suggestion of getting a job, but he was reluctant. Between school, homework, working at ESU labs, and doing his patrols as Spider-Man, getting a job would only increase his already 24/7 busy schedule. It wasn't like he could be in two places at once. Maybe I can dash. Suddenly, his spider senses went off. Behind him, MJ launched at him with a grin, her arms stretched out. Naruto span around, moving to the side as he dodged her reach. Steadying her feet, the redhead tried another lunge, but with his reflexes, he dodged with a grin. Moving near his work table, he reached over and grabbed one of his web shooters. Putting it on, he dodged backwards as MJ's hand nearly grabbed him. He shot a web line at the hand, grabbing the wrist. He moved behind her, pulling her arm. She gave a yelp of surprise as she was spun around, before Naruto grabbed her arm, holding it away as he wrapped his other arm around her waist. He shot a web bullet at her other arm, wrapping the hand in a web cocoon. He grinned at the redhead as he held her in a trapped embrace. MJ began to blush fiercely when she realized her face was merely inches apart from Naruto's. "Really, MJ?" he asked her, his eyes shining with amusement. "You know what they say, curiosity killed the cat. Maybe I should give you a new nickname. How about it, little kitty?" he said, his voice low. The blush on her increased. Her mind was feeling dizzy. The hold her crush held on her were firm, yet gentle. Her eyes trailed down to his lips. So close, when she was younger, she would often dream of kissing them. She blamed all those romantic movies she watched. Just one kiss, that's all she asked for. A kiss that would hopefully express the feelings she just couldn't find the courage to tell him. For so long, she had longed to tell him how she felt about him. Ever since their first kiss, if you could call it that, she was hopeful, maybe he would feel the same. They could take their relationship to the next level, becoming a couple. Naruto stared at Mary Jane. Back when they were kids, he had a small crush on her, he still did, he thought she was cute. They had known each other since kindergarten. The thing that immediately caught his attention, even at a young age, was her red hair. He didn't know why, but he loved her red hair. It made look so beautiful. And as time passed, she had grown from the cute girl into a gorgeous woman. And it was not just her looks, it was everything about her. Her wild yet kind personality, her tendency to never give up when she puts her mind to something, though whether it was a good thing or not at times, he has yet to figure out, and most of all, her cute laugh. He smiled softly, and unable to help himself, lifted a hand and gently ran it through her flowing hair, making her eyes widen slightly, before smiling, her cheeks burning. The two stared at one another silently. Unknown, or unseen, by the two, Naruto's pupils changed into narrow, beast-like slits for split second, before going back to normal. Slowly, the two began to get closer, their lips nearing one another inch by inch. Fraction by fraction. Just a bit more, and ping! The two jumped, their eyes wide, their states broken thanks to the noise from the computer. They blushed at what they were about to do. Seeing their position, they quickly separated, their faces red, any more blood rushing to their heads, and they'd be tomatoes, which for some reason, that thought made Naruto very angry. Unable to look at one another, Naruto coughed awkwardly. I should, check that. Oh, okay. A blush burning his cheeks, he approached his computer. Turning on the monitor, he looked at it. Opening up his email, he saw that he had a message from Dr. Connors. A message to join Connors in a study tomorrow after school. He smiled excitedly, he couldn't wait to start studying under Kurt Connors. He replied, saying he'll be there. Mary Jane leaned against a desk, a timid blush crossing her face as she looked anywhere but Naruto. She couldn't believe she almost kissed Naruto Parker, her longtime crush, but in her mind, she cheered at coming so far than she had over the years. Just a few more seconds, and she would have finally kissed Naruto. She also cursed whoever had interrupted her change. She bit her thumb in annoyance. She would have to make sure to take her chance next opportunity, before she lost it. Unlike her adorable, but slightly dense friend, he was a boy after all, no experience with romance. MJ knew how he seemed to attract the attention of the other high school girls. And if she didn't make her mover quick, she might lose him. She wasn't so much as worried about many of the high school girls. Naruto wouldn't date shallow women who didn't like him for him. However, along with her, the ones she was really worried about were Liz and a few of her other female friends. So she would need to make her move before they did. And she knew just the way to do it. In a few weeks, there was going to be a high school fall formal dance. As such, she was going to ask him out before anyone else did. Then, as they were slow dancing, she would tell him her feeling. And if that didn't work, there was always option B. Pull him into a heavy make-out session. The shocked and flustered look on his face would be very amusing. If that didn't make her feelings clear to his boyishly dense mind, nothing would. She looked up when she heard the police radio speak. All units. We have a runaway car, carrying robbers. Heading down 4th Street. Requesting backup. Please respond. She saw Naruto walk over to his costume. Heading out? She asked as he picked his costume up, not minding the tears. Yeah. There's still trouble. Also need to clear my head after this whole battle with the vulture. Still running on adrenaline. He said as he took off his shirt, forgetting MJ was there. Mary Jane blushed hard as she looked at his toned back, seeing some muscles granted by the spider bite. She looked away, though casted one more glance. Naruto was soon suited up. Other than some cuts and the large one on the shoulder, only half sewed up by Mary Jane, it would hold. Grabbing his mask, he looked at MJ, shooting her a grin as he gave her a 2-finger salute. See you later, Red, he said, putting his mask on before he left through the back door entrance that led to the outdoor stairs outside. He couldn't believe he had forgotten about that. Would have been way easier to get out through there than sneaking around upstairs. MJ smiled as she saw him off, before sighing. She would tell him when he got back. Meanwhile, in an unknown, abandoned warehouse. With the gate opening up, a small group of men entered. The ones that stood out were the 3 men following a man in a suit inside. The first was a man in a green suit with a white hat. Named Jackson Bryce, aka Montana. A man skilled in lariat, using a lasso. Next to him was a man in a fancy black suit and tie, and a white fedora hat. On his waist was a holster with 2 pistols. His name was Dan Rubenstein, though mostly known as Fancy Dan, a skilled sharpshooter and mercenary. Lastly, was a huge man with dark skin. This was a man who didn't need any weapons. His muscles and strength were deadly enough. Raymond Block, Ox. Together, they formed a top-notch mercenary group known as the Enforcers. They followed the guy who worked for the one who hired them. They were supposed to meet their client, but instead they circled an intercom on a stool. "They're here, boss." The man in the suit, Mr. No Name, spoke. "Greetings, gentlemen. I apologize for not meeting you personally, but I'm afraid my identity must remain hidden until I know your skills are as good as you say." Montana, the presumable leader of the team, scoffed, crossing his arms. "A test, huh? What sort of test?" "For the past weeks, a pest has been causing problems for my operations. And that is something I cannot have. Believed at first, my men were simply trying to steal from me. But after the first few had been dealt with, I now know otherwise. Up to this point, there has been no identity to this person. Until now. Given the recent news and studying the evidence, we now have a face to this threat." Mr. No Name took out a file and handed it to Montana. Opening it, he saw photos of a person wearing red and black homemade costume swinging on what looked like web across buildings. This so-called Spider-Man had been interrupting with my plans, and so must be dealt with. "And you want the enforcers to wrangle up this here, Spider?" Fancy Dan asked. "No, Mr. Bryce. I want you to crush him like the bug he is." The enforcers glanced at one another, before looking at No Name, who held up a briefcase. Opening it up, the enforcers smirked as they looked at all the money inside. "When do we start?" Montana asked with a grin. "With Naruto." Web swinging across the high buildings of Manhattan, Spider-Man simply followed the police sirens. He soon found the trail of police cars chasing after the getaway cars. His eyes saw 2 robbers, one driving while the other shot at the cops. Swinging faster than the speeding cars, he got closer to the lead car. Swinging down low, he came in sight of the robbers. "Holy shit. It's that Spider-Man guy." The shooter shouted. "Shoot his ass." The driver shouted. Aiming at the swinging hero, the shooter fired at Spidey. With his spider sense, Spidey dodged the bullets by jumping over bullets, which to him, moved in slow motion. While in midair, he aimed his hands at the thugs. Pressing his fingers against his wrists, he shot balls of web at them. One of the web bullets struck the barrel of the gun, exploding on contact and covering it. Another hit the shooter on the forehead, knocking him back by the force of the impact. Flipping in the air, Spider-Man landed on the trunk of the car. The driver quickly reached to take out his hidden gun. However, before he could, he got webbed in the face. With a muffled shout, he tried to get it off his face, releasing the wheel, making the car go out of control. Spider-Man shot a web line at the wheel, and with a yank, made the car's wheels turn abruptly to the side. With the speed it was going, the sudden friction forced the car to volt and fly into the air. Seconds later, the police cars came to a stop when they saw the car they were chasing. At the first car, the cops stepped up, looking ahead in confusion, one of the guys scratching the back of his head in confusion. In front of them, was the getaway car, suspended in midair by a large web in between 2 lamp posts. The tugs were hanging in cocoons of web, unconscious. On the roof of a nearby building, Spider-Man watched as the cops took the men away, his hoodie up over his mask. Just then, he got a call of a robbing of a pawn shop. Shooting a web line, he swung off. Parker House. The new hero, Spider-Man, continues to protect the people of New York. He is seen taking down criminals and helping the police. Images are shown of criminals being tangled in web and left for the police. However, there are mixed reactions to the new hero. A policeman was being interviewed. He had a stern look on his face as he glared at the camera. "This man's nothing but a vigilante. A freak that goes around, making everyone think he's some kind of hero. What do we know about him anyway? Guy wears a mask, for Pete's sake." Next to be interviewed, was a woman. "Last week a couple of thugs dragged me off the streets into a corner. I screamed for help, but no one came. They were about to, but Spider-Man appeared. He beat down the holes and saved me. Guy's a hero in my book. More people were interviewed. My store was being robbed. But Spider-Man appeared and stopped them. He's a hero, said an elderly man. I had lived in a nice, safe, friendly neighborhood. But now, how can I feel safe for my children with all these freaks in costumes running around? A mother said with a frown. MJ pursed her lips as she watched the news before putting it on mute. She was sitting on Naruto's bed in his room, having watched the recent news report on Spider-Man. So far, things were going as well as she had hoped. Some people in the city were getting used, and even licking Spider-Man, though the rest, not so much. Especially the police department. Naruto's not a vigilante or a freak. He's trying to help. She though in defense for her blonde hero. Speaking of said blonde, he was sitting in his desk, looking down at his hand through a microscope he got for Christmas. Nothing out of the usual, same fingerprints, same flesh, same spider-like hairs growing out of said flesh. He then grabbed some equipment, and making a small cut on his finger to draw blood, put it in a scanner. Nothing high-tech, too much above his allowance, but worked well. Pressing keys on his keyboard, he brought up data on his blood. He frowned. Still nothing. His blood was as normal as any other radioactive spider-changed blood. He just couldn't figure out what had caused his new power. Sighing, he looked at his hand, to which at that moment, as if to mock him, his hand sparked. He glared at the red static. Looks like Spider-Man's making a name for himself. He heard Mary Jane say. Turning around in his chair, he looked at her. To some people, maybe. Not so much the cops. He reminded. MJ nodded, but didn't think much on it. I'm sure you'll change their minds sooner or later. Standing up, Naruto scoffed. Yeah, like when I saved the city from an alien invasion like the Avengers. He joked as he fell down on his bed. Looking at him, MJ stood up from her place on the floor, and laid down on the bed next to him. She looked at the blonde. You alright? She asked, concerned. Naruto sighed. Yeah. Just coming to realization that my once normal life was gone now. He said. MJ smirked softly. Well, you know what they say, normal is overrated. Naruto chuckled at that. Yeah, guess you're right. But still. I can't help but be worried. He looked at her, frowning. What if something happens? What if I get hurt, and Aunt May finds out? I don't want her to worry. What if I make a dangerous enemy, and he finds out my identity? What if dash? MJ silenced him, placing a finger on his lips. Hey, enough with the what-ifs and worries. You'll make a great hero. I know you will. You are strong and stubborn to not lose to someone, so you will beat any enemies you face. I believe in you. She said, her tone and eyes strong. Naruto looked at her, before smiling. He gently grabbed her hand from his lips. Yeah, guess you're right. Maybe I can do his. After all, I have you to be there for me. He said, smiling widely, his eyes closed, so he didn't see the blush MJ had. Just then, they heard Aunt May knock on Naruto's door. Naruto, Mary Jane. Dinner's ready. Be right there, Aunt May. Naruto called out. Standing up, he held a hand out to MJ. Smiling, the redhead took it. Together, they left the room, but not before Naruto shot a web line with a blunt tip at the television, hitting the power button, and turning it off. Later that night. It was nighttime in New York, and Naruto was dressed up in his Spidey suit. He was swinging through the city tops, enjoying the night air and peace and quiet. And since he had to go back to school tomorrow and starting his job with Connors, he'd need the time to think. His new life as Spider-Man was going well for starters. He stopped some of the average criminals, saved people from burning buildings, stop robbers from taking old women's purses, rescue cats from trees, etc. He sighed through his mask. He's been trying hard to make his way through his hero business. He knew it, with great power, comes great responsibility. But there was another phrase. The calm before the storm. Maybe it was his spider sense. Maybe it was his human instincts. But something was telling him, making the hair on his neck stand on end, that sooner or later, his life is about to get much crazier than it already is. Maybe I'm just overreacting, he thought as he swung. Meanwhile, unknown to him, he was being watched. On the top of a nearby building, Montana watched the spider hero through the scope of a rifle. Target locked. Raising the rifle, he locked onto the web line, and fired. As Naruto swung, absently thinking once again on his money issue, his eyes widened when suddenly, his spider senses flared. What the dash? His eyes widened behind his mask, when suddenly his web line was cut. He bit back a curse as he started falling down. Recovering quickly, he shot a line and swung safely to the roof of a building. He sighed in relief, thinking he was safe. But unfortunately for him, he was wrong. Once more, his spider senses activated, making his eyes widen. Turning around, He had to shield his eyes with his arm when a spotlight shined down on him. Peering under his arm, he saw an armed helicopter appear from the side of the building, weapons locked on him. "What the heck?" he asked. Just then, sensing someone land behind him, he turned, and saw Montana. Not that he knew who that was. Montana smirked at Spider-Man. "So, you're the mysterious spider we've been hearing about," he said. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. "And you are?" he asked, tensing. "Your worst nightmare, boy," Montana said, before taking out his whip and slashed at Spider-Man. Spidey quickly jumped out of the way. But the danger didn't stop there, as the copter began firing machine guns at him. He quickly dodged, jumping and flipping out of the way. Jumping into the air, he shot web bullets at the copter, hitting the guns and blocking the barrels. Landing, he soon had to once more dodge out of the way of Montana's whip. Meanwhile, seeing their guns not working, Ox and Fancy Dan got out of the copter, putting it in autopilot. Jumping off, they landed on the roof, surrounding Spider-Man. They, along with Montana, wore black clothing and gear. Naruto, seeing himself surrounded, narrowed his eyes. He turned to Montana. "Let me guess, more of you club members?" he asked, and only got a smirk. "Seriously, who are you guys? What do you want?" "We're known as the Enforcers, boy. And what we want, is you." At that, the three men charged at Naruto at once. Crap! He quickly jumped out of the way, back flipping over Ox. Landing behind them, he bended backwards at the waist in an incredible show of flexibility, as he ducked under Fancy Dan's weapon of choice, an iron staff. F.D once more swiped at him, only for Naruto to jump over it, and using his momentum, kicked the man away. Dan, managing to stay on his feet, took out one of his pistols, and fired at Spidey. Naruto, with his spider sense and agility, dodged the bullets, before charging at the man. Getting close, he jumped up, and kicked him away. Sensing danger, he looked over his shoulder, only to see the large man known as Ox behind him with his arms over his head. Spider-Man quickly shot web up at him, entrapping his fists in a cocoon of web. It served as a good distraction, as Ox tried to free his hands. Taking the chance, Spider-Man leaped up at him, delivering a strong uppercut that sent the man flying back. Montana, seeing his men being made a fool of, whipped his lasso at the spider hero. Spider-Man had to duck and weave out of the way as the man tried to trap him. The strikes were fast and quick, which he found to be quite impressive, as he could see that the lasso wasn't elastic like a snake. It was only thanks to his spider senses that he was able to predict their paths. He jumped out of the way, landing on top of the roof entrance, looking down at the men as they gathered. "Damn it. At this rate, I'll miss curfew if I keep messing around with these guys." Ox, freeing his hands by ripping through the web. "Holy crap. These webs are as strong as steel cable." And with a mighty jump, leaped at Spider-Man. Ox coming down with his arm cooked back for a punch, Spider-Man jumped out of the way as the large man punched down on where he was at, break a hole right through the bricks. Landing, Spider-Man saw Fancy Dan charge at him with his staff ready. Narrowing his eyes, Spider-Man met his charge. Once he got close, he went down on his knees, bending backwards as he slid right through the gap in between the man's legs. Getting behind him, Spider-Man shot two web lines at the man's back. Connecting, he pulled hard, and threw F.D hard into the wall in front of him. Just then, Ox appeared once more, charging at him like the animal he is named after. Looking at him, Naruto glanced down at his hand. Narrowing his eyes, he clenched his hand. Only one way to take down a speeding ox. Nodding, he charged as well at Ox. The bigger they are? Getting close, he leaped up and over Ox, maneuvering out of the way of his arms when Ox tried to grab him, before pressing his hands on his shoulders, sticking to the man's back. He reared his arm back. The harder they fall, he thought as he pressed his hand on Ox's back. Nothing happened. Eyes widening, Naruto cursed in his head. Shit! Before he could move, Ox reached behind him and grabbed him by the leg. Double shit. Before he could react, Ox threw him with his mighty strength. Whoa! 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 Naruto shouted as he flew through the air, before crashing into the wall. Arg! Definitely feeling that tomorrow. Now who said you'd live to see tomorrow? Looking up, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Montana with a gun pointed at him. Crap! Montana smirked at Spider-Man. Say goodnight, boy, he said, beginning to pull back the trigger. Behind his mask, Naruto's pupils sharpened into slits. His heart and blood began to pump faster. The worlds around him began to slow down, while his adrenaline increased. Every nose grew louder, but controlled. His sense of smell increased, until he could smell everything around him. Like the smell of oil and gunpowder. He didn't think, not even for a second. He just acted. Before Montana could pull the trigger, Spider-Man snapped up to his feet. He grabbed the gun by the barrel, the pressure of his grasp bending the metal a bit, before he span around, getting into the man's guard, and with a spin kick, sent Montana flying hard to the other side of the roof. Ox and Fancy Dan blinked in surprise as they looked at where their leader laid. Suddenly, before Fancy Dan knew it, a web line grabbed his staff. Naruto gave a pull, but Dan held on tightly, only staggering forward a bit. But that was all Spidey needed. He raised his wrist at the man, and used a new trick he came up with. Pressing down quickly on his wrist and jerking his hand down, he shot hardened balls of web. The balls flew and struck Dan on the chest and face. The force behind the balls were the same as being hit by tennis balls, thus knocking him down, unconscious. Ox, being the only one left standing, didn't know what to do. Fortunately for him, he wasn't given the chance to decide, as Naruto in a show of surprising and unexpected speed appeared above the man. His fingers stretched out, his claws began to groan. Ah! With a shout, he clawed down at the man's chest, tearing through his chest armor and shirt, and skin, causing a bit of blood to bleed out. Ox gave a shout of pain and surprise, as his skin had durable enough to survive cuts from blades, so being cut surprised him. As Naruto landed in front of him, Ox threw a punch in anger, but Spidey ducked under it. Moving around the limb, Naruto struck him back with a punch of his own to the chin. Ox's head snapped upward from the impact, but Naruto wasn't done. With his other arm, he punched the man in the stomach, making him his body curve. With a right hook, Ox's head snapped to the side. With a leap, Naruto climbed up to Ox's shoulders. Behind his eyes turned red, the glow shining through his goggles. "Take this!" he shouted as he reared his right arm back. Around the fingers, red sparks danced around. His instincts activating his new power. He now dubbed a name that fitted its bite. The Venom Blast. Ahaha! Ox screamed as loud as he could, as Naruto placed his hand on the man's back. Currents of red lightning coursed through his body, both internally and externally. Not at a high enough outage to burn his skin, but it felt like that, as the electrical currents hit his pressure points, shutting down his body functions. After a long minute or two, Ox fell down on the ground, completely, but temporarily, paralyzed. Spider-Man stood in the center of the roof, panting from the adrenaline rush as he was surrounded by the knocked-out bodies of the enforcers. The red in his eyes vanished as the adrenaline began to leave him, making him pant in exhaustion. He looked around at the unconscious mercenaries, before he took a deep breath, looking up at the night sky. He only had one thing to say. Aunt May's goanna kill me for being late. Parker House Naruto's bedroom. Later this night, the police had found 3 men tied up in what could only be web, no doubt belonging to none other than Spider-Man. The 3 men were discovered to be none other than Dan Runenstein, also known as Fancy Dan, Bruno Sanchez, known as Ox, and their leader, Jackson Bryce, known as Montana. Together, they are known as the Enforcers, an underground mercenary group for hire. While their events for being in the city is unknown, they had been stopped and turned in to the authorities by Spider-Man. The captain of the police force personally gives Spider-Man thanks for turning the enforcers in. MJ smiled as she turned off the television. It would seem Naruto had quite the nightly events. Wow, 2 days, and he already took down a crazed old man, and a mercenary group. I wonder what else he will face. She thought as she looked at her best friend, who laid on his bed, sleeping after the tiresome night. She smiled, as she grabbed the sheet and covered him. He deserved the rest. She gently combed his messy blonde hair. Good night, Naruto. Smiling at her BFF/secret crush, she left his room, turning the light off as she left the blonde to sleep. He deserved it. Meanwhile, in a dark lighted office, Mr. No Name approached the desk at the end, where a figure sat. His replaceable employee placed a laptop on the desk, facing the figure. With a press of the button, a video was played. The video showed the fight between Spider-Man and the enforcers. The figure watched silently as the video played. Once it was over, he was silent. So, the enforcers have failed to exterminate this pest. The man spoke, glaring at the frozen image of the red and black hero. This Spider-Man has showed to be quite skilled to be able to handle them. Raising a hand, the man slammed it down on the laptop, completely destroying it with a mighty force. That makes him dangerous and a threat to my organization. The man then stood up, and while his appearance was hidden by the shadows, it was seen that the man was very big. And that, I cannot have. Before he can become too much of a threat, Spider-Man must be destroyed. Chapter 5, The Tentacles of Dr. Octopus, Part 1. When Naruto opened his eyes, he expected to either see the morning rays coming through his window, or still the darkness of the late night. Instead, he saw something he didn't expect. The familiar cold and dark corridor of the sewer-like place he had seen after being bitten by the spider. What the? How did I get here? he asked as he looked around in confusion. Once more, he saw the dozens of spider living in the place. Some looking straight at him. Weird. Grrrrrrrr. He froze, blood freezing and spine straightening once he heard that familiar beastly growl. Oh no. Slowly, he looked behind him. And saw the same cage. The one that held the beast he saw the first time. As if by command, large, crimson-red eyes snapped open from the darkness within, followed by a massive toothy grin. Eyes widening, Naruto jumped back, putting as much distance between him and this thing as possible. You! The beast hidden in the shadows chuckled. Its loud, deep voice causing the chamber to shake from how powerful it was. Hello, boy. We meet again. Naruto gasped as a sudden and powerful force slammed down on him, sending him falling to his hands and knees. The beast laughed at this, greatly amused at the teen's pathetic state. The blonde gritted his teeth, trying with all his might to get up, but it was no use. He was held down like a bug, no pun intended. His breath got caught in his chest, finding it hard to breathe. All the while, the beast grinned widely, displaying its sharp flesh-tearing, bone-crushing fangs. However, after a minute or two, it let up its energy. It wouldn't do to kill his container. At least, not yet. Gasping as the force vanished, Naruto tried to calm himself, sweat gathering at his face from exhaustion. He took deep gulps of air, his pupils shaking. Whatever it was that happened, shook him. He felt an immense fear and powerlessness. Like a prey. He. Naruto glared up at the beast who laughed at his fear. Bastard. Who? What are you? He demanded, grunting as he managed to push himself up to his feet with strain. Managing it, he glared at the beast, before spreading his hands wide. What is this place? Some sort of figment of my imagination? The beast smirked, shooting a dark glare at the teen. Naruto's head hammered in pain, as spider senses went into overdrive, while all the spiders around him scattered off, their primal instincts warning them of a large and dangerous threat to their existence. Naruto gritted his teeth, his head feeling like it was being whacked by a mallet. He. You think all of this is fake? Nothing but a dream? The beast asked rhetorically, his tone holding great amusement as he watched the teen squirm. No boy, this is no dream. And I am not some imagination. Naruto tried to push the pain in his skull back as he looked at the beast. The lighting in the room began to grow, and soon revealed the beast in the shadows. His eyes widened at what he saw, taking a step back. It was a fox. A fox of massive size, easily as big as a quarter of New York, maybe as big as Manhattan. Its fur was a blazing reddish-orange. Around its red eyes, was black fur, making it look like a mask. It had long rabbit-like ears, with the inside being black. Behind it, 9 large, long tails waved furiously in the air. What? Naruto gulped. What are you? The fox the kitsune he recognized from those tales he used to read as a kid grinned at him. I am the terror of the lands. With but a single flick of my tails, I crumble mountains, rise up tsunamis, and bring countries to flames. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The now named Kyuubi roared. Naruto was forced to shield his face with his arms from the strong winds rushing at him from the roar. Even with his stick M powers, he slid back from the force. Soon the force stopped, making him look over his arms. As for where you are? This pathetic prison is but your own mindscape. Naruto blinked in surprise. What? His mindscape? That can't be true, can it? Pointing the thought away for later, he looked at the Kyuubi as it called itself. Then what are you doing here? He asked, gulping once more. Kyuubi just smirked. Ain't that the question of the century? He muttered, before with another roar, he banished Naruto once more from his mind. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto's room. Naruto gasped as he shot up. He breathed hard as his vision blurry from sleep cleared, calming down. He saw he was back in his room, the place dark with barely visible rays of sunlight piercing through his window. Looking at the clock on his nightstand, he saw it was only 4:56 a.m. Sighing, he ran a hand through his messy, sweat-drenched hair before getting up. No use going back to sleep. Not that he thought he could, after that. He frowned. What the heck was that strange dream all about? Was it even a dream? On effect of his spider-injected powers? Please don't tell me I'm going insane. He. He froze when he heard that low, dark, amused chuckle. Okay then, not a dream. He shook his head. Either he was going crazy, which he was willing to bet, given his sudden turn in life, or something was up. Why was there a giant fox in his mind? How did it even get there? How long has it been there? So many questions and yet no answers. He groaned. He was getting a headache, he thought, as he slapped his cheeks, waking himself up. He knew though, that could think all of that later. Right now, he had to prepare for the day, as it was going to be a busy one because after school, he was going to start his day working at the labs with Dr. Connors. He was also going to go to the Daily Bugle to enter his photos of himself/Spider-Man for the photo contest. He was really hoping to win the contest. He needed to money. Naruto shook his head, shaking off the early morning thought as he got up from the bed. As he went about getting his clothes for the day, he stopped in his steps when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation. It wasn't his spider sense, for it wasn't coming from the back of his head. No, instead the tingling came from all over his head. It was like his brain was vibrating. He looked around, wondering what could cause such a feeling, before he looked up. With his eyes, he saw something at the top corner of his room. Looking closer, his vision zooming in, he saw a web at the corner, and on it was a spider. It was staring at him. And he stared back. Blue eyes stared at 8 pairs of wide pools of black. Naruto didn't know what it was, but the longer he stared at the spider, the more the vibration spread. It went down his spine, spreading through his bones, making his fingers twitch, going down his legs to his feet, and back up. What is this feeling? My body's feeling like it's going numb. He thought as he stood frozen in place. His right index finger twitched, before the spider's front right leg took a step to the right, but never looked away from Naruto. He didn't know how long he stood there, staring at the spider who stared back. It was so strange, his body and mind felt numb, like he was in some sort of dreamlike state. Knock knock. Naruto? Are you up? Came the voice of Aunt May from the door, breaking Naruto's hypnotic state with a flinch. He shook his head, brushing off the, no pun intended, cobwebs in his mind. He looked at the door, before turning back to the spider, only to find it gone. He looked around for it, but couldn't see it. He rubbed the back of his head, wondering what all that was about. Naruto? Yeah Aunt May. I'm up. Give me a second. He replied, putting the strange event to the back of his mind for later. He had a day to get ready. Meanwhile, at May Jane Watson's house next door. Like Naruto, MJ was getting ready for school. Dressed in a sleeveless black shirt, dark blue jeans, and black shoes, she sat in front of the mirror in her room, brushing her long red hair after putting some lip gloss on her lips. She knew Naruto loved her red hair, even if he didn't say it. His staring at it when he thought she didn't notice was proof enough. As such, she wanted to make it straight and glossy enough to grab his attention. Time has passed, and soon the formal dance was only a few weeks away. She narrowed her eyes at the mirror, nodding with a determined look. She was going to ask Naruto to the dance before any other girls got the chance to. No matter what. Hearing a knock on her door, she turned to it. Come in. Entering, was her Aunt Anna Watson. Anna was a mid-aged woman like May Parker, with dark brown hair that had some gray hairs showing. Her attire was that of her time. Seeing Mary Jane, Anna smiled at her lovely niece. Good morning, Mary Jane. Good morning, Aunt Anna. MJ said before continuing brushing her hair. Anna walked to her, and grabbing the brush, began brushing it for her niece, MJ letting her. As she brushed the hair, Anna spoke. I hear there will be a dance coming to your school. Would you like me to help you find a dress? She asked. MJ smiled and nodded softly. She loved her aunt and loved spending time with her. Sure thing. Do you have a date yet? She asked. MJ's smile lessened. Something in her aunt's voice gave her a bad feeling. If not, Franny's eldest son is available. She hinted. MJ sighed. She should have known. Aunt Anna. I can find my own date, thank you. She said, her tone holding disapproval. Why does Aunt keep trying to set her up in dates? I know. Just offering, do you have anyone in mind? Anna asked curiously. She wondered if Mary Jane would ask that nice Harry Osborn. He was a handsome fellow, kind too. Being rich also helped, not that she was a gold digger. Heavens no. She just wanted the best for her precious niece. MJ bit her lip. She didn't want to tell her aunt she wanted to ask Naruto. Lord knows what she would say. Anna frowned, pausing in her brushing. You're not thinking about asking that Naruto boy, are you? She said with a disapproving tone. MJ groaned. Here it comes. Aunt Anna, please don't start. She begged, but her aunt didn't seem to listen. Mary Jane, I just don't think he's the right boy for you. She said strongly. Why don't you like Naruto? MJ asked, for the 100th time that year. Honestly, she just couldn't understand the negativity Anna Watson held for Naruto. The woman always had to express her disapproval of being friends with him. That boy is lazy and rebellious. Picking fights in school, sleeping in class, not to mention coming home late and worrying his poor aunt. Anna said, making MJ roll her eyes. Naruto doesn't fight in school, he stops bullies from picking on kids. He sleeps in class from time to time because he stays up late in his lab working and finishing his father's studies. As for coming home late? Well, she couldn't tell her aunt about him being Spider-Man. Given her dislike of superheroes and/or mutants, the woman would no doubt either call the police, drag her to another town, or have a heart attack. Why must you only see the bad things? Naruto's at the top of his class, he's friends with many of the student body, and has a great chance of going to high colleges with his grades and smarts. Anna scoffed. Call it a woman's intuition, Mary Jane. That boy is nothing but trouble. And if you're not careful, you'll be hurt, she said, finishing her brushing. MJ rolled her eyes. Her aunt was just being paranoid, something she figured had to do with her, MJ's, father being an abusive asshole and Anna trying to protect her from men like him. Though it could also be the fact of Naruto's childhood pranking phase. Yeah, it was either one of those two. Anna never got over Kid Naruto switching her shampoo with blue dye. Though it was really funny. But MJ trusted Naruto to always be there for her. It was one of his qualities that attracted her to him. And no matter what her aunt said would change her feelings. So, when she thought she and Naruto began dating, her aunt would either have to deal with it, or lose her love. With her hair done, she turned to her aunt and hugged her. Look, I love you, but who I choose to start go to the dance with, is my choice. Kissing her aunt on the cheek, she grabbed her bag and left the bedroom before the woman could make notice of the almost slip-up of words. Going to have breakfast at Naruto and his aunt's house. Have a nice trip, Aunt Anna. Her aunt was going out on a relative emergency, and would be gone for the week. Parker residence. Sitting at the dinner table, as Aunt May placing down a plate of eggs, toast, and bacon in front of him and the newly arrived MJ, Naruto's eye twitched. He was looking at the newspaper. He was wearing a burnt orange shirt, black jeans, and orange and black shoes. He glanced at MJ, who replied with a shrug as she took a bite out of her toast. He turned annoyed eyes to the newspaper, reading the line. Spider-Man, hero or menace? It was a newspaper from the Daily Bugle, with the article written by someone in Naruto's top 5 list of people he hates, J. Jonah Jameson, publisher and chief of the company. He still hated the cold bastard for trying to get a comment from him just after his parents died. And to make it worse, he had to meet the man again this afternoon. Already the day was becoming terrible for him. He scowled as he read the article. It basically just ranted about Spider-Man being a menace to society, being a vigilante who was trying to stop the police from doing their job, and causing nothing by trouble. About how he was no better than criminals, and was tricking the nice people of New York with his hero antics. All in all, the lies angered Naruto, making him want nothing more than to march down to the Bugle, kick Jameson's ass for the lies, and leave him hanging on a web. I'm just helping the city, and he's making me sound like a criminal. However, taking a deep breath, he calmed down. He would not let the words of some idiot get to him. Putting the paper down, he began eating his breakfast. After breakfast, the two teens left, saying goodbye to Aunt May with Naruto giving her a hug and a kiss on the cheek as he grabbed his black and orange jacket off the coat rack and backpack. Taking the bus to school, Naruto ignoring MJ's request of going the fun way, with web swinging they made it in record time. Walking into the school, they could see that the staff and students were already getting everything ready for the dance. Banners were hoisted up, posters lining the walls, etc. Walking down the hallway, they could hear the conversations of the students going on about who they were going with and what they looked forward to. Though the girls were more excited than the boys. Making it to his locker, Naruto opened it up and began grabbing the things he would need, while MJ leaned against the lockers next to him. So, you excited for the dance? MJ asked, thinking on how she would ask him to go to the dance with her. Naruto shrugged, not looking at her. I guess. Though I just hope Flash and his jocks won't be doing pranks like he did last year. He said. Last year, Flash stuffed the nominated prom king into a locker so he could be prom king. His plan would have worked if Naruto and Harry hadn't seen what he did and freed the guy. Flash got detention for a week for that. MJ nodded. She then bit her lip, before taking a breath. She turned to Naruto. Naruto, speaking of the dance. Naruto looked at her with a raised brow, wondering where she was going. Well, you see. I was Naruto. Mary Jane. MJ's eye twitched as the two turned and saw Harry approaching them with a wave. Damn it, Harry. MJ mentally screamed and cursed. If this were an anime, she would be crying waterfall tears. Naruto smiled and waved back at his best pal. Yo, Harry. He greeted as the rich boy got to them. Harry smiled at them, before sweat dropping when he saw Mary Jane glaring at him. Something tells me I used ruin something important. He thought, chuckling nervously. MJ looked away from him with a huff with her arms crossed. The two boys looked at her in confusion, glancing at each other, before shrugging. So, Naruto. Any big plans for today? Harry asked as the three began walking. Naruto smiled at him, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, actually. I start working with Dr. Connors after school today. I was also going to the Daily Bugle to enter their photo contest," he said, holding up the camera he brought. Harry raised a brow at him. "You think you can actually win? Naruto, this is New York. Everyone has a camera on their phones or laptops. So the chances of your pictures being picked are 1 in 1,000. He said. He knew Naruto was a good photographer, but still, the odds were against him. Naruto smiled mysterious at the brunette. "Let's just say I feel lucky," he said. "I thought you didn't believe in luck," Harry responded. With a grin, Naruto held a finger up. "I don't believe in fate. Luck, on the other hand, is a good friend, as long as you don't piss it off," he stated. Harry chuckled in amusement and nodded, just as the bell rang. 2 periods later, and Naruto and Harry were in gym, standing with the other boys in their gym clothes. "So, you going with anyone to the dance?" Naruto asked Harry. Harry shrugged. "A few girls asked me, but I turned them down. I knew they just wanted to go with me so they could brag to their friends," he said, getting a pat on the shoulder from Naruto. Harry then smirked at the blonde. "What about you? Anyone you're interested in going with?" he asked, glancing at MJ who was with the girls playing volleyball. Naruto followed his eye line, his lips twitching upward for a second, before shaking his head. "I don't think I'm going to go," he said, making Harry look at him in surprise. "I don't want to leave Aunt May alone in the house. Ms. Watson's leaving on some family emergency from what MJ told me, and I don't think Aunt May has any plans that night. So I thought I'd just stay home and watch a movie with her," he said. Harry frowned and nodded in understanding. Just then, the coach approached the boys, blowing his whistle. "All right, boys. Today we're doing rope climbing," he said, jabbing a thumb at the ropes near them. "Need 2 volunteers. Who's up first?" Flash stepped forward with a smirk. "I'll go. And I challenge Parker," he called, pointing at Naruto, who blinked and pointed at himself. "Yeah, you. Come on, puny Parker." Naruto's eye twitched. Puny? He could easily sumo slam the jerk on his back in seconds flat. And that was without his powers. Years of martial arts, right here. He grinned and stepped forward. "All right, Flash, I'll take your challenge." The boys began muttering amongst themselves, and soon got the attention of the girls who looked over curiously. Soon everyone was surrounding the climbing mats as Naruto and Flash glared challengingly at the other. The coach rolled his eyes. "Teenagers. All right, Parker versus Thompson. First one to climb to the top and ring the bell wins." "You're going down, Parker," Flash said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Did the idiot forget that he was a skilled acrobatic? He didn't even need his powers to beat the jock. Flash was all muscle, focusing on strength and durability for football. Naruto was agile and quick. Not too thin, but not too buff. "Once more, thank you Uncle Ben for those classes. Both ready?" the coach asked, raising his whistle to his mouth as Naruto and Flash grabbed their ropes. "Begin." With a sharp blue, the two began climbing up. Flash was grunting as he pulled himself up, while Naruto was barely giving it any effort, merely wrapping his feet around the rope and pulling up with his hands. He was easily getting ahead of Flash, and before the quarterback could even make it past halfway. Ding! Ding! Naruto smirked down at the other blonde who groaned at his loss. "Better luck next time, Flash," he said before climbing back down. Landing on the ground, he was congratulated by the other boys. He smiled at them. Even though he didn't have to put too much effort to climb, he did have to put effort in keeping his spider powers down so he didn't accidentally accelerate his speed. Harry laughed as he patted Naruto on the shoulder as they moved away from the group, MJ joining them. "Nice work, bro." Naruto smirked at him. "Was no problem. Flash was too heavy to go fast. Guess being puny wasn't so bad," he said, the three sharing a laugh. "Another thing, Naruto." Harry spoke as they finished gym and separated from MJ as they walked toward the locker rooms. "My dad's meeting with a colleague of his. It's a science thing, and I don't want to go. You willing to take my place?" Harry offered as he took his shirt off. Naruto shrugged as he took his own shirt off. Harry raised a brow in surprise when he saw the developing muscles his friend had. That surprised his as Naruto never worked to gain muscles, only to be quick enough with his karate moves. "Sure, I guess. Who's he meeting?" Harry smirked, knowing his pal was going to love this. "It's actually one of your heroes. Otto Octavius." Eyes widening, Naruto coughed, almost choking on his own saliva. "Oh, Otto Octavius. Are you serious?" he asked. He could actually meet the Otto Octavius? First it was Kurt Connors, and now Otto Octavius? Who's next? Reed Richards. This was geek heaven. Harry grinned at him. "Yep. So you interested?" "You bet I am, you know." 1. Meanwhile, girls' locker room. So I heard Terry asked you to the dance. Yep. What about you? You going with Jason? Asterisk scoff asterisk heck no. Like I would go with that cheating bastard. MJ rolled her eyes at the teenage girl drama around her as she changed clothes. Everyone was talking about who they were going with, even comparing dates. One of the girls turned to her. What about Mary Jane? She asked with a grin. You have someone special you going to ask? Another girl looked at the redhead. So, who's it going to be? The rich boy Harry? She asked. Ooh. He's cute. Once more, MJ rolled her eyes. No, not Harry. We're just friends. Then who? A girl gasped. Oh. It is Naruto? She asked, making the other girls comment on the handsome blonde. MJ blushed at that. Well, maybe. I haven't exactly asked him yet. She muttered at the end. Oh. So Naruto's available? If you don't ask him, can I? What about me? He's cute. MJ's eyes widened before narrowing when she heard the comments about asking out Naruto themselves, making her shoot them a glare. Now Mary Jane was not the jealous type, well, not entirely, but she wasn't about to let these girls or anyone else grab Naruto with their slimy hands before her. Slamming her locker shut, making the girls jump, she left the locker room. She had to find Naruto and ask him to go to the dance with her. It wasn't long before she found the blonde at his locker grabbing his bag. She could see a few girls nearby looking at him, but luckily not making a move. This was her chance. Naruto. Looking up, the whiskered hero saw MJ and smiled at her. Hey MJ. He greeted once she got close. Naruto, I need to ask you something. She said. Naruto raised a brow at her. Okay. What's up? MJ took a deep breath. This was it. Time to start her plan to capture the blonde's heart. Well you see. Naruto tilted his head gently to the side like a fox, making her bite her bottom lip at the cute move, damn him. Raising a brow as he looked at MJ, who tried to find the right words, her cheeks slowly burning in embarrassment. Damn it, girl. What's wrong with you? Just ask him already. Do you? Are you planning to go to the dance? She asked. No. That wasn't what she wanted to ask. Why was this so difficult? All she had to say was, will you go to the dance with me? Why did God hate her? JNS, I love messing things up. XP. Naruto blinked. I'm not sure. He said, making MJ look at him in confusion, as well as a hint of disappointment. I thought about spending the night with Aunt May. I didn't want to leave her alone, you know. He said, rubbing the back of his head. MJ frowned in disappointment at the fact he might not go, before pushing it away with a smile. He was doing it because he didn't want his aunt to be lonely. She couldn't fault him for that. Oh, all right. Maybe I can come too. Help you keep her company. She offered. Naruto frowned. But, then you'll miss the dance. I can't do that to you. He said, but she waved him off. It'll be stupid anyway. Hanging with you and Aunt May's more fun. She told him with a smile. While he wasn't sure, Naruto nodded slowly. If you're sure. She nodded. I am. There were other opportunities to tell him. She wasn't going to be selfish. Though that didn't mean she wasn't disappointed at the wrench to her plans. Damn Parker luck. I want to thank Snake 1980 for his suggestion and help with this scene. While it wasn't completely like the idea, I modified it. Keeping the drama rolling. Mwahahaha. After school, Naruto was heading to the Daily Bugle before he had to go to ESU. With him was MJ, going with him for two purposes. 1. To see if there were any acceptable internships if she wanted to work there. And 2. Make sure Naruto didn't attack Jonah Jameson and struck him in the balls like he did when he was a kid. Heading up to the top floor by elevator, they entered to see a busy room. People either sitting in their desks, either typing on their computers or talking on the phone, talking to one another, or running around to get somewhere. They carefully moved through the people, trying to get to the office at the back. Very busy here. Naruto commented, with MJ nodding. Well, the Bugle is one of the top newspaper businesses in New York, the top in Manhattan. She said. Getting close to the office, the doors suddenly bursted open, and a man with short black hair, some gray showing, a mustache and a soul patch, and suit walked out, shouting all over the place. Robbie, where's my layout? Foswell, I ordered that rewrite hours ago. Lee, I'm not paying you to sit around. And you? He shouted, turning to face Naruto. The blonde raised a brow. Me? He asked, before blinking when he was suddenly grabbed by the front of his shirt. He was then dragged away. He looked at MJ, only to see her shrug. I sent you to get my bagel and coffee hours ago. Jameson shouted as he dragged Naruto to his office, MJ following after them. They passed by a beautiful woman, around her early to mid-20s, with short brown hair, wearing a teal blouse and long brown skirt. "You sent Benny, and it's only been 3 minutes," she told Jameson. Naruto's brow twitched, getting tired of being dragged. So he slapped hand away from his shirt, not caring if he held back his strength or not. Taking a moment to calm down his anger, with MJ placing a hand on his shoulder, he looked at Jameson. "I'm not your delivery boy. I'm actually here for the contest for pictures of Spider-Man," he said. The sooner he was done, the faster he could get away from this bastard, old anger for the man rising. Jameson raised a brow at him as he entered his office. Another man also entered. He was a tall black man with short dark brown hair, a friendly smile with a dark pink, business shirt, blue tie, and dark brown pants. He nodded in greeting to the two teens. Sitting down behind his desk, Jameson looked at Naruto. "All right kid, show me what you've got." Taking out an envelope from his backpack, he laid it on Jameson's desk. Narrowing his eyes suspicious at the envelope, he looked at Naruto, who shrugged. "Can't be too careful." Grabbing the envelope, Jameson opened it and took out several photos, laying them on the desk. Each of the photos displayed Spider-Man, either swinging through the city, or climbing up walls. A few were taken from far away, some mid-range taken from the top of a building, or at the ground. Naruto didn't want people to get suspicious if he made all of them great, so he left a few of them blurry. 2. He waited as Jonah and Robbie looked over the photos, picking the ones that were good or they liked it. "So?" Jonah hummed, before grabbing a close-up photo of Spider-Man swinging. "All right fine. You get the money. You're the only guy with decent enough photos in this damn city." He grumbled. "Ms. Brent," he shouted, making Naruto flinch. He shot the man a glare as he picked his ringing ear with his finger. "Damn bastard. Damn heightened hearing." The woman from before entered the office. "Get this brat his money." Nodding, the woman left. Robbie hummed as he looked at the photos. "These are pretty good. You have quite a talent for photography," he commented. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly at the praise. "Thanks. I used to be the photographer for my school's newspaper." Hearing that, Jonah hummed. "Tell you what kid. How would you like to work for the Bugle?" he asked, surprising Naruto and MJ. I'm still in high school. Not to mention that I also work as an intern at ESU Labs," the blonde stated. Jonah scoffed. "Trust me kid, the newspaper's where the real money is. And after you graduate, you'll have a job already." However, Naruto was still not convinced. He was busy enough as it is. However, he did need some way to make money. Just then, an idea hit him. "How about a deal?" he asked, getting Jonah and Robbie's attention. "I will work for you as a freelance photographer, taking any pictures you need from time to time. In return, you pay me $20 for every photo you use for your newspapers," he said. MJ looked at him in surprise. Robbie raised a brow at the teen. Jonah stared at Naruto in silence for a few seconds, before bursting out in laughter. A long laughter. Cue Spider-Man 2 Jameson laugh scene, ha 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 ha. Raising a brow, Naruto waited for the man to stop laughing. After 2 or 3 minutes, Jonah finally calmed down. Wiping away a tear, he looked at Naruto. "You serious?" he asked, getting only a blink. "Why the heck should I pay you anything? You're just a kid." Ignoring the kid comment, Naruto shrugged. Grabbing his backpack, he turned to leave. "All right. I guess I can just go another newspaper to sell the photos. I'm sure the Wall Street Journal would pay well for them." "Hold it." Resisting the urge to smirk, Naruto turned around to face the glaring Jameson. Scowling, Jonah reaching into his drawer and took out a cigar. "Fine. We'll pay you for photos. But they better be good." "Got it." Naruto shrugged and nodded. "Whatever you say, JJJ. He then jabbed his thumb over at MJ. "My friend would also like to know about any positions or applications for high school students. Robbie can handle that." The editor-in-chief nodded and led MJ away, leaving only Naruto and Jonah in the office. Grumbling, Jameson lifted his feet up on the desk. "What's your name anyway kid? You look familiar." Naruto's eyes seemed to flash. "Parker. Naruto Parker." Jonah hummed. "Parker, where have I heard that name before?" he muttered as he looked at Blonde's face. Blue eyes, blonde hair in a shade he never saw before, like a miniature sun, and weird lines on his cheeks. They looked like whiskers. Whiskers, wait a minute. Jonah froze, and seemed to pale. "Come kid. Say something. How do you feel about your parents' death? Do you think it was an accident? Do you, OF? Jonah doubled over as a glaring, 4-year-old Naruto punched him hard in the crotch. "Naruto!" May Parker reprimanded as she pulled her nephew away as Jameson fell to his knees. "You! Jonah shouted, standing up and pointing at Naruto. Said teen gave a fanged smile. Me. Subconsciously, Jonah crossed his legs to protect his crotch. It took 2 weeks for it to heal. Just then, Betty returned with the check. Here you go. She handed it to Naruto. She raised a brow at her frozen boss. Naruto smiled at her and took the check. Thank you, MS. Betty smiled at him, ignoring her boss's state. Brent. Betty Brent. She introduced, shaking his hand. Naruto Parker. He said. He then grabbed a piece of paper off the desk and a pen. He wrote down his number. Here's my number to call when either Jameson or Mr. Robbie needs me. I'll also come back sometime tomorrow. He said, giving her the info. She nodded as he turned to leave, but not before flashing Jonah one last smile. Well, I should get MJ and be going. See you later, JJ. He waved as he left the office, the frozen Jameson, and the confused Betty who tried to get her boss out of his state. So, how'd it go? Naruto asked as they walked out of the building. MJ smiled. Great. Mr. Robertson said I can start working as an intern in the summer. She said happily. He raised a brow at her. Why summer? Why not now? He said things are really busy right now. With the rise of new supervillains and Spider-Man. So there's not enough room for me right now. She said. Naruto winced and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. He apologized. Looking at him, MJ bumped him on the side. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault. She told him. Naruto sighed. Alright, guess you're right. Anyway, I should get going to the ESU labs. Do you need me to drop you home? He asked her, as her house was a bit far. MJ shook her head. It's alright. I can just take the bus. Naruto frowned, not sure if he should just let her go alone in the city. MJ saw his look and rolled her eyes, but smiled nonetheless. I'll be fine. I know karate too, you know. And I also have you in speed dial, so I can call you if something happens. She told him. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. Alright, fine. Just be careful, you know. MJ winked at him. Don't worry. No, you better get going, before you're late. She turned to leave, giving him one last wave. Later, Tiger. Naruto waved after her. Sighing, he began making his way toward an ally so he could change and web swing to ESU quickly. After several minutes, Naruto made it to ESU labs just in time. Quickly changing, he entered the labs, where he saw Connors and his wife at the desk. Seeing him, they smiled and waved. Waving back, he made his way toward them. As he walked, he noticed there was another person with them. Naruto. Welcome. I hope you're ready to work. Connors said. Naruto nodded at him. Of course, Dr. Connors. Connors smiled. Great. Oh, and allow me to introduce your fellow intern, he gestured to the other person, a young woman, who approached them. She had a light, pale skin complex, and like him had blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Over her light blue eyes were round glasses. She wore a light blue shirt, a short, knee-length skirt, and a white lab coat. Naruto, this is Deborah Whitman. Hello there. Deborah greeted with a smile, holding her hand out to shake, which Naruto did. Hello. Seeing his two interns getting along, Kurt and Martha smiled. Kurt then clapped his hands, getting the two blondes' attention. Well then, shall we get started? He asked, to which he got nods. His first day at the lab went well. He and Deborah work with Connors in learning the basics before getting into his current research, which involved herpetology, reptilian study, its physiology, and components and characteristics. He also managed to sort out his workdays with Connors. So he worked at the lab on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. That way, he won't be too overloaded with his schoolwork and lab work. Not to mention his new job at the Bugle, and secret Spidey days and nights. He really enjoyed working there. It was a place where he can actually feel comfortable with displaying his scientific knowledge. A place where he could be Naruto Benjamin Parker, geek, and son of Richard and Mary Parker. Not Spider-Man, just Naruto. Making it home by swinging, he was greeted by his aunt who told him there was leftovers at the fridge for him. After eating, he went upstairs to his room. Entering with a yawn, he fell on his bed. Closing his eyes, he allowed a moment of rest. Opening his eyes, he looked at the side of his room, where at the corner, he saw something hiding under his desk. Raising an arm, which had his web shooters on his wrist, hidden under his long-sleeve shirt, he shot a web line at the object and yanked it toward him. Grabbing it, he sat up. He frowned when he saw it was his father's briefcase. After everything that's happened since Uncle Ben's death, he completely forgot about it. He smiled faintly as he ran his hands over the leather. It belonged to his dad. From what his aunt and uncle told him, there was quite a story to it. His dad, Richard Parker, got it from that leather shop, the one that always smelled like an old man at 9th Avenue. Back when he was around his age. 19 years old. And the person who sold it to him? Naruto's mother. Mary. He chuckled a bit, his eyes stinging. His parents got together thanks to this old leather case. Thanks to it, they've been together since then. His smile then dropped. His uncle told him that his dad asked that the case was kept safe. But for what reason? Opening it up, he dumped the contents inside on his bed. He found a calculator, some quarters, pens, and a beeper. He saw a cutout of an old newspaper, and picking it up, he saw it was a photo of his father with some other people. One of them was Kurt Connors. He then saw 2 IDs. One of a place called Horizon Labs, and another, of Oscorp. His dad used to work with or for Harry's dad. Though, that would explain how the company was working on his dad's old cross-species project. Looking at the case, he picked it up, and looked inside to see if he missed anything else. Nothing, it was empty. Pursing his lips, he turned it over on its side and the back. Thud. Blinking, he could have sworn he heard something. Turning it to the side, he heard a small swish and thud. There was something inside. Something he missed. Reaching inside, he felt around for the thing. Feeling nothing, he continued to look. Opening the back zipper, he looked inside. He blinked when he saw a small thin opening under the top strap. Running his finger over it, he narrowed his eyes. At a subconscious command, his index nail lengthened and sharpened into a claw. Putting his nail at the opening, he cut through it. Opening it up, his eyes widened when he saw files and a CD. "Dad, what were you hiding?" Taking the files and disc, he stood up and put them on his desk. Opening his door a bit, he focused on his hearing. He could hear the soft breathing of his sleeping aunt. Gently closing the door, he sat down on his desk and looked at the files. He saw a logo at the top, one he recognized anywhere. The same one he saw all those years ago. Back to that night. Surprised face, with a slash through the 2 letters. Shaking those thoughts aside for later, he opened the files and began reading. Inside were many formulas he recognized with his father's handwriting. 0, decay rate algorithm? He questioned. Continuing looking, he saw that several papers were of the cross-species project. Several organism test subjects were used for the project. Subject 5 of C.S project was a tubular worm crossed with an aphid. Unfortunately, subject did not survive more than a few days. He read. Looking at the other papers, he saw the same thing. All test subjects could not accept the new genes and died. Running a hand through his hair, he looked at the last pages, and stopped. Project subjects had moved to a Rainey family. While the first 35 have been unable to show signs of adapting to cross-breed genes of different spider species, signs of hope are seen. I have recently discovered something that may prove to help with adapting the planted genes. Will conduct secret experiment myself, away from other eyes. He read lowly, before raising a brow. What could it have been that allowed his dad to fix his project? He was about to continue, when all units respond dash. Turning his head, he looked at the police radio on his bedside. Damn, he forgot he brought it up here. He quickly moved toward it and lowered the volume, hoping it didn't wake his aunt up. He sighed in relief when he didn't hear her. All units, gunfire sounding from City National Bank. Groaning, Naruto had no other choice. Getting up, he walked to his closet. Pushing his clothes apart, he looked down at the bag on the floor. Grabbing it, he opened it up to show his Spider-Man suit. Grabbing it, he got ready for another night as Spider-Man. He could look over his father's notes tomorrow. The next day, Midtown High. With the bell ringing, students began leaving the school. Walking out, Naruto, MJ, and Harry chatted. "So we're thinking about going to Coney Island on the weekend?" Harry asked. "Isn't there a big game on Friday?" MJ asked, recalling the announcement saying their school's football team was up against another school this Friday. Harry nodded. "Yeah, thought that if we win, we can go out and celebrate." Naruto shot him a grin. "And if we lose?" he asked, with Harry shrugging. "We go drown our sorrows with games and junk food," he said, making Naruto and MJ laugh. Just then, the three heard a honk of a car. Looking ahead, they were surprised when they saw a limo part at the front of the school, with students gathered around it in awe, some taking photos of it. Naruto whistled. "Damn Harry, you sure know how to leave in style," he commented, but the young Osborn shook his head. "I didn't call it." The passenger door of the limo suddenly opened, and who stepped out surprised everyone. "Dad?" Harry called in, surprised at seeing his father actually appear at his school. Most of the time, if not all the time, Norman would be at his company, never showing up to his school. Not to parent-teacher meeting, games, or events. Saying he had to focus on more important things. Norman waved at the students in greeting, before passing through them and walking to the three. "Ah, Harry. I see you finished school." Harry nodded. Ah, yeah, I did. What are you doing here, Dad? He asked. Well, actually, I'm here for Naruto. He looked at the blonde in question, who blinked in surprise. Me? Norman nodded as he turned to face him. Yes. Harry told me how he asked you to take his place in meeting Otto Octavius. I was on my way to meet him now, and decided to pick you up. What do you say? Naruto blinked. Sure, he said, before looking at Harry. You sure you don't want to come, Harry? He asked, but the brunette shook his head. Nah, I'll leave this to you geniuses. He said, though he frowned a bit at how his dad had come to pick up Naruto personally. He never does that for me. Naruto frowned, but nodded. He then looked at MJ. Seeing his look, MJ smiled and shook her head. Sorry, Naru. I'm going to hang out with the girls after school today and go shopping. Maybe next time. He nodded in understanding, before looking at Norman with a smile. All right, Mr. Osborn. Smiling, Norman nodded and gestured to the limo. The two got in, with Naruto sending his friends one last wave which they returned as they watched the limo leave the school. Harry sighed, and MJ placed a hand on his shoulder. After half an hour, the limo stopped in front of a building. Getting out, Naruto followed Norman inside with his guards around them, taking the elevator up to the top floor. Stepping out, they entered a large spacious room, with a lot of lab equipment around. Looking around, Naruto was impressed with the stuff. He then spotted a large machine with computers located at the back with some men working around. He followed Norman, who approached a man sitting at a desk at the back. Doctor, Mr. Osborn's here. An assistant notified. Taking off his safety glasses, the man stood up and walked toward them. Naruto looked over the man, Otto Octavius. He was a large man, with short brown hair. Currently wearing a maroon sweater and brown pants. Osborn. He greeted, but Naruto could tell there wasn't much warmth in his tone, like he was just meeting another stranger. Norman also saw it, but didn't say anything about it as he shook Otto's hand. Octavius. I trust the research made possible by my money is coming along well. He asked. Otto's lips twitched, as if holding back a scowl at the man. It is going. We should begin testing shortly as planned. He said, before looking over Naruto, raising a brow in question. And who is this? Looking over at the blonde, Norman smirked and placed a hand on his shoulder. Someone who was quite interested in meeting you actually. Naruto Parker. Smiling in greeting, Naruto held his hand out. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Octavius. I must say, I've been following your studies and research in energy fusion. Otto smiled, seeing the intellect in his blue eyes, and shook the teen's hand. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Parker. Quite the strong grip you have. He noted. Naruto quickly pulled back, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. He didn't see Norman eye him. Just then, one of Norman's men approached him. Naruto watched curiously but not enough to pry into the man's business as the man whispered something into Norman's ear. The rich businessman had an annoyed look in his eyes, before turning to Naruto, putting on a kind but sorry face. Naruto, I'm afraid I must take an unexpected leave. He stated, much to Naruto's surprise. There's a sudden meeting I must take part in. I will call another limo for you later to take you home when you are ready. For now, I leave you in Mr. Octavius's care. Patting the blonde on the shoulder, he looked at Otto. Naruto watched the two have a tense, silent moment, before breaking eye contact. Giving Naruto one last smile, he left. Well, that was unexpected. Naruto deadpanned, now understanding what Harry always said about his father leaving him for his work. Otto chuckled behind him. Well, that is to be expected from businessmen. Always busy. He said. He then looked at Naruto. So, Mr. Parker dash. You can just call me Naruto. It's Japanese in case you're wondering. He said. He knew many people had a hard time pronouncing his name, but he loved it. He had been told the truth a long time ago of him being adopted when he turned 12 by his aunt and uncle. Ever since then, he had been curious about his birth parents. Who were they? What were they like? He knew it would be an impossible goal, but he wished to find out the answers in the future. Otto nodded. Of course. Anyway, tell me. You look like someone with a smart mind. Naruto shrugged. I have a suitable level with science and math. He said humbly, making Otto chuckle. Humble, good. But don't waste such talents. Being brilliant isn't enough. You have to work hard. Remember that. The man said, making Naruto nod. Intelligence is not a privilege. It's a gift. And you use it for the good of mankind. Naruto nodded. If you have the power, it is your responsibility to use it to help others. Otto smiled at Naruto's words. I see you understand. He gestured to the machine. So tell me, what do you think? Naruto looked at it, walking closer. Otto close behind him. My life's work. It is designed to initiate and sustain fusion. The blonde glanced at him. From what I've gathered and understood, you use harmonics of atomic frequencies. Otto nodded. Naruto looked closer, narrowing his eyes in thought. Harmonic reinforcements? Otto's lips twitched upward. Go on. An exponential increase in energy output. He realized. Otto nodded. A huge amount of energy. He explained. Like a perpetual sun, providing renewable power for the whole world. Naruto raised a brow at him. Didn't Tony Stark try something like that with the arc reactor? He questioned. Otto looked sheepish for a second, nodding. Yeah, that he did. But he made a large light bulb. We're going to try something smaller. Naruto raised a brow at him. Even then, something like that could be quite dangerous. As well as taking into account that you plan to test it right in the middle of New York. Something like that would be insane. Otto waved him off. We've taken all the necessary precautions. Taken an entire year to plan. I guarantee that it will all work well. He said, patting the blonde on the shoulder. Naruto's eyes twitched. Why does everyone keep patting him today? Now, if you would like to continue with your questions, how about joining me and my wife for dinner? Oh, I don't wish to intrude. He said, but Otto laughed, leading him away. Nonsense. You're the first smart person besides my wife that I was able to talk science with in a long time. I insist. Having no other choice, Naruto nodded and followed Otto to his living quarters on the top floor above the lab. There he met Otto's kind wife, Rosie Octavius. Naruto and Otto sat at the dinner table as Rosie prepared the food, continuing their talks on the project. I'm just taking caution here, but are you sure you can stabilize the fusion reaction? Naruto asked. You couldn't blame him for being careful here. If this thing goes south, you are looking at a nuke detonating and destroying all of New York. Otto sighed, rolling his eyes. Naruto, what have we been talking about? This is my life's work. I certainly know the consequences of the slightest miscalculation. He said as Rosie approached them and laid down plates. Naruto frowned. He admired Otto for his genius, but the man was being reckless with this. It was even worse that the thing wasn't even tested yet. He says he knew the consequences, but did not see the whole picture in Naruto's option. Otto chuckled as he looked at his wife. Rosie, our new friend thinks I'm gonna blow up the city. He said. You can sleep soundly tonight. He told Naruto. Otto's done his homework. Rosie said, agreeing with her husband. Come to the demonstration tomorrow, and you can see for yourself. Naruto sighed, but nodded. He'll trust the two, but as a precaution, he'll bring his suit in case an appearance from Spider-Man was needed. Rosie then gave her husband a pointed look. And you sleep soundly tonight. She told him. Otto's been working on the machine for 3 nights straight, barely getting any sleep. Otto scoffed. Did Edison sleep before he turned on the light? He questioned, making Rosie roll her eyes. Did Makani sleep before he turned on the radio? Did Beethoven sleep before he wrote the Fifth? Naruto smirked. Did Bernoulli sleep before he found the curves of quickest descent? He added it. The two reminded him of the playful arguments he remembered his parents did when he was little, as well as his Uncle Ben and Aunt May. He guessed all couples were like that. Otto smirked, pointing at him. Ah, see Rosie. I love this boy. He told his wife, who rolled her eyes with a smile. She then looked at Naruto. Naruto, tell us about yourself. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked. Naruto, who was taking a sip of his own tea served by Rosie, widened his eyes in surprise and almost choked. He coughed, getting a raised brow from Otto, and an amused grin from Rosie. He stuttered, his cheeks burning red as thoughts of a certain redhead invaded his mind. Damn teenage hormones. Well, I see I got my answer. Rosie said, amused at the blonde's reaction. Ah, teen love. Clearing his throat, Naruto tried to save face, his cheeks red. Well, no, not really. But it sounds like there might be someone. She teased. Otto chuckled, also amused. Let me guess. Girl who's a friend, but you secretly like her. Naruto sighed, but nodded. He wished he could tell MJ he liked her, but was too worried about keeping her safe. I mean, a relationship with a superhero? When had that ever worked out? Ooh, a secret love. Rosie teased. Naruto cursed. Great, first he gets it from his Aunt May, now Mrs. Octavius. Love should never be a secret. Otto told Naruto. If you keep something as complicated as love stored up inside, gonna make you sick. Naruto frowned. He understood, but I finally got lucky in love. Otto said, smiling at Rosie, who smiled back. We both did. She said, grabbing his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. Naruto smiled, memories of dinner nights with both his aunt and uncle replacing the table. But it's hardly perfect. You have to work at it. Rosie told the blonde Parker. I met him on the college steps, and I knew it wasn't going to be easy. She said, looking at Otto, who chuckled. He was studying science, and I was studying English literature. Otto nodded. That's right. I was trying to explain the theory of relativity. And Rosie was trying to explain T.S. Eliot. He shook his head at Naruto. I still don't understand what he was talking about. He said, making Naruto chuckle. Oh, come on. Rosie said, rolling her eyes. I'm serious. T.S. Eliot is more complicated than advanced science. But if you want to get a woman to fall in love with you, feed her poetry. Naruto raised a brow. Poetry? He asked. MJ did like drama from when she took theater classes last year. Otto nodded. Never fails. After dinner, Naruto talked with the two a bit more, before he had to leave as it was getting late. He promised to be at the demonstration tomorrow. Rosie even suggested of bringing his secret love along, which he replied that he would think about it. Outside the building, he saw the limo Norman called for him. He took great pleasure in being driven home with it. Riding in style. The next day, Naruto walked into the Octavius lab, with MJ by his side. She didn't have much to do today with her aunt gone, and Liz and Sally were in the committee to prepare the school for the dance, so she went with Naruto to spend some more time with him. Around Naruto's neck was his camera to take pictures for the bugle after he got the go-ahead from Otto and Rosie. Speaking of the two Octaviuses, the two walked toward the two as they prepared the machine for the demonstration. Seeing him, Rosie stopped and smiled at him. Naruto. Great to see you here. She greeted, before she saw Mary Jane. Oh, and who is this? She asked with a smirk. Something about her tone and smirk make Naruto's brow twitch. Oh great. MJ smiled at the woman. Hi, my name's Mary Jane Watson. She introduced herself, shaking the older woman's hand. Rosie smiled at MJ before shooting the nervous Naruto a grin. Is this her? She asked with a grin. Naruto groaned while MJ blinked in confusion. Her? Did they talk about her? Naruto grabbed MJ's hand and quickly pulled her away before Rosie could tease him more. Anyway, I was wondering if I could take some photos of the demonstration for the bugle? He asked. Rosie nodded, still grinning at him. It's all right with me. Just no flash, please, she said, with him nodding. He then pulled MJ away, leaving Rosie to chuckle. Ah, young love. She muttered before getting back to checking the machine. The room was getting filled in with many businessmen and women, as well as some reporters, making Naruto and MJ the only teens there. They also saw Norman, to which they joined him. Ah, Naruto. Ms. Watson. The man said. MJ smiled at him. Hello, Mr. Osborne. Naruto looked at him. You must be excited, Mr. Osborne. If all goes well, it would help Oscorp. Norman nodded. Yes. With the power of unlimited energy, it will bring Oscorp to the top above Stark Industries and Powers Industries. Soon, the demonstration was about to start. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My wife Rosie and I would like to welcome you this afternoon. Otto started, wearing a lab coat. Naruto got his camera ready, taking a few pictures. But first, before we start, has anybody lost a large roll of $20 bills in a rubber band? He asked. Because we found the rubber band. He said, making the audience chuckle at the joke. Otto chuckled as well. It's a terrible joke. But thank you for coming. Today, you will witness the birth of a new fusion-based energy source. Safe, renewable energy and cheap electricity for everyone. He announced. The group grew very interested in that. And now, allow me to introduce my assistants. He walked toward a covered stand behind him, and grabbing the cloth, revealed what was under it. What he saw made the hairs on the back of Naruto's neck stand up. In a stand, connected to some kind of vest, were 4 long, metallic tentacles. Otto took off his coat. These 4 actuators were developed and programmed for the sole purpose of creating successful fusion. Otto explained as he climbed up the stand, his back to the vest. They are impervious to heat and magnetism. Pressing some buttons on a control panel next to him, the vest closed around his waist, locking. Then, on his back, a spine-like device coiled up his spine. The needles on the spine then sunk into his body, connecting with his nervous system. The audience winced as the needles pierced his back, MJ flinching. The light on the top of the spine turned on. Otto then stood still, concentrating. Soon, with his mental willpower, the tentacles began to move. MJ jumped, slightly nervous as the tentacle began to rise. Naruto grabbed her hand in comfort. She smiled at him, getting a smile back, before he began taking pictures of the metal arms. It was funny, with the 4 metal tentacles, added with Otto's arms and legs, it was like he had 8 limbs. Like an octopus. he thought as he snapped a picture of the claws. The audience fidgeted nervously as the claws looked at them. These smart arms are controlled by my brain through a neural link. Otto explained, as the screen next to him showed the camera feeds linked to the cameras on the eyes. Nanowires feed directly into my cerebellum, allowing me to use these arms to control fusion reactions in an environment no human hand could enter. He said as he stepped down, making the group step back in fear of the arms. One of the reporters raised her hand. Doctor, if the artificial intelligence in the arms is as advanced as you suggest, couldn't that make you vulnerable to them? She asked. Otto chuckled. How right you are. Which is why I developed this inhibitor chip. He turned around, pointing to the ship at the top of the metal spine. To protect my higher brain function. He turned back to them. It means I maintain control of these arms, instead of them controlling me. He explained. He then turned to face the machine. And now on to the main event. He said, gesturing. Give me the blue light, Rosie. He told his wife, who did just that. Everyone turned to the machine. It was large, with a wide circular platform with 4 curved pillars, all facing the center. At the center, was a small shallow pond of water. Otto walked to the machine and approached the controls. As his tentacles checked the machine to be reader, he had one claw bring out a small grips. The arm then moved and grabbed a tiny metallic sphere. Precious tritium is the fuel that makes this project go. There are only 25 pounds of it on the whole planet. I would like to thank Mr. Norman Osborn and Oscorp Industries for providing it. Oscorp takes care of its allies, Mr. Octavius. Norman responded. Grabbing it, he had his arm return and set the orb in the middle of the machine, where it stayed floating in midair. The orb then began to spin rapidly, until it was but a glowing golden dot. Otto put on goggles Rosie gave him. Smiling at one another in pride, confidence, and love, Otto began the machine. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seat belts. From the top of the pillars, lights appeared, reflecting down to the reflectors at the button across from them, before beams of light shot out and hit the orb. Said orb began to glow brightly. Otto held his breath, staring hopefully at the orb, along with his wife. The glow grew brighter, making some people shield their eyes, before in a large force, it blew up, and before anyone knew it, a miniature sun stood in the middle of the machine. Doctor, one of his assistants announced with a smile. We have a successful fusion reaction. The audience began to clap at the successful project. Norman smiled as well. Wow! MJ muttered as she stared at the beautiful display, making Naruto smile as he took pictures. We're producing 1,000 megawatt surplus. The assistant stated. From the sun, flares tried to leak out, but were pushed back by the tentacles. All the while, Otto stated at the sun in a daze. The power of the sun, in the palm of my hand. He muttered lowly. Naruto smiled at his hero's dream coming true. Unfortunately, not all dreams are successful. His eyes widened, as suddenly his spider senses went haywire. MJ saw this, and looked at him in concern. Naruto? She muttered to him. What's wrong? Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he looked down. At the ground, next to his feet was a lone paperclip. It shook, before shooting to the sun. Not good. Hearing the sound of metal groaning, he looped up, along with a few people. Above them, lights enclosed in metal fixtures leaned toward the machine. MJ, he muttered, getting her attention. You need to go. Now. Norman narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Naruto's camera, along with necklaces, watches, etc. belonging to the people shot out to the machine, getting shouts of surprise. Luckily, Naruto's camera was clung securely around his neck by the strap. Stay calm. Otto shouted as he tried to keep the machine stable. It's only a spike. It'll soon stabilize. Rosie looked on in fear. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto grabbed MJ and began leading her away. Come on. He said as the people began to clear out in panic. Naruto. MJ said as he made it to the staircase. It would be dangerous if one took the elevator. What's going on? He turned to her. I don't know, but I need to make sure everyone gets out okay. I need you to be safe and out of harm's way. I'll try and stop the machine. He said as he handed her his bag, taking out his web shooters and gloves along with his footwear and jacket. MJ gave him a look of worry. Be safe, Tiger. She told him before going to the stairs. Moving behind a corner and making sure no one was around, Naruto pulled apart his button shirt, showing he was wearing his Spider-Man custom shirt, which was a black sleeveless shirt with a red spider on the front. Play the Superman theme music. Nah. Just kidding. Back in the lab, it was panic as the scientists tried to keep the machine calm. Unfortunately, things only got worse, as with a siren from the computers, the force of the sun increased. The metal sheets on the wall were pulled off and sucked into the machine. "We have a containment breach," the assistant shouted. Looking up, Otto gasped when a large flare bursted out of the shields, striking the ceiling above and a pillar, breaking the bricks. "Octavius! Shot down the machine," Norman ordered. "It will stabilize. It's under control," Otto argued. "You'll kill us all, you fool. Turn that blasted thing off," Norman shouted. Unknown to him, a large machinery was heading toward him, pulled by the sun. Luckily, he was saved as Spider-Man appeared and swung over, pulling him out of the way. Landing, Norman looked at him in surprise. You should get out of here, Mr. Osborn," Spider-Man said, his voice changer on. Norman blinked, before nodding. He was led away by his guards. Spider-Man swung over to the power outlets on the side. "What are you doing?" Otto asked. "Pulling the plug," Spider-Man said as he fell down to grab the cords. "No!" Otto shouted, not wanting to have all his hard work destroyed. He had one of his tentacles swipe at Spider-Man, striking him and throwing him away where he crashed against a wall. Naruto groaned from the impact. Meanwhile, another flare shot out, as the gravity force increased. The metal bars of the window groaned, before snapping. The glass shattering. Rosie, who had hidden from the force behind a wall, looked toward it. Her eyes widened when she saw shards of glass heading towards her. "Aha!" she shrieked as the shards pierced her. Otto turned to the scream, shielding himself from the glass with his metal arms. Lowering them, he gasped when he saw Rosie's body drop. Naruto looked up as well, his eyes widening in horror at what he saw. "Rosie!" Otto shouted. Unfortunately, with his back turned and distracted, he did not see the other flare that shot out behind him. This one struck the back of his neck. He began to shake as the incredible and unstable energy ran through his body. The energy was too much, it caused his inhibitor chip to burst and shatter. He dropped to the floor, unconscious. Spider-Man, getting up, quickly ran to the power plugs. Jumping and landing on the surface of the wall, he grabbed all the plugs, and with a mighty heave, pulled them out of the wall, causing sparks to fly. The sun shrunk, before imploding, destroying the machine. The lights flickered from the blast, as Naruto panted. Not in physically exhaustion, but in emotional as he looked at the dead body of Rosie Octavius. He lowered his head. He stopped the machine, but a life was lost. Outside the building, the police and rescue vehicles arrived as the people were looked over. MJ was worriedly waiting for Naruto, keeping her eyes on the entrance. Then, seeing Naruto walk out of the building, back in his regular clothes, she ran toward him and hugged him tightly. Glad he was okay. However, Naruto didn't react, still struck by the death of Rosie. She didn't deserve to die. He thought as he watched the paramedics place her body in the ambulance. That was too close. One of the businessmen told the other as they were led to the paramedics. If he had more than a drop of tritium, he could have destroyed the city. The other man nodded in agreement. Norman was led to his car by his men. "Mr. Osborn, are you hurt?" one of them asked. He waved them off. "I'm fine. Let's just go and stop the media fire before it could rise to hurt my company," he said as he entered his car. "I'm sorry the demonstration was ruined, sir." However, Norman smirked. Actually, not everything was so bad, he said, thinking how it was really interesting that Spider-Man just happened to show up so fast.